Tonight, everyone, we start with a long and winding story, one told not all at once, but through lives that rose, ruled, and passed on. Across centuries, England changed quietly under its monarchs, shaped by habits of power, daily routines at court, and decisions whose effects lingered long after each reign ended. If you enjoy these slow journeys through history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, turn on that noisemaker, and let's learn some history and sleep. Welcome into a little history journey through more than 1,000 years of English history, told not through battles and bloodshed, but through the quiet evolution of power itself. Tonight, we'll follow the crown from shadowy Saxon halls to modern ceremonial splendour, watching how authority transformed from something seized by force into something inherited, then shared, and finally reimagined. Settle in as we trace the long winding path of England's monarchy. A story less about individual rulers than about how a nation slowly learned to govern itself. Now imagine, if you would like, you're standing in a drafty hall somewhere in 10th century England, and the word king doesn't mean what you think it means. Not yet. The man sitting in the carved chair at the far end isn't wearing a crown. Those are rare, expensive things saved for special occasions. He's wearing wool, probably dyed an expensive purple or deep blue, and he's surrounded by armed men who look more like business partners than subjects. Because that's essentially what they are. The early English kings, those Saxon rulers whose names run together in a blur of Ethels and Edgars, weren't absolute monarchs in any meaningful sense. They were more like chief executives of a very unstable company, where the board of directors carried swords and owned their own private armies. When these kings travelled through their realm, which they did constantly, they weren't touring for pleasure. They were collecting what was owed to them, settling disputes, and most importantly, reminding everyone that they existed. Picture one of these royal journeys in detail. The king and his household, maybe 50 people, maybe 200, arrive at a nobleman's estate as the sun sets, their horses muddy from travelling unpaved roads. The nobleman has been preparing for weeks, slaughtering livestock, brewing ale, and baking bread in outdoor ovens that filled his yard with smoke and the smell of yeast. He is not being hospitable out of pure generosity. This is a tax, paid in roasted meat and feather beds and barrels of drink that took months to accumulate. The king will eat, hold court in the nobleman's main hall, resolve whatever local squabbles need royal attention, and move on within a few days. If he stayed in one place too long, he'd eat his host into poverty, consuming stores meant to last the winter. These early monarchs ruled through a combination of personal charisma, strategic marriages, and the ability to reward loyalty with land. When a king died, succession wasn't automatic in any formal sense. The dead king's son might inherit, but only if he could convince enough powerful men that he deserved to. Sometimes the crown went to a brother, an uncle, or a nephew. Whoever seemed most likely to keep the kingdom from fragmenting into chaos, and whoever could gather the most support from the nobles who actually controlled military force. The kingdom itself was barely a coherent thing. England in 900 or 1000 Anno Domini was more like a collection of neighbourhoods that happened to share a language and some cultural habits. Different regions had different laws, different customs, and different ideas about what constituted justice. In Northumbria, blood feuds were settled one way. In Kent, another way entirely. In Wessex, yet another. The king's job wasn't to impose uniformity. He lacked the resources and authority for that. But to be respected enough that people accepted his judgments when conflicts arose between these different regional traditions. Consider the problem of law enforcement in this era. There were no police, no permanent courts, and no system for catching criminals beyond community effort and collective memory. If someone stole your cow, you gathered your relatives and went looking for justice yourself, tracking the thief to his village and demanding restitution. The king's role was to provide a framework, a set of customs and expectations that kept these personal disputes from escalating into private wars that could destabilize entire regions. His authority was real, but it was also fragile, dependent on everyone agreeing to play by roughly the same rules. The irony is that these weak travelling kings created something surprisingly durable, By moving constantly, by inserting themselves into local affairs, and by maintaining personal relationships with dozens of important families across the kingdom, they wove together a network that would eventually become a nation. They were like gardeners tending a sprawling vineyard, training the vines to grow in roughly the same direction without quite controlling where each individual branch would go. The physical reality of Saxon kingship was humble by later standards. The royal halls were timber structures, impressive in their day but ultimately temporary. The largest might be 100 feet long, with carved posts supporting a high roof, tapestries on the walls to block drafts, and a central hearth that filled the space with smoke that eventually found its way out through gaps in the thatch. These weren't palaces, they were well-built barns where important business happened. The king sat on a raised platform at one end, his closest advisers nearby, while lesser nobles and warriors filled the benches along the walls. Justice in these halls was personal and immediate. A man with a grievance would approach the king directly, state his case, and wait for judgment. The king might consult with his advisers, might ask questions, and might demand that the accuser and accused both swear oaths on holy relics. The process was public, visible to everyone present, which served as a kind of quality control. If the king's judgment seemed arbitrary or unfair, word would spread, and his authority would diminish. Reputation was everything when you couldn't enforce decisions with a standing army. Everything changed when the Normans arrived in 1066, though perhaps not in the way you've been taught. William the Conqueror didn't transform England overnight through military brilliance alone. What he did was introduce a technology that would reshape the landscape and, more importantly, the psychology of power, the castle. You're standing outside the newly built stone keep at the Tower of London. It's around 1090, and this fortress is the most imposing structure most Londoners have ever seen. The white limestone walls rise 90 feet into the air, thick enough that you could drive a cart through them if they were hollow, which they're not. These walls are solid stone, quarried in Normandy and shipped across the Channel at enormous expense, then hauled from the riverbank and assembled by craftsmen who'd spent their lives learning how to stack rocks so they wouldn't fall down. These walls say something very clear. The people inside cannot be removed by force. Before the Normans, English nobles lived in wooden halls, impressive but ultimately burnable. A determined enemy with enough men and enough torches could destroy any seat of power given enough time and determination. But castles, these massive stone declarations of permanence, changed the equation entirely. Now a relatively small force could hold out against a much larger army almost indefinitely, as long as supplies lasted. Power became something you could lock inside walls, something that could endure siege after siege. William and his Norman followers built castles everywhere, creating a physical network of control points across the country. Within 20 years of the conquest, major castles stood in every significant town and at strategic points throughout the countryside. These weren't just military installations. They were statements about the nature of authority itself. The king might still travel, but now he had permanent bases, places he could leave trusted men to hold in his absence. England's governance began to settle down, to root itself in specific locations rather than existing solely in the person of the travelling king. The relationship between king and nobles shifted accordingly. Norman nobles held their lands directly from the king in exchange for military service, a formal arrangement called feudalism, though the reality was messier than the theory. A baron with a strong castle and loyal knights could afford to be somewhat independent and could negotiate from a position of strength. Kings learned to balance the need for powerful defenders against the danger of overly powerful subjects who might decide they'd make better kings themselves. You can see this tension play out in the anarchy of the 1100s, when Stephen and Matilda both claimed the crown, and England descended into 19 years of civil war. What made this conflict so devastating wasn't just the fighting, it was that individual barons could choose sides, switch sides, or simply declare their own mini-kingdoms, and their castles made them nearly untouchable. A baron who'd built a strong fortress could withstand royal displeasure, could ignore commands, and could effectively govern his region as an independent principality. The war only ended when both sides were exhausted and willing to compromise on succession, with Stephen keeping the crown for his lifetime but agreeing that Matilda's son Henry would succeed him. The castles themselves evolved over time. Early Norman fortresses were practical and brutal. Stone boxes designed to intimidate and endure. They had minimal windows, thick walls, and simple layouts focused entirely on defence. By the 1200s, they'd become more sophisticated, with concentric walls, flanking towers that allowed defenders to shoot along the walls, elaborate gates with multiple layers of defence, and murder holes through which boiling water or oil could be poured on attackers. They were still about power, but now they were also about displaying that power, about creating visual symbols of royal authority that could be read from miles away. Inside these castles, a new kind of government was developing. Kings couldn't be everywhere at once, so they created bureaucracies, permanent staffs of clerks and administrators who could collect taxes, maintain records and issue commands in the king's name. The Exchequer, England's tax collection system, got its name from the checkered cloth used to count money, like a medieval spreadsheet. Coins were stacked on the squares, making it easy to calculate totals and detect discrepancies. These administrators weren't particularly democratic, but they were relatively consistent, which was something new and valuable in medieval governance. The development of written records changed everything. Instead of relying on memory and oral tradition, the government began documenting land ownership, tax obligations, legal decisions, and royal commands. The Domesday Book, compiled in 1086, was an extraordinary achievement, a complete survey of England's land and resources, created so William would know exactly what he'd conquered and what taxes he could extract from it. Later kings built on this foundation, creating archives that grew larger each year, accumulating knowledge and precedent. The Castle Age taught England's rulers an important lesson. You could project power without being physically present. A castle with a royal coat of arms, staffed by royal officials, represented the king even when he was 200 miles away. This abstraction of authority, the idea that kingship was bigger than the individual king, would turn out to be crucial to the institution's long-term survival. By the late 1100s, something unexpected was happening. Law was becoming more important than the sword, or at least competitive with it, not because anyone believed in democracy or human rights. Those concepts were centuries away, but because kings discovered that consistent legal systems made them stronger and more capable of controlling their kingdoms effectively. You're in Westminster Hall in 1190, watching as royal judges hear cases. These aren't local disputes about stolen chickens anymore, though those still get settled at lower levels. These are questions about land ownership, inheritance rights, commercial contracts, and conflicts between powerful nobles who need neutral arbitration. The judges are using precedent, previous royal decisions to guide their rulings. They're creating what will eventually be called common law, a system of justice that applies across the entire kingdom regardless of local custom. Henry II deserves much of the credit or blame depending on how you feel about organised government. He was obsessed with law, not because he was particularly just or fair-minded, but because legal authority was more efficient than military conquest. He couldn't be everywhere at once and couldn't personally resolve every dispute, but he could create a system that resolved disputes in his name. He expanded royal courts, standardised procedures, and introduced the jury system, not as a democratic institution, but as a practical way to determine facts. 12 local men were more likely to know who actually owned that disputed field than some travelling judge who'd just arrived from London. The genius of common law was that it accumulated. Each decision added to the body of legal knowledge, creating a growing framework of expectations and precedents. Nobles might have castles and armies, but if the law said they owed the king certain rights or revenues, increasingly they had to comply. Legal obligation became as binding as iron chains, and unlike chains, you couldn't break it with a sword without consequences that extended beyond the immediate conflict. This legal evolution created unexpected consequences. Once you establish that disputes should be settled by precedent and procedure rather than force, you've created a space where the king himself can be challenged. Not overthrown, that still required armies, but constrained, held to account, and forced to justify his actions according to established standards. The barons who forced King John to sign Magna Carta in 1215 weren't revolutionaries trying to overthrow the monarchy. They were conservatives who believed the king was breaking established customs and wanted those customs written down and enforced. Magna Carta itself was mostly concerned with feudal technicalities that seem obscure today. How much money the king could demand when a baron died, whether he could marry off heiresses to his friends without family consent, what rights applied to, forests and who could hunt in them. But buried in the practical details was a revolutionary idea. The king was subject to law, not above it, not exempt from it, subject to it, just like his nobles and subjects. John, of course, immediately tried to ignore Magna Carta, and England descended into yet another civil war. But the document survived, copied and recopied, cited in later disputes, gradually transforming from a specific peace treaty into a general statement of principles. By the 1300s, English lawyers could point to Magna Carta and say with confidence that certain things were simply not allowed, even for kings. The document became a touchstone, a reference point, and a limit on royal power that couldn't be entirely ignored. The legal system also changed how England was governed day to day in practical terms. Royal justices travelled circuits, hearing cases in every county on a regular schedule. Sheriffs, originally just local strongmen loyal to the king, became official administrators responsible for executing court orders, collecting taxes and maintaining order. The whole apparatus of government became more predictable, more bureaucratic and more impersonal. You might never see the king, but you definitely encounter his legal system at some point in your life. This legal framework didn't make England peaceful or just by modern standards. Trial by combat was still a legitimate way to settle certain disputes until the 1300s, based on the belief that God would ensure the righteous party won the fight. Torture was used to extract confessions from accused criminals. Poor people had far fewer legal protections than the wealthy, and often couldn't afford to bring cases to royal courts. But the system established something crucial: the expectation that power should operate through rules rather than pure force. The development of legal education formalised these changes. By the 1200s, aspiring lawyers studied at the Inns of Court in London, learning procedures, studying precedents, and forming professional networks. These lawyers became a new kind of elite, not warriors or clergy, but specialists in navigating the increasingly complex legal system. They advised nobles, represented clients in court, drafted documents, and generally served as intermediaries between royal authority and local reality. Nobody set out to invent Parliament. It emerged gradually, yet almost accidentally, from the practical problem of how to govern a complex kingdom without modern communication technology. The story of Parliament isn't a story of democracy, that comes much later, but of kings discovering that consulting with their subjects made certain tasks much easier and more effective. You're sitting in Westminster in 1295 attending what would later be called the Model Parliament. You're not here because you're important. You're here because you represent a borough, a town that the king needs money from. Around you are lords, bishops, and knights from every county, maybe 300 men total, gathered in a large hall that echoes with conversation and the shuffling of feet. The king hasn't gathered you to ask your opinion exactly. He's gathered you to explain why he needs another tax and to get your agreement to collect it from your communities. This is the birth of representative government, though nobody uses those words. The king needs money for wars in France and Scotland. He can't just take it. The legal system that makes his authority legitimate also constrains his ability to seize property arbitrarily. So he summons representatives from across the kingdom, explains his needs through his ministers, and asks them to convince their communities to pay up. In exchange, these representatives get to air grievances, suggest improvements, and occasionally negotiate the terms of taxation. The genius of this system is that it distributes responsibility. When taxes are raised, they're not imposed by royal decree alone. The kingdom's representatives have agreed to them, or at least appeared to agree in a public forum. This makes collection easier and rebellion less likely. It also creates a forum where different regions and interest groups can communicate with each other and with the royal government, building networks that transcend purely local interests. Parliament in the 1300s looks nothing like a modern legislature. Sessions are infrequent and brief, sometimes lasting only a few days. The king calls Parliament when he needs something, not on any regular schedule. The representatives have no permanent meeting place, no staff, and no real institutional memory beyond what individual members carry with them. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, Parliament becomes a fixture of English government, something kings summon as a matter of course rather than as an emergency measure. The crucial moment comes during the 100 Years' War, when English kings need enormous sums to fight in France. Parliament discovers it has leverage. Want money for the war? Then address these petitions first. Fix this problem with forest law. Dismiss this unpopular minister. Investigate these financial irregularities. The negotiations are always polite, always framed as helpful advice to the king, but the underlying message is clear. Consultation is becoming expected, not optional. By the 1400s, Parliament had split into two houses, the Lords, representing the great nobles and bishops, and the Commons, representing everybody else who mattered politically, which was still a tiny fraction of the population. This division reflects the reality of English society. A small elite with enormous power and wealth, and a larger group of moderately prosperous men who collectively have their own kind of influence through control of local governance and economic resources. What's fascinating is how this system preserved itself through periods of strong kingship. Even powerful monarchs found it easier to work with Parliament than against it. Henry V, victorious at Agincourt and the most successful warrior king England ever produced, still summoned Parliament regularly. Not because he was weak, he commanded the most formidable military force in Western Europe, but because Parliament was useful. It provided intelligence about conditions across the kingdom, legitimised royal policies, helped maintain order when the king was abroad, and generally made governance smoother. The Wars of the Roses in the late 1400s tested Parliament's durability. For 30 years, two branches of the royal family fought for the crown, and England saw 5 different kings as the throne changed hands through battle, betrayal, and murder. Through all this chaos, Parliament continued to meet, to grant taxes, and to pass laws. It had become part of the furniture of the English government, something that persisted regardless of who sat on the throne or how they got there. Parliament's power grew through precedent and practice rather than dramatic confrontation. Each time a king asked for money, Parliament gained a little more leverage. Each time representatives voiced grievances, they established the expectation that grievances should be heard. Each time a session ended with some compromise between royal needs and subjects' concerns, the habit of consultation became more ingrained. By 1500, no English king would dream of raising significant taxes without Parliament's consent, not because of any written rule, but because the practice was so established that violating it seemed dangerous. Henry VII seized the throne in 1485 after winning a battle, which was not an unusual way to become king in 15th century England. What was unusual was how he and his descendants transformed that throne into something approaching modern state power. The Tudors didn't invent royal authority, but they perfected it, creating an administrative machine that could reach into every corner of the kingdom with unprecedented effectiveness. You're watching Henry VIII's government at work in the 1530s, and it's impressive in a terrifying sort of way. The king has ministers who oversee every aspect of national life, collecting taxes, enforcing religious conformity, managing foreign relations, administering justice, controlling what gets published, and even regulating trade and prices. Thomas Cromwell, the king's chief minister, has created a bureaucracy that generates mountains of paperwork. Every transaction, every appointment, and every legal decision gets recorded, filed, cross-referenced, and stored in growing archives. The government knows things about the kingdom that previous governments could never have known. This administrative revolution had practical roots. The Tudors were always short of money. War was expensive. Maintaining a royal court was expensive, and projecting power internationally was expensive. An efficient tax collection required detailed knowledge of who owned what and how much they could pay. Religious upheaval, Henry VIII's break with Rome, Edward VI's Protestantism, Mary's Catholicism, and Elizabeth's compromise, required monitoring people's beliefs and behaviours in ways earlier governments never attempted. Foreign threats from Spain and France demanded better military organisation and intelligence gathering. The machinery of Tudor government reached deeper into daily life than anything previous rulers had managed. You couldn't print a book without approval from royal censors who checked for heresy or sedition. You couldn't legally marry without following specific procedures that the church, now controlled by the crown, had established. Your local church, which for 1,000 years had been part of an international Catholic organisation, was now a branch of the English government, with the monarch as its supreme head. Parish priests read royal proclamations from their pulpits, reported suspicious behaviour to authorities, and served as the government's eyes and ears in every community. Yet even the powerful Tudors couldn't rule alone. Henry VIII used Parliament extensively, particularly when he needed legal cover for radical changes like breaking with Rome or dissolving monasteries and seizing their wealth. He understood that controversial policies worked better when Parliament had endorsed them, giving the changes legitimacy beyond mere royal command. Elizabeth I summoned Parliament 13 times during her 45-year reign, always managing to extract the money she needed while keeping her independence and avoiding commitments that would limit her freedom of action. The Tudors understood that royal authority worked better when it operated through established institutions rather than against them. They expanded the Privy Council, a small group of advisers who met regularly to coordinate government policy. They strengthened the Court of Star Chamber, which dealt with powerful offenders who might intimidate local courts. They reformed the administration of justice, making royal courts more accessible and more consistent. All of these changes increased royal power, but they did so by building institutions that would outlast individual monarchs. What made the Tudor government work was the illusion of accessibility combined with the reality of control. Elizabeth cultivated an image of herself as accessible to her subjects, going on royal progresses through the countryside each summer, appearing at public events, and even occasionally speaking to crowds. Common people could submit petitions to her, could catch her attention during public appearances, and could feel that they had some connection to royal authority. But actual power was concentrated in a small group of ministers and councillors who managed everything behind the scenes. The Queen made final decisions, but those decisions were based on information filtered and shaped by her administrators, who controlled what she saw and heard. The Tudor period also saw the final transformation of the nobility from independent power centres into court attendants. A medieval baron with his own castle and private army was a potential threat, someone who could rebel if sufficiently provoked. A Tudor courtier dependent on royal favour for wealth and position was a servant, however exalted his title. The great nobles still had titles and lands and still commanded respect, but they spent their time competing for the monarch's attention at court rather than raising armies in their home counties. This centralisation had limits. The Tudors never created anything like a police force. Local government still depended on unpaid justices of the peace, local gentlemen who enforced laws and settled disputes in their communities as a civic duty. The Crown could issue orders from London, but it depended on local cooperation to carry them out. When Elizabeth's government tried to impose unpopular policies, they often simply didn't get enforced. Nobody rebelled, they just quietly ignored instructions and waited for the Crown to lose interest or move on to other concerns. The religious settlement under Elizabeth demonstrated both the power and limits of Tudor authority. She wanted a moderate Protestant church that most people could accept. She got laws establishing this church, but she couldn't force genuine belief. Catholics practiced their faith secretly. Radical Protestants pushed for further reforms. Elizabeth's government prosecuted the most obvious offenders, but it couldn't police everyone's private beliefs. The settlement worked because most people went along with it publicly, regardless of what they believed privately. The Stuart kings who followed Elizabeth made a critical mistake. They believed their own propaganda about divine right monarchy. James I and his son Charles I thought kings answered only to God, not to Parliament or law or custom. Unfortunately for them, they lived in England, where Parliament and law and custom had been accumulating power for 4 centuries, and weren't about to surrender that power without a fight. You're watching the House of Commons in 1642, and the atmosphere is electric with tension. Parliament has been battling Charles I for years over money, religion and power. The king keeps trying to rule without parliament, imposing taxes by royal decree, imprisoning critics without trial, and enforcing religious uniformity through courts that bypass common law. Parliament keeps insisting on its traditional rights and privileges, control over taxation, protection from arbitrary arrest, and religious reform. Neither side will compromise, and the kingdom is sliding inexorably towards civil war. What follows is genuinely revolutionary, though the revolutionaries themselves don't see it that way initially. Parliament raises an army against the king, claiming they're defending English liberties against tyranny. They fight a civil war that lasts from 1642 to 1646, with battles at Edgehill, Marston Moor and Naseby that kill thousands. Parliament wins, captures the king, tries to negotiate, fails, and then faces a terrible question. What do you do with a king who won't accept limits on his power? The answer, reached after agonising debate, is to put him on trial. In 1649, Charles I stands before a specially created court and hears himself accused of treason against his own kingdom. He refuses to recognise the court's authority, refuses to plead, and insists that kings are accountable only to God. The court finds him guilty anyway and sentences him to death. On a cold January morning, Charles steps through a window of the banqueting house in Whitehall onto a scaffold, says a few words to the crowd, and places his head on the block. For the first time in English history, the people, or at least the armed representatives of some of the people, have formally rejected the principle that kings are above law. The republic that follows, led by Oliver Cromwell, is short-lived and unpopular. Turns out that military dictatorship is even less appealing than monarchy, especially when the dictator closes theatres, bans Christmas celebrations, prohibits dancing and most forms of entertainment, and generally tries to enforce Puritan morality on an unwilling population. Cromwell rules effectively enough. He conquers Ireland and Scotland, wins a war with the Dutch, and makes England feared abroad. But he can't create legitimate institutions to replace the ones he destroyed. When Cromwell dies in 1658, his son briefly takes over, fails to command military loyalty, and within 2 years England has invited Charles II, son of the executed king, to return from exile and take the throne. But the crown that Charles II receives is fundamentally different from the one his father lost. Everyone understands now that monarchs rule with Parliament's consent, not by divine right alone. Charles is careful not to push too hard, accepting Parliament's authority over taxation, avoiding controversial religious policies, and generally trying to keep everyone happy. The balance of power has shifted permanently, even if nobody wants to admit it too explicitly. Kings can still make decisions, appoint ministers, and conduct foreign policy, but they need Parliament's cooperation for money and legitimacy. James II, who succeeded his brother in 1685, either didn't understand this or didn't care. He was Catholic in a Protestant kingdom, authoritarian in a country that had learned to resist authoritarianism, and absolutely convinced of his divine right to rule however he pleased. He appointed Catholics to military commands and university positions, suspended laws against Catholic worship, and generally behaved as if Parliament didn't exist. Within 3 years, the political class had had enough. They invited his Protestant daughter Mary and her Dutch husband William to invade England, save Protestantism, and restore constitutional government. This glorious revolution, as it came to be called, was actually more significant than the Civil War, despite being less violent. Nobody was executed. There was minimal fighting. James simply fled to France when he realised he had no support, allegedly throwing the Great Seal of England into the Thames as he escaped. Parliament then invited William and Mary to become joint monarchs, but only after they agreed to specific conditions laid out in writing. The Bill of Rights in 1689 formally established that Parliament controlled taxation, that elections should be free, and that monarchs couldn't suspend laws or maintain standing armies in peacetime without parliamentary consent. The message was unmistakable. The Crown served at Parliament's pleasure. Kings and queens could still be influential, could still shape policy, and could still command respect and loyalty, but ultimate authority rested with the political nation represented in Parliament. The monarch's role was increasingly ceremonial and symbolic, though it would take another century for this to become fully clear to everyone involved. By the 1700s, England, now officially Great Britain after the union with Scotland in 1707, had developed something unique in Europe, a constitutional monarchy where Parliament held real power, but the Crown remained central to political legitimacy. It was a strange hybrid that worked better in practice than in theory, and it would serve as a model for other nations trying to balance traditional authority with representative government. You're observing the government of Robert Walpole in the 1730s, and you'd be forgiven for being confused about who's actually in charge. Technically, King George I is the monarch, the source of all legitimate authority, and the person in whose name laws are passed and wars are fought. But George barely speaks English, having grown up in Germany, and he's not particularly interested in British politics beyond ensuring he receives his income and isn't bothered with details. Real power rests with Walpole, who serves as First Lord of the Treasury and manages the House of Commons through a combination of patronage, persuasion, and careful coalition building. This is the birth of the Prime Minister, though that title isn't official yet, and Walpole would deny he holds any such position. What he's done is demonstrate that it's possible to run the government, while the monarch does something else entirely. George I attends cabinet meetings early in his reign, then stops bothering when it becomes clear the discussions are conducted in English, and deal with matters he doesn't understand or care about. His son George II is more engaged, but still largely leaves policy to his ministers, intervening occasionally on matters he cares about, but accepting that day-to-day governance is beyond his interest or expertise. The arrangement works because it satisfies everyone's needs. The monarchy provides continuity, symbolism and legitimacy without having to make difficult day-to-day decisions that might prove unpopular. Parliament gets to control policy and taxation. Ministers can govern effectively without worrying about royal interference or having to explain every detail to someone who might not understand the context. And the public, or at least the small fraction of the public who can vote, has representatives who theoretically speak for them and protect their interests. George III, who came to the throne in 1760, tried to reassert royal influence, appointing ministers based on personal preference rather than parliamentary support. This created constitutional crises and political chaos, with governments falling every few months as the king and parliament battled for control. It contributed to the loss of the American colonies, who rebelled partly because they objected to what they saw as tyrannical royal power unchecked by representative government. The American Revolution taught Britain an important lesson. Trying to govern without consent of the governed, even in the limited 18th century sense of governed, didn't work and could lead to catastrophic losses. By the early 1800s, the pattern was set. Monarchs could have opinions, could try to influence policy, and could select ministers they liked, but they couldn't govern against Parliament's wishes for any extended period. When William IV tried to dismiss a popular government in 1834, appointing ministers of his own choosing, the new government simply lost the next election badly. The king had to accept back the ministers he'd dismissed, and from that point forward no monarch seriously attempted to govern against parliamentary majorities. The Reform Act of 1832 expanded the franchise and redistributed parliamentary seats, making the House of Commons more representative of urban, industrial Britain, rather than rural estates controlled by aristocrats. This further reduced royal influence because Parliament now represented broader interests that the Crown couldn't control through traditional patronage. Democracy was still limited. Only about 1 in 5 adult men could vote, and women were entirely excluded. But the direction of change was clear. Power was flowing steadily toward elected representatives and away from hereditary authorities. Victoria, who became Queen in 1837 at age 18, had strong opinions about politics, and wasn't shy about expressing them to her ministers. She loved some prime ministers, particularly the charming conservative Benjamin Disraeli, and thoroughly disliked others, especially the liberal William Gladstone. But she understood the constitutional reality. She could advise, encourage and warn, but she couldn't actually make policy. When her beloved husband, Albert, died in 1861, she withdrew from public life for years, dressed in black mourning clothes for the rest of her life, and the government continued to function perfectly well without her active participation. This proves something important. The monarchy was no longer essential to day-to-day governance. The development of political parties formalised the separation of crown and government. By the mid-1800s, two organised parties, Whigs and Tories, later Liberals and Conservatives, competed for control of Parliament. The Queen's role in selecting a Prime Minister became purely ceremonial. She appointed whoever commanded majority support in the Commons. If an election produced a clear winner, she had no choice. If the result was ambiguous, she might exercise judgment, but always within narrow bounds defined by parliamentary arithmetic. The British Empire complicated this constitutional evolution. Victoria was proclaimed Empress of India in 1876, ruling over millions of subjects who had no vote, no representation, and no say in how they were governed. The monarchy served different functions in different parts of the empire. Constitutional and limited in Britain, imperial and authoritarian in India. This contradiction would eventually contribute to the empire's dissolution, but in the short term it gave the monarchy renewed importance as a symbol of imperial unity. By the late 1800s, the British monarchy had completed its transformation from a source of political power to a symbol of national continuity. This might sound like a demotion, but it turned out to be crucial for the institution's survival. Monarchs who no longer made controversial political decisions couldn't be blamed for policy failures, couldn't alienate half the population, and couldn't become targets for revolution the way kings elsewhere in Europe were. You're watching Victoria's Diamond Jubilee in 1897, celebrating 60 years on the throne. The entire British Empire has sent representatives. The parade includes soldiers from India in turbans, Canadian mounties, Australian cavalry, and African colonial troops, all parts of a global empire that Victoria theoretically rules, but never actually governs in any practical sense. She's an elderly woman in a black widow's weeds, frail enough that she can't climb the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral, and has to receive a blessing while sitting in her carriage. Yet she's become something like the grandmother of the nation, respected and beloved precisely because she doesn't interfere with how the country is actually run. This symbolic role proved surprisingly powerful. The monarch could embody national unity above political parties, could provide continuity through changing governments, and could represent Britain to the world in ways that elected officials couldn't. When Edward VII succeeded Victoria in 1901, he became Britain's diplomatic face in Europe, using family connections. He was related to half the crowned heads of Europe, to smooth international relations and conduct informal diplomacy. He had no power to make treaties or declare war, but his conversations with foreign monarchs helped ease tensions and build relationships. The First World War tested the monarchy's symbolic importance. George V, Edward's son, couldn't prevent the war, couldn't direct military strategy, and couldn't make peace. Those decisions belonged to elected officials and military commanders, but he could visit troops at the front, tour munitions factories, appear at public events to boost morale, and provide a focal point for national solidarity. He changed the royal family's German surname, Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, to the English-sounding Windsor, symbolically aligning the monarchy with British nationalism against German enemies. When revolution swept away the German, Austrian and Russian monarchies during and after the war, Britain survived partly because it had already accepted constitutional limits. The Tsar of Russia was an absolute monarch who bore direct responsibility for military defeats and political failures. Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany had real power over military appointments and strategy. When things went badly, their thrones went with them. George V, who had no such power, couldn't be blamed for the war's hardships. The monarchy became a source of stability during chaos, rather than a target for revolutionary anger. The interwar years brought new challenges. George V had to manage the political crisis when his government divided over economic policy in 1931. His role was purely procedural, ensuring that a government could be formed and that constitutional processes continued. But even this limited function was essential. Without the Crown as a neutral arbiter, Britain might have faced a constitutional collapse like those affecting other European nations. The abdication crisis of 1936 revealed how thoroughly the monarchy had become a constitutional institution. Edward VIII wanted to marry Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee. The government objected. not because they had any particular authority over the king's personal life, but because the scandal would damage the monarchy's symbolic role at a time when European democracy was under threat from fascism. Edward could have fought, could have tried to assert royal independence, and could have appealed to public opinion. But he understood the reality. A modern constitutional monarch couldn't rule against his government's advice. He abdicated after less than a year, and his brother George VI became king. George VI, shy and suffering from a stammer that made public speaking torture, seemed like an unlikely symbol of British resistance to Nazi Germany. But during the Second World War, he and his wife, Elizabeth, refused to leave London during the Blitz, visited bombed neighbourhoods still smoking from night raids, and generally embodied the idea that Britain would endure whatever Hitler threw at it. They had no military authority, no power to make strategic decisions, and no control over resources. But their presence mattered in ways that purely practical leadership couldn't achieve. When Buckingham Palace was bombed, the Queen famously said she was glad because now she could look the East End in the face. Her home had suffered like theirs. The war cemented the monarchy's modern role. The royal family became a symbol of national resistance and unity, appearing on propaganda posters, in newsreels, and at public events. But they exercised no actual power. Churchill made the strategic decisions, Parliament voted the money, and military commanders directed the fighting. The Crown's contribution was entirely symbolic, but symbols matter, especially during existential struggles. Elizabeth II became Queen in 1952 and reigned for 70 years, presiding over the complete transformation of Britain and its relationship with the world. Her reign demonstrated both the durability and the limitations of constitutional monarchy in an age of democracy, mass media, and rapidly changing social values. You're observing the Queen's role in government, and it's both more and less than you might expect. She meets with the Prime Minister every week when they're both in London. A private meeting without staff where the Prime Minister briefs her on government business, and she offers whatever advice her decades of experience suggest. She receives government papers in red boxes, reads them carefully, and is kept informed of all major decisions before they are announced publicly. She can offer advice based on having worked with 14 Prime Ministers, from Churchill to Truss, but she makes no policy, commands no armies, and controls no budgets. When she delivers the Queen's speech at the opening of Parliament, she's reading words written by the government, outlining plans she may or may not personally support. This complete separation of symbolic authority from actual power turned out to be the monarchy's salvation. When governments made unpopular decisions, entering wars, cutting services, raising taxes, implementing controversial social policies, the Crown couldn't be blamed. When political parties battled each other with increasing viciousness, the monarch remained above the fray, a neutral presence that belonged to everyone. The Queen met with Prime Ministers from across the political spectrum, from the Conservative Churchill to the Labour Wilson to the Conservative Thatcher, to the Labour Blair to the Conservative Johnson, and maintained cordial working relationships, with all of them regardless of her personal views, which she kept scrupulously private. The monarchy's role became largely ceremonial and cultural. State occasions, coronations, jubilees, royal weddings, and state funerals provided spectacle and tradition that connected modern Britain to its past. The ceremonies hadn't changed much in centuries. The same crown jewels were used, the same oaths sworn, and the same rituals performed. This continuity gave many people a sense of stability in a rapidly changing world, a feeling that something endured while everything else transformed. The royal family became, for better or worse, celebrities whose personal lives generated endless public interest and media coverage. This wasn't what medieval kings would recognise as power, but it was a form of cultural influence that proved remarkably resilient. Royal weddings drew millions of viewers. Royal scandals filled tabloid headlines for months. The births of royal babies were announced with traditional cannon salutes and modern social media posts. The monarchy had become entertainment and tradition simultaneously. The relationship between crown and democracy resolved itself into a stable arrangement that satisfied most people most of the time. Parliament, elected by universal adult suffrage from 1928 onward, held absolute legal authority. The Prime Minister and Cabinet made all actual decisions about policy, spending, war and peace. But the monarch provided continuity that elected officials couldn't, symbolising the nation itself rather than any particular party or government. When elections produced new governments, the transition was smooth because the crown remained constant. The incoming Prime Minister went to the palace, kissed hands in an ancient ceremony, and became head of government while the monarch remained head of state. Elizabeth's long reign saw the British Empire dissolve into a commonwealth of independent nations. She remained queen of some of these nations, Canada, Australia and New Zealand among others, but only because they chose to keep her, not because Britain could force them. Other former colonies became republics and left the Commonwealth entirely or stayed in it while dropping the monarchy. The Queen's role in Commonwealth nations was even more symbolic than in Britain, a ceremonial link to historical connections that some people valued and others considered a colonial remnant. The question of the monarchy's future arose periodically, especially after scandals or during periods of social change. Opinion polls showed support for the institution remained relatively strong but increasingly conditional on the monarchy behaving appropriately, avoiding scandal and not costing too much. The monarchy survived partly through careful management of its public image, partly through the Queen's personal popularity built over decades of dutiful service, and partly because replacing it seemed more trouble than keeping it. Elizabeth's death in 2022 at age 96 and the accession of Charles III demonstrated the monarchy's durability. The transition was automatic, requiring no election or confirmation. Charles became king the instant his mother died, by operation of law and constitutional custom. The machinery of government didn't pause. The symbolism shifted to a new person, but the institution persisted, its practices and limitations unchanged. Here's what the long story of England's monarchy actually reveals. Authority is a story people agree to believe. The crown has no inherent power. It only has the power that law and custom and collective agreement give it. What changed over 1,000 years wasn't the crown itself, but the story England told about the crown, and, crucially, who got to tell that story. You're standing in Westminster Abbey, where monarchs have been crowned since William the Conqueror, and you can see the layers of accumulated history physically present in the space. The chair used for coronations was built in 1300, commissioned by Edward I to hold the stone of Scone he'd stolen from Scotland, and it still serves its purpose more than 700 years later. The regalia, crown, sceptre and orb, combine medieval craftsmanship with modern symbolism. Some pieces date back centuries, while others are relatively recent additions. The ceremony itself mixes ancient ritual with contemporary meaning, creating a sense that this moment connects to something larger than the present. This is what the monarchy became, a repository of accumulated stories about nationhood, continuity and shared identity. The stories aren't necessarily accurate. Much of what we think of as ancient tradition was actually invented in the Victorian era, when the monarchy needed to reinvent itself for an industrial age. But they're powerful because people agree to treat them as meaningful. The crown connects modern Britain to Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, the Norman conquest, medieval law, Tudor centralisation, Stuart conflict, the Victorian Empire and 20th century democracy. Whether that connection is real or imagined matters less than the fact that people believe it and find value in it. The genius of the British constitutional monarchy is that it preserved the form of kingship while draining it of arbitrary power. This satisfied conservative instincts for tradition and continuity while allowing progressive development of democratic institutions. Instead of a revolution that swept away the old order completely, Britain experienced an evolution that adapted old forms to new purposes. The result was stability that let other institutions develop without constant disruption. Other countries tried different paths with varying success. France executed its king in 1793 and became a republic, then an empire under Napoleon, then a constitutional monarchy after his defeat, then a republic again in 1848, then an empire again under Napoleon III, then another republic after 1870. Each transition involved upheaval, violence, and constitutional crisis. Germany unified under a powerful emperor in 1871, tried parliamentary democracy after the First World War, suffered totalitarian dictatorship under Hitler, then split and eventually reunified after the Cold War. Russia's Tsars clung to absolute power until revolution swept them away in 1917, leading to communist dictatorship and everything that followed. Britain's monarchy survived by surrendering power gradually, reluctantly, but ultimately completely. Each surrender made the institution safer. Medieval kings who commanded armies could be overthrown by rivals. Tudor monarchs who enforced religious conformity created enemies. Stuart kings who claimed divine right triggered civil war, but constitutional monarchs who reigned without ruling, who symbolised without commanding, who embodied tradition without enforcing it. These monarchs were hard to oppose because they threatened nobody's freedom or welfare. The story isn't finished. Charles III became king in an era when monarchies seem archaic to many people. When the very idea of inherited privilege conflicts with democratic values, and when the royal family's wealth and status appear increasingly difficult to justify in a society that claims to value merit and equality. The monarchy's future depends on whether the stories it tells, about national identity, historical continuity, ceremonial dignity, and charitable service, continue to resonate with enough people to maintain the collective agreement that keeps the institution alive. What we can say is that England's monarchy succeeded by becoming unnecessary. When kings were essential, when they led armies, administered justice, made laws and collected taxes, their power was also dangerous, arbitrary, and often tyrannical. Individual rulers could be brilliant or incompetent, just or cruel, and wise or foolish, and the kingdom's fate depended on which you got. By accepting constitutional limits and by becoming symbolic rather than actual rulers, the crown paradoxically became more stable and durable. It no longer threatens anyone's freedom or welfare, so there's less reason to abolish it. It provides symbolic functions that some people value without exercising power that might provoke resistance. The long story of England told through its monarchs is really a story about how societies organise power, how they create legitimacy, and how they balance continuity with change. The crown began as something seized by force from rival claimants, became something inherited by custom within royal families, then something limited by law and precedent, then something shared with parliamentary institutions, and finally something purely symbolic that represents without ruling. Each transformation preserved the institution while fundamentally changing what it meant and how it functioned. The relationship between physical spaces and royal authority changed dramatically over this 1,000-year journey. Early Saxon kings ruled from wherever they happened to be, their authority existing in their person rather than in any building. Norman and medieval kings built castles that projected power through stone walls and military force. Tudor monarchs created bureaucracies that governed from offices in Westminster. Modern monarchs inhabit palaces that are museums and symbolic spaces rather than centres of actual power. The buildings remain, carefully preserved, but their function has shifted from practical to ceremonial. The story of documents parallels this evolution. Early law existed in memory and custom, transmitted orally and enforced personally. The development of written law, from Magna Carta to the Bill of Rights to countless acts of Parliament, created authority that existed on parchment and paper, independent of any individual. The monarch's role gradually became defined by these documents rather than by personal power. Today, the monarch's powers are almost entirely formal, defined by constitutional conventions that aren't even written down, but exist as shared understandings about how things should work. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. Every stable system of government is built on collective stories about who has authority and why. Those stories change slowly, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining enough continuity that people can recognise themselves in the tradition. England's monarchy survived 1,000 years not because kings were powerful, but because the kingdom learned to constrain power, while preserving the ceremonies and symbols that make authority feel legitimate. The crown endures as a reminder that sometimes the most durable institutions are those that learn to yield rather than break, to adapt rather than resist, and to symbolise rather than command. What began as the personal authority of warlords who could gather armed followers became the constitutional authority of a state that governs through law, custom, and democratic consent. The crown remained constant through this transformation, but everything it meant changed. That paradox, continuity through change, might be the most English thing of all, and perhaps the real secret of the monarchy's survival. The accumulated story matters more than any individual chapter. No single king or queen created the modern constitutional monarchy. It emerged from centuries of conflict, compromise, and gradual evolution. The institution learned from each crisis, adapted to each challenge, and survived by becoming something different while remaining recognisably the same. That long, slow transformation from power to symbol, from command to ceremony, from ruling to reigning, that's the story of England's crown, and in many ways the story of England itself. You wake before dawn in your timber-framed house, the kind with walls that lean slightly inward and floors that creak with the memory of 100 footsteps. The room smells of salt and smoke, that particular blend that never quite leaves coastal homes no matter how many times you scrub the floorboards. Through the gaps in the shutters you can hear the harbour stirring, not with sudden noise but with the gradual accumulation of sounds that means the port is stretching awake. The first thing you notice, even before you're fully conscious, is the quality of the air. It's different here than it would be inland. Heavier somehow, carrying the weight of ocean moisture mixed with the earthier scents of fish and tar and wet rope. Your lungs have grown so accustomed to this particular atmosphere that you'd probably feel uneasy breathing anything else. When your cousin visited from the countryside last summer, she complained that the air felt thick enough to chew. You hadn't known what she meant until you visited her farm and found yourself gasping at how thin and empty the inland air seemed. You swing your legs out of bed, feet finding the wooden floor that's always slightly damp this close to the water. The cold travels up through your soles, a morning greeting you've learned to expect. Your house sits 3 streets back from the main wharf, close enough that you can gauge the tide by sound alone. Right now, it's coming in. You can tell by the way the water slaps against the dock pilings with a particular hollow rhythm. When the tide goes out, the sound changes entirely, becoming more of a sucking whisper as the sea retreats across the mud flats. The pre-dawn light filtering through your shutters has that strange quality you've learned means fog. Not the thick pea soupers that sometimes roll in during autumn, but the light morning haze that will burn off by mid-morning once the sun gains proper strength. You've learned to read weather the way some people read books, interpreting signs that would mean nothing to someone who didn't live by the sea's moods. Dressing in the half-light, you pull on the same layers you wore yesterday, the ones that smell least of fish and sweat. Laundry happens when it happens, usually when your daughter complains that your shirt could probably walk to the washing tub by itself. The fashion here runs toward practical rather than decorative. Woolen breeches that can survive salt spray, a linen shirt that's been mended so many times the original fabric is hard to identify, and a leather jerkin that's supposed to provide some protection against the wind that never quite stops blowing. By the time you make it downstairs, your wife has already coaxed the kitchen fire back to life. The hearth dominates the main room, built large enough that you could roast a whole sheep if you were the sort of person who could afford whole sheep. More typically, it hosts a perpetual pot of something, usually fish stew or oat porridge, occasionally both if you've had a particularly good week. The fire's warmth hasn't spread far yet, and the corners of the room still hold pockets of cold air that will linger until noon. Your wife moves through her morning routine with the efficiency of someone who's performed the same actions for 20 years. Bread from yesterday gets cut into thick slices. Butter, if there's any butter. More likely just the bread. Maybe softened in whatever's warming in the pot. She doesn't say much this early. Neither of you do. Morning conversation is a luxury for people who don't have to be at the docks before the fishing boats return. Through the open door you can hear the port's morning symphony beginning in earnest now. Someone's hammering metal against metal, probably the smithy 3 streets over, getting an early start on whatever repairs accumulated yesterday. A dog barks, is told to shut up and barks again anyway. Footsteps on cobblestones, dozens of them all heading in the same general direction, toward the water. You eat your bread quickly, washing it down with small beer that tastes like it's gone slightly off but probably hasn't. Everything tastes like it's gone slightly off when you live this close to fish markets. Your youngest daughter appears, already dressed. looking more awake than any child should at this hour. She's reached that age where she wants to be involved in everything, asks questions about ship rigging and cargo manifests and why exactly ships float in the first place. You've tried explaining about displacement and hulls and why oak is better than pine, but your understanding of these matters is more practical than theoretical. Ships float because they're built right, and they sink when they're not. That's the extent of your naval architecture expertise. Outside, the sky has lightened enough that you can make out the masts in the harbour. They rise like a forest of bare trees, swaying slightly even though there's barely any wind yet. Counting them has become a habit. You do it without thinking, the same way you might count your children before bed to make sure everyone's home. 23 ships are currently at anchor, which means business is decent but not booming. During the height of summer, you've seen 40 or more crowding the harbour, their crews competing for dock space and unloading priority. The walk to the waterfront takes you through streets that grow narrower the closer you get to the docks. Houses lean toward each other overhead, upper stories jutting out far enough that neighbours could shake hands across the gap if they wanted to. The streets themselves are less streets and more suggestions, cobblestones laid down whenever someone got around to it, filling in the gaps between buildings that were constructed according to no particular plan. You navigate more by muscle memory than sight, knowing which corners to cut and which puddles never drain even in drought. Other workers appear from doorways and alleys, joining the general flow toward the harbour. You recognise most of them by silhouette alone. There's Willem, who works the crane that hoists cargo from ship to shore. Margaret, who sells bread to sailors fresh off long voyages. Young Thomas, who's apprenticed to a rope maker and always smells like hemp. Nobody talks much. It's too early for conversation. And besides, you'll have 12 hours together at the docks to say whatever needs saying. The harbour itself opens up suddenly, the cramped streets giving way to a wide expanse of wharves and warehouses and water. The fog sits heavier here, softening the edges of everything so that distant ships look like ghost vessels from some legend. The water surface is glass smooth in the protected harbour, broken only by the occasional ripple from a fish or the wake of an early rowing boat. You can smell breakfast cooking on several of the anchored ships, bacon and onions if your nose isn't lying. Sailors who've been at sea for weeks often cook elaborate meals their first morning in port, celebrating the availability of fresh food that doesn't need to be pickled or salted or dried until it's practically inedible. The smell makes your stomach remind you that bread alone doesn't constitute a proper breakfast, but there's no help for it now. The wharf master is already at his post, which surprises nobody because the wharf master is always at his post. You've sometimes wondered if he actually sleeps there, curled up in the small office that juts out over the water like a wooden growth. He nods as you pass, checking your face against some internal roster he maintains. He knows everyone who works the docks, knows who's reliable and who needs watching, who can be trusted with delicate cargo, and who should only handle sacks of grain that can survive a drop or two. Your job today, assuming the ships cooperate, will involve unloading whatever cargo needs unloading, and loading whatever cargo needs loading. It's not complicated work, but it's particular. Every type of goods requires its own handling. You don't stack barrels of wine the same way you stack crates of pottery, and you definitely don't approach bales of wool the same way you'd approach casks of gunpowder. You've learned these distinctions the way you learn to walk, through a combination of instruction, observation, and occasional painful mistakes. The first ship scheduled to unload this morning sits low in the water, which means she's carrying something heavy. Lead, maybe, or iron bars, or possibly just a massive quantity of salt. You'll find out soon enough. The crew is already moving around on deck, preparing lines and checking the rigging. Sailors move with a particular grace that land dwellers never quite achieve, balancing on surfaces that shift and tilt, making it look effortless. The sun breaks through the fog just enough to turn the harbour into something almost beautiful. Light reflects off the water in shifting patterns, and for a moment you can see why painters sometimes set up easels along the waterfront, trying to capture this particular quality of morning on canvas. Then someone drops a barrel behind you, the crash destroying any poetic ambience, and the workday properly begins. Your house, like every house within shouting distance of the harbour, bears the marks of its proximity to salt water. The wooden shutters have that bleached, weathered look that comes from constant exposure to sea air. The nails holding them in place show orange traces of rust no matter how often they're replaced. Even the stones in the foundation have taken on a darkened, damp appearance that never quite dries out, as if they've absorbed so much moisture over the years that they've given up trying to be properly dry. Inside, the battle against dampness is constant and never truly won. Your wife maintains a vigil that would put castle guards to shame, checking corners for mould, airing out bedding whenever the weather permits, and burning herbs that supposedly help prevent rot. The smell of lavender and rosemary is nearly as constant as the smell of salt, and while it doesn't actually stop the dampness, it at least makes the dampness smell better. The house itself is 3 stories of timber and plaster, though calling the 3rd story a proper floor is generous. It's more of a large attic where your older children sleep and where you store things that need to be kept dry, which is ironic, because the roof leaks in at least 4 places that you know about, and probably several more that you haven't discovered yet. Every heavy rain becomes an exercise in strategic bucket placement. The main living area occupies the ground floor, centred around that massive hearth. The room serves as kitchen, dining room, workshop, and general gathering space all at once. Your wife's spinning wheel sits in the corner near the window where the light is best. Your daughter's slate for practicing letters rests on the table, surrounded by the crumbs of countless meals. A cabinet that belonged to your wife's grandmother stands against one wall, its shelves displaying the few pieces of pottery nice enough to be shown off rather than used. The floor is packed earth in most rooms, covered with rushes that need replacing more often than you'd like. Only the main room has actual wooden floorboards, and those are so worn in the traffic patterns that you can see the grain standing up in ridges. You've thought about sanding them smooth again, but that feels like the kind of project that gets perpetually postponed in favour of more urgent repairs. The walls are supposed to be whitewashed, and they are in theory. In practice, they're a patchwork of different shades where you've repaired sections or covered stains, or just given up and let the original plaster show through. Your wife has hung bundles of dried herbs from the ceiling beams, partly for cooking and partly because she insists they help with the smell. Whether they actually help or just contribute different smells to the existing collection is debatable. Furniture is sparse and practical. The table is oak, heavy enough that moving it requires 2 strong people and a sense of purpose. The chairs don't match. 3 came from different neighbours over the years. One you built yourself during a winter when there wasn't enough dock work, and the smallest one was a gift from your brother-in-law, who felt guilty about something you've since forgotten. None of them are particularly comfortable, but comfort isn't really the point of chairs in a working household. The 2nd floor holds the sleeping quarters, divided by thin walls that don't reach all the way to the ceiling. Privacy is more concept than reality. You can hear your neighbours' arguments through the shared wall, and they can undoubtedly hear yours. You've learned to recognise their footsteps and know their routines almost as well as your own. When their baby was sick last month, everyone within 3 houses lost sleep together. Your bedroom contains a bed, a chest for storing clothes, and a small table that holds a candle and whatever book you're currently failing to make time to read. The bed itself is a construction of rope and a straw mattress that needs retightening regularly. When the ropes stretch, the mattress sags into a shape that guarantees a backache. Your wife has mastered the art of the rope bed adjustment, though she claims you deliberately let it go too long before mentioning the problem. The children share a room that's theoretically large enough for all of them, but practically feels like a game of human Tetris. 2 beds, arranged in an L shape, somehow accommodate 4 children through a combination of careful scheduling, and the youngest ones being small enough to double up. Your oldest son, who's nearly grown, has started making noises about needing his own space. You've started making noises back about him being nearly grown enough to find his own lodging. Water is a constant concern. You have a well in the tiny courtyard behind the house, shared with 2 other families. The water tastes metallic and slightly off, but at least it's reliably wet. For washing, you collect rainwater in barrels when you can, though the same rain that fills your barrels also finds its way through your roof. There's probably a metaphor in there somewhere about the double-edged nature of blessings, but you're too tired to work it out. The courtyard serves as an outdoor workspace, a storage area. and the place where things go to be forgotten. Old barrels that might be useful someday lean against the wall, lengths of rope too short for dock work but too long to throw away hang from pegs. Your wife's washing line stretches across the space, currently empty but destined to be full of laundry by afternoon if the weather holds. The privy occupies one corner of the courtyard, a wooden structure that's exactly as pleasant as you'd expect for something that's essentially a shed with a hole in it. It's positioned downwind from the house, which helps in theory but matters less when you consider that the wind here changes direction about 6 times a day. Your children have developed impressive bladder control as a result of wanting to avoid nighttime trips to the outhouse. The neighbours on your left side are a family of rope makers. You can hear the rhythmic thwacking of their work through the shared wall, a sound that's become so familiar you barely notice it anymore. The neighbours on your right are a widow and her adult daughter who take in sewing. The daughter has a voice that carries, particularly when she's arguing with suitors, which is often. You know more about her romantic life than you've ever wanted to know. Your street, like most streets in this part of town, lacks an official name. People call it the street where the sailmaker used to live, even though the sailmaker moved away 7 years ago and was replaced by a man who repairs nets. This seems to bother the net repairman, but not enough for him to do anything about it. Trying to change what people call a street is like trying to change the tide schedule. Theoretically possible, but practically pointless. The houses crowd together with barely enough space between them for a skinny cat to pass through. This isn't by design, but rather by the organic growth of a port town where every square foot of land near the docks is valuable. Buildings grew up wherever there was space, sometimes sharing walls, sometimes using a neighbour's wall as one of your own, creating an architectural patchwork that follows no plan except the plan of putting a roof over your head, as close to work as possible. Windows are small and few, glass is expensive and shutters serve just fine for most purposes. Your house has actual glass in 2 windows, both on the street side where visitors might see them. The glass is thick and wavy, making everything outside look slightly distorted, but it lets in light while keeping out wind. That counts as luxury here. The door to the street is oak, reinforced with iron bands, and heavy enough that your youngest daughter can't open it without help. It's barred at night with a beam as thick as your forearm. The harbour attracts all sorts, and while your neighbourhood isn't particularly dangerous, it's not particularly safe either. Things disappear from courtyards. Drunk sailors looking for lodging sometimes try doors to see if they'll open. Better to bar the door and sleep soundly than trust in the kindness of strangers. Evening in your home means candlelight and firelight, and trying to accomplish whatever needs accomplishing before darkness makes it impossible. Your wife sews by the fire, squinting at her work. Your children do their chores with varying degrees of enthusiasm and success. You might repair some piece of equipment that broke during the day, or sharpen tools, or just sit and feel your back complain about the 12 hours of lifting you put it through. The house settles as it cools, making creaking and popping sounds that you've learned to distinguish from the sounds of actual problems. There's the post that always groans when the temperature drops, the board near the window that clicks when stepped on just right, the rafter that scrapes against its neighbour when the wind comes from the east. These are the nighttime sounds of your home, as familiar as your own breathing. When you finally head upstairs to sleep, the day's work sits in your muscles like stones. The bed's sag becomes almost comfortable when you're this tired. Through the walls you can hear your neighbours settling in as well, footsteps overhead, voices through the plaster, and the general symphony of people ending their days. Outside, the harbour continues its work. The tides don't care whether you're awake or asleep. Ships arrive and depart by their own schedules. The sea keeps its own hours, and everyone who lives near it adjusts their lives accordingly. The morning market sets up while you're still hauling cargo at the docks, but you can track its progress by sound. First comes the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, dozens of them converging on the market square from different directions. Then the shouts begin, vendors claiming their spots, arguing over who was there first, negotiating the invisible boundaries that separate one stall from another. By the time the sun is properly up, the market is in full voice, a cacophony that can be heard 3 streets away. You finish your dock work around mid-morning, your back providing detailed complaints about every barrel you've lifted. The wharfmaster tallies your hours on a board that's more scratches and marks than wood at this point. Payment happens on Saturday, assuming the merchants actually pay the wharfmaster, who pays the dock foreman, who pays you. It's a system that works until it doesn't, and you've learned to keep mental track of what you're owed versus what you've actually received. The walk from dock to market takes you through the commercial heart of the port town. Here the buildings are slightly taller, slightly better maintained, and bearing signs that advertise their wares. A ship chandler occupies a corner building, his windows full of rope and canvas and mysterious brass instruments that supposedly help with navigation. Next to him, a tavern is already doing steady business despite the hour. Sailors operate on their own schedules, and when you've just spent 6 weeks at sea, 10 in the morning feels perfectly reasonable for a drink. A man selling broadsheets stands near the market entrance, shouting headlines about wars and kings and events that may or may not be true. You've learned to be sceptical of news that comes printed on cheap paper, but people buy the sheets anyway, hungry for information about the wider world. The printer makes most of his money from the advertisements on the back page, notices about ships departing, cargo for sale, and rewards for runaway apprentices. The market square isn't actually square. It's more of an irregular polygon that exists in the space between buildings that were put up without much concern for civic planning. Someone tried to organise it once, painting lines to mark stall locations, but the lines have long since faded and been ignored anyway. Stall placement is determined by tradition, seniority, and occasionally by who's willing to show up earliest to claim the best spots. The fish sellers occupy the section nearest the docks, which makes sense given their product's freshness requirements. They've arranged their wares on tables covered with seaweed. The fish laid out in neat rows that disguise the fact that most of these fish were swimming yesterday. The sellers keep up a constant patter, praising their fish's firm flesh and clear eyes, claiming each catch is the finest of the morning. You've learned to judge fish quality yourself. The eyes are indeed important, but so is the smell, the texture of the skin, and whether the gills are still bright red. A woman you've known for years, Margaret of the Good Fish, spots you and gestures toward a particularly nice-looking cod. You examine it with the seriousness it deserves, checking for the signs that separate merely acceptable fish from genuinely good fish. The flesh springs back when you press it. The eyes haven't clouded. Margaret watches this inspection with the patience of someone who knows her product is solid. You negotiate a price that's probably fair to both of you. Though you both pretend to be slightly dissatisfied, it's expected. Beyond the fish sellers, the market spreads into other specialties. Vegetables from local farms, looking somewhat sad this late in autumn but still edible. Bread from 3 different bakers, each claiming superiority over the others in ways that seem to involve ancient grudges and complicated family histories. A woman sells eggs from a cart, the eggs nested in straw, and swears these are from her own chickens, even though everyone knows she buys them from a farmer 10 miles inland and marks them up. The butcher operates from a permanent stall that's more shop than stall, with actual walls and a roof and a counter worn smooth by years of transactions. He's got mutton today, and pork, and something he claims is beef but might be old dairy cow. The prices are high enough that you mentally calculate whether you can afford meat this week, or whether you're looking at another few days of fish and bread. Your wife has opinions about your fish and bread diet, specifically that she's tired of cooking it and you're all tired of eating it. Cloth sellers occupy a favoured position near the market centre, their wares colourful enough to attract attention. Most of what they're selling is wool, practical, warm and waterproof when properly treated. But there are also linens for those who can afford them, and even a few pieces of silk for those who can afford them and want everyone to know it. You finger a piece of wool that would make a good winter cloak, calculate the cost against your recent earnings, and move on. Winter is coming, but it's not here yet. A general goods merchant has spread an impressive array of items across 2 tables. Nails, knives, cooking pots, needles, thread, buttons, buckles, and mysterious items whose purposes you can only guess at. His prices are higher than they should be, but he's the only source for many of these goods unless you want to wait for a ship from London to bring specialised items. He knows this and prices accordingly. The cheese seller has actual cheese from actual dairy cows, aged in caves somewhere inland, and the smell alone is enough to make your mouth water. You buy a small round of something hard and yellow that the seller promises will last through winter without going bad. Whether it will last through winter in your house is another question. Your children have been known to chip pieces off when they think nobody's watching. Spices occupy a corner of the market where a merchant who considers himself several steps above the common vendors has set up something approaching a proper shop. He's got pepper, which is expensive but worth it. Cinnamon, which is more expensive and possibly worth it if you're the sort of person who puts cinnamon in things. Strange powders in jars labelled with names you can't pronounce, which he swears will transform ordinary food into extraordinary food. You're sceptical, but your wife has expressed interest in something called cardamom, so you inquire about prices and immediately regret it. A potter sells bowls and cups and plates, all of them brown and practical and approximately the same shape. He's been at this corner for 15 years, and every house in the neighbourhood contains at least 3 of his bowls. They're not beautiful, but they're cheap and they don't break easily, which matters more than beauty when you're serving stew to hungry children. The market also hosts less permanent vendors, people who show up sporadically with whatever they've made or found or salvaged. Today there's a man selling rope scraps, which you might have use for. A woman with baskets woven from reeds. A boy who claims these shells are special shells, lucky shells, shells that will bring fortune to whoever owns them. The shells look like regular shells to you, but people are buying them anyway. Arguments break out periodically, accusations of short waits, disputes over whose customer was who's first, and complaints about someone's fish stinking up someone else's bread. A market official wanders through occasionally, settling disputes with the authority of someone who's seen every possible market argument and is unimpressed by all of them. He carries a set of standard weights to verify scales, and vendors suddenly become very interested in checking their own measurements when they see him coming. Children weave through the crowd, some running errands for their parents, some just running because market day is exciting. They cluster around a man doing magic tricks. At least, he calls them magic tricks, though you're fairly certain that coin didn't actually disappear so much as end up in his other hand. The children don't care. They gasp and applaud and beg him to do it again. Your wife appears from somewhere, basket already half full of purchases you'll need to account for later. She's got bread and vegetables and something wrapped in cloth that she won't show you, which means it's either a surprise or something she thinks you'll object to spending money on. Possibly both. She examines your fish purchase, nods approval, and adds it to her basket. The market will continue until early afternoon, then gradually disperse as vendors pack up their remaining goods. Some items will be cheaper in the final hour, bread that won't be fresh tomorrow, fish that definitely won't be fresh tomorrow, and vegetables that are already borderline. Smart shoppers with flexible schedules wait until the end, gambling that they'll get bargains without missing out on everything good. You've tried this strategy. The results have been mixed. The tavern called the Mermaid's Rest occupies a building that looks like it might collapse if everyone inside leaned left at the same time. The floors tilt at angles that seem to defy basic principles of construction, and the whole structure emits creaks that sound like complaints. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, the Mermaid's Rest has been serving ale and gossip for longer than anyone can remember, and will probably continue doing so long after more sensible buildings have fallen down. You push through the door around evening when the day's work is finally finished and your muscles have progressed from complaining to outright rebellion. The interior is dark despite several windows, partly because the windows are small and dirty, partly because the ceiling is low and smoke-stained. The room smells of ale and sweat and wood smoke, with underlying notes of spilled wine and yesterday's stew. It's not a pleasant smell exactly, but it's familiar. And after 12 hours of moving cargo, familiar counts for a lot. The tavern keeper, a woman named Beatrice who's built like a barrel and has a personality to match, nods toward your usual corner. The table there is slightly more level than the others, which is why it's popular and why you have to arrive early to claim it. You settle onto a bench that's been worn smooth by countless other dock workers settling onto it at the end of countless other days. Beatrice brings ale without asking what you want, because what you want is always ale, and specifically the cheap ale rather than the slightly less cheap ale. The cup is wooden, the rim darkened by years of lips, and the ale inside is brown and cloudy and tastes like bread that started to go bad, which is basically what it is. You drink it anyway. After the day you've had, it tastes like victory. Other workers filter in gradually, each claiming their customary spots through a combination of habit and unspoken territorial agreements. Willem arrives, still smelling of the tar he works with on the docks. Margaret's husband comes in, probably sent by Margaret to limit how long he stays and how much he drinks. Young Thomas appears with his master, the rope maker, who immediately launches into a technical discussion about rope tension that nobody else cares about, but everyone will pretend to listen to. The conversation starts slowly, building like a fire that needs time to catch. Someone mentions the ship that arrived this morning from Amsterdam. Someone else knows someone who knows someone on that ship and heard they'd had trouble with pirates near the channel. This leads to other pirate stories, each more dramatic than the last, until you're fairly certain no one involved in this conversation has ever actually seen a pirate, but everyone has strong opinions about them. A group of sailors occupies the far corner, their voices loud with the particular enthusiasm of men who've recently been paid. They're from the merchant ship that unloaded salt this morning, celebrating their wages before those wages disappear into the pockets of landlords and tavern keepers and the various merchants who'll be happy to sell them things they don't need. One of them is demonstrating some knot that he swears saved the ship during a storm, though his hands are unsteady enough that the demonstration isn't particularly convincing. The tavern fills gradually as evening properly sets in. Workers from all over the port area congregate here, not just dock workers, but also the coopers who make barrels, the sail makers who repair canvas, the chandlers who supply ships, the customs officers who extract taxes, and the scribes who record transactions. Everyone who makes their living from the sea's commerce eventually ends up at the Mermaid's Rest, drawn by cheap ale and the comfort of complaining to people who understand what you're complaining about. Beatrice moves through the crowd with surprising grace for someone her size, delivering drinks and food and sharp comments in equal measure. She runs this tavern with iron efficiency, tolerating no nonsense and suffering no fools. When an argument breaks out near the bar, something about someone owing someone money, or maybe about someone looking at someone else's wife, it's hard to tell. Beatrice simply appears between them, arms crossed, and the argument dies instantly. Nobody argues with Beatrice. Beatrice could probably stop a war through sheer force of disapproval. The food, when you order it, is basic but substantial. Stew that's been simmering all day, full of meat and vegetables and things that might be either onions or potatoes depending on what was available. Bread for soaking up the stew, crusty on the outside and soft inside, still warm from whenever it was baked. The portions are generous because Beatrice understands that men who spend 12 hours lifting heavy things need fuel to recover. Music starts around the second hour, provided by an old sailor who's missing 3 fingers, but can still coax surprisingly good sounds from a small wooden flute. He knows maybe 6 songs, plays them in the same order every night, and nobody complains because these are good songs, the kind everyone knows the words to, even if they can't remember where they learned them. Some songs are about the sea, naturally. Some are about women, inevitably. Some are about drinking, appropriately. One is about a rooster that challenged the king to a duel, which doesn't make much sense but has a catchy melody. The atmosphere grows warmer and louder as the evening progresses. Conversations overlap until individual words become impossible to distinguish, creating a general roar punctuated by occasional shouts of laughter or argument. The air grows thick with pipe smoke. Everyone seems to be smoking cheap tobacco that smells like burning rope. Your eyes water, but opening a window would let in cold air so the smoke stays. Someone proposes a dice game, which leads to several dice games, which leads to the inevitable accusations of loaded dice and suspicious rolling techniques. Money changes hands based on the tumbling of small bone cubes, fortunes rising and falling with each throw. You watch rather than participate, having learned that dice games at the Mermaid's Rest tend to favour the house, in ways that aren't immediately obvious, but become clear when you calculate your losses later. Stories circulate like currency, each person trying to top the previous tale. A carpenter describes a house he's building that's supposedly the finest in the district, with glass in every window and floorboards so perfectly fitted you could roll a marble across them without hitting a crack. A fisherman talks about the enormous cod he almost caught, describing it with hand gestures that suggest it was roughly the size of a rowboat. A merchant's clerk complains about his employer's son, who's being trained to take over the business despite having apparently the intelligence of a wooden post. The tavern also serves as an unofficial news bureau. Here you learn which ships are hiring, which merchants are paying fair wages, which captains are cruel and which are merely demanding. You hear about the storm that damaged 3 ships last week off the coast of France. Someone's cousin knows someone who heard that war might be coming again, though with whom and about what remains unclear. A new regulation from London apparently requires different paperwork for imported wine, which means more work for customs officers and more delays for everyone else. Young Thomas gets progressively drunker, his face flushing red as he tries to keep pace with older, more experienced drinkers. His master notices and cuts him off, over Thomas's loud protests that he's perfectly fine, which he demonstrates by attempting to stand and immediately sitting back down hard. The master hauls him to his feet and guides him toward the door, Thomas still insisting that one more drink would be reasonable and appropriate. As the night deepens, some people leave while others settle in for the duration. The serious drinkers separate themselves from the social drinkers, their focus narrowing to the cup in front of them and the regular rhythm of lifting it, drinking, putting it down, and repeating. Beatrice watches them with the careful eye of someone who knows exactly when a customer has crossed from profitable to problematic. The conversation at your table has cycled through work complaints to family updates, to vague plans that will probably never materialise. Willem mentions he's thinking of looking for better work, maybe inland where the hours are more predictable. You've heard him say this before, and you'll probably hear him say it again in 6 months. But you nod sympathetically anyway. Everyone talks about getting out of dock work. Nobody actually does it. When you finally push back from the table, legs slightly unsteady, the world has taken on that softened quality that comes from several cups of ale on an empty stomach. The walk home requires concentration. The cobblestones seem determined to trip you, and the familiar streets look slightly different in the darkness. The harbour water reflects moonlight, turning the port into something almost magical. At least until you remember it's the same dirty water that smells like fish and worse. Your house, when you reach it, is dark except for a single candle in the window. Your wife has left it burning as a guide, a small gesture that fills you with more gratitude than several cups of ale probably warrant. You fumble with the door latch, trying to be quiet and failing completely, and make your way to bed, where sleep arrives quickly and without mercy. You've never owned a clock, but you don't need one. The tide tells time better than any mechanism of gears and springs ever could. You've learned to read its schedule in the water's voice, in the height of the waves against the dock pilings, and in the smell of exposed mud flats that marks low tide as surely as a bell marks the hour. This morning, or possibly early afternoon, the distinction matters less when your schedule follows water rather than sun. The tide is going out. You can hear it in the particular sucking sound the harbour makes as water retreats, pulling back to expose the posts that usually stay submerged. The whole port operates on this rhythm, every activity timed to match what the sea allows. Ships can only enter the harbour at high tide, when there's enough depth to clear the sandbar that lurks at the harbour mouth like a trap for unwary captains. You've watched ships attempt entry at low tide, seen them scrape bottom and stick fast, their crews forced to wait for the water's return while everyone on shore laughs at their impatience. The local pilots, who know every inch of the harbour bottom, charge extra for guiding ships in during marginal conditions. Unloading happens on the falling tide. The ships sit high enough that gangplanks can reach from deck to dock, and the work proceeds with urgency because everyone knows the window is limited. When the tide comes fully in, the ships rise too high, the angle becomes wrong, and unloading stops until the tide turns again. You've got maybe 4 hours to move whatever cargo needs moving before the water makes the decision for you. Your work today involves barrels, endless barrels of wine brought from France in a ship that smells like an enormous grape. Each barrel weighs as much as a small person and requires 2 men to manoeuvre it safely down the gangplank. You've developed a technique over the years, a particular way of gripping the rim and shifting your weight that makes the barrels roll rather than deadlifting their full weight. Your back still protests, but less violently than it would with poor technique. The copperage sits 50 yards from the dock, positioned precisely to minimise the distance barrels need to travel, while staying far enough from the water to avoid flooding. You and your partner, today it's a man named Peter who talks too much but works steadily, Roll each barrel along the dock, navigate the uneven cobblestones, and stack them in the copperage yard. The cooper checks each barrel, looking for damage, leaks, and suspicious bulges that might indicate the wine has gone bad. Between barrels, you can track the tide's progress by watching the waterline on the dock posts. Each post bears rings of discoloration marking different tide levels. Dark green algae near the top where high tide reaches, lighter rings below showing the gradual progression downward. Right now you're watching the water recede past the third ring, which means you've got about an hour left before the lowest point. Low tide transforms the harbour into a different landscape entirely. What was underwater becomes temporary land, or at least temporary mud. The mudflats stretch out, grey-brown and glistening, marked by the tracks of birds who know this is feeding time. Clams hide in the mud, along with worms and small crabs and other creatures that make their living in the space between sea and land. Children appear during low tide, armed with buckets and shovels, digging for clams and mussels. It's work disguised as play, or maybe play that produces useful results. Either way, the children take it seriously, competing to see who can gather the most, occasionally stealing from each other's buckets when they think no one's watching. Their parents will be glad of the free protein, even if they have to rinse sand out of the shellfish for longer than seems reasonable. The harbour master uses low tide to inspect dock foundations, checking for damage, replacing posts that have rotted, and assessing what repairs will be needed before winter storms arrive. He wades through ankle-deep water, occasionally plunging a pole down to check the depth of mud, making notes on a slate board that he wipes and rewrites throughout the day. Some workers specialise in the mud flats themselves, harvesting reeds that grow in the marshy areas and cutting them for use in thatching roofs or making baskets. They move with the confidence of people who know which mud is firm enough to walk on, and which will swallow your boot if you step wrong. You've seen newcomers attempt to cross the flats at low tide, watch them sink to their knees, and heard their curses as they try to extract themselves from mud that grips like it has personal feelings about letting go. The fishing boats that were out overnight return on the incoming tide, timing their arrival to ride the rising water into harbour. They sail in with the particular exhausted satisfaction of people who've worked through the night and are ready to be done. Their catches get unloaded immediately, the fish destined for the morning market even though morning is long past. Freshness is relative in the fish trade. Caught last night counts as fresh if you get it to market before it starts to smell. You finish the barrel work just as the tide begins to turn. You can see it in the water's behaviour, the way it slows its retreat, pauses, then starts moving in the other direction. It's not dramatic. There's no visible wave or sudden surge, but the change is unmistakable once you know what to watch for. The water starts filling in the areas it recently vacated, crawling up the dock posts ring by ring, reclaiming its territory. The rising tide brings different work. Ships that were too high now become accessible again as they settle into their proper height. Cargo that couldn't be loaded earlier can be loaded now. The whole port shifts its activities to match the water's new position. Everything's synchronised to a schedule that's been the same since humans first built docks and decided to argue with the sea about who controlled what. You eat your midday meal sitting on a barrel, watching the tide come in. Your food is bread and cheese, the cheese already soft from the heat of your pocket. The bread tastes like it was fresh yesterday, which means it's stale today but not yet truly old. You wash it down with beer from a skin that's seen better days, the leather starting to crack at the seams. Around you, the port hums with activity calibrated to the water's level. Cranes lift cargo from ships that are now at the correct height. Workers secure lines, adjust fenders, and shift goods around with the practiced efficiency of people who've done this 1,000 times. A ship preparing to depart waits patiently for high tide, knowing that attempting to cross the sandbar at the wrong moment means either sticking fast or tearing out the hull. The afternoon tide peaks around mid-afternoon, the water rising almost to the top of its range. The harbour looks full at high tide with all the exposed mud covered and the docks nearly level with the water's surface. It's the prettiest time when everything looks clean and the smell of mudflats is replaced by the relatively fresher smell of open water. Of course, fresher is relative. This is still harbour water, full of everything that gets thrown or falls or leaks into it, but at least the sewage is diluted. You work through the high tide period. loading a departing ship with bales of wool destined for some port you've never visited and probably never will. The wool is heavy and awkward, the bales bound with rough rope that tears at your hands. You've developed calluses on your calluses, but even they struggle with the particularly coarse hemp. The ship's captain supervises the loading, shouting corrections and adjustments in a voice that suggests he believes everyone but him is incompetent. He's probably right, or at least he's responsible for everything that goes wrong once his ship leaves port, so his paranoia is understandable. You've learned to nod and adjust and not take the shouting personally. Captains shout the way fish swim. It's just what they do. As the afternoon wears into evening, the tide begins its outward journey again. The cycle continues twice daily, as reliable as sunrise and considerably more important to your livelihood. You've seen the sun fail to appear through fog and clouds, but you've never seen the tide forget to turn. It's the one certainty in a life full of variables. The evening low tide brings the clam diggers back out, those who work multiple shifts extracting whatever they can from the exposed flats. The setting sun paints the mud flats orange and pink, making them look almost beautiful, though you know that up close they're just mud and smell like it. The birds that feed at low tide cry and circle, their calls mixing with the sounds of human work, all of it part of the harbour's eternal rhythm. You head home as the light fails, your day measured not in hours but in tides. 2 full cycles from low to high to low again, your work fitted into the windows the sea allowed. Tomorrow will be the same but shifted slightly, because the tides come 50 minutes later each day. A slow rotation that means you're never working quite the same schedule 2 days running. It should be confusing, but after years of living by tides, any other way of tracking time would feel stranger. Your house after sunset smells like fish soup and smoke and wet wool drying by the fire. Your wife has transformed the cod you brought home into something edible, through a process that involves more onions and herbs than seems strictly necessary. But the result is good enough that your children eat without complaining, which counts as success. The meal happens around the table, everyone crowded together on mismatched chairs, the youngest daughter perched on a stool because there aren't enough proper seats. Your oldest son, the one who's nearly grown, complains that his portion is smaller than his brother's, which leads to a detailed comparison of bowl sizes that reveals his complaint is baseless, but loudly defended anyway. Your wife settles the dispute by giving both boys slightly less soup, and keeping the difference for herself, which she claims is the mother's tax for having to listen to arguments about soup portions. Conversation during meals is chaotic and overlapping. Your middle daughter talks about something that happened at the market, though her story keeps getting derailed by unnecessary details about who was wearing what, and who said what to whom. Your youngest daughter contributes random observations about birds she saw, and games she played, none of it connected to anything else, just a stream of consciousness from someone who hasn't learned that conversation should have topics. Your wife asks about your day in the tone of someone who doesn't really want a detailed answer, but feels obligated to ask. You provide the abbreviated version. Cargo moved, ships unloaded, the usual work. She nods with the understanding of someone who's heard this answer many times before and will hear it many times again. In return, you ask about her day, and she describes the market prices and which neighbour is feuding with which other neighbour, and something complicated about someone's cousin getting married to someone inappropriate. You nod and make sounds of interest while understanding perhaps a third of the social dynamics she's explaining. After the meal, chores divide along familiar lines. The boys carry water from the well because they're strong enough to manage the heavy buckets. The girls clear the table and wash dishes because that's what girls do, or at least that's what your wife insists girls do, and you've learned not to involve yourself in these debates. You're assigned to check the shutters and make sure the fire is properly banked for the night. Tasks that require minimal skill, but someone has to do them. Your oldest son mentions that he's been offered work on a merchant ship, a position that would take him away for months at a time but pays better than dock work. Your wife's face does something complicated while trying to maintain a neutral expression. You can read the concern there. She's already imagining all the things that could go wrong at sea, which is fair because many things do go wrong at sea. But you're also thinking about the money, about how another income could mean a better house, or at least repairs to this one. You tell him you'll think about it, which is what you say when you need time to figure out what you actually think. The evening routine involves your wife's endless battle with mending. She sits by the fire with a basket of clothes that need patches or darning or buttons replaced, working through them with the steady persistence of someone who knows the work is never truly finished. Because clothes continue to wear out faster than they can be fixed. She's explained this futile cycle to you several times, usually while you're wearing a shirt that needs mending, which tends to undermine your ability to offer sympathy. Your younger children are supposed to be practicing their letters on slates, but what they're actually doing is drawing pictures and giggling about something. Education in your household is sporadic and largely self-directed, constrained by the fact that you can barely read yourself, and your wife isn't much better. You can manage to puzzle out simple texts and sign your name, which puts you ahead of many dock workers, but doesn't qualify you to teach proper reading and writing. The local church offers some schooling, but it costs money you don't always have, and besides, the children are needed for work more often than not. The fire creates shadows that dance on the walls, turning the familiar room into something slightly mysterious. Your youngest daughter claims she can see faces in the flames, which leads to a discussion about whether fire can have faces, which leads to your son explaining that fire isn't alive so it definitely can't have faces, which leads to an argument about whether you need to be alive to have a face. You let them work this out themselves while you attempt to read a pamphlet someone gave you about new regulations on imported goods. The reading goes slowly, your finger tracing under each word, occasionally asking your wife about words you can't decipher. Bedtime is less of an event and more of a gradual process. The younger children get sleepy first, their heads drooping while they insist they're not tired at all. Your wife herds them upstairs with promises that tomorrow will come faster if they just close their eyes now, which is technically true, but probably not the comfort she intends. The older children stay up later, the privilege of being nearly grown. Though, staying up mostly means sitting around looking bored because there's not much to do once it's dark except sit and be awake. Your wife tells a story before sleep, or tries to, because your youngest daughter keeps interrupting with questions that derail the narrative. The story is about a fisherman who caught a magical fish that granted wishes, a tale your wife has told many times with variations. Tonight the fish is golden instead of silver, and the fisherman has 3 wishes instead of 7. But the moral remains the same. Be careful what you wish for, because you'll probably get it wrong. Your children have heard this story enough times that they correct her when she deviates too far from the established version. Once the children are finally asleep, or at least pretending convincingly enough, you and your wife have a brief moment of quiet. She continues her mending. You sit and feel your body catalogue every complaint from the day's work. The fire burns low and neither of you moves to build it up. Fuel costs money, and you're both tired enough that bed sounds better than warmth anyway. She mentions that the neighbour's daughter is getting married, which leads to a complicated discussion about dowries and whether they're doing it properly, and what kind of life that girl can expect with the boy she's marrying. You contribute occasional grunts of agreement because your wife doesn't actually need you to participate in this conversation so much as witness it. She's thinking out loud, processing the social dynamics of your small community, and trying to understand the web of obligations and expectations that governs everything. You mention the possible ship job for your oldest son. She's silent for a moment, the needle pausing in its work. Then she says what you both know, that it's good money but dangerous, that he's old enough to make his own decisions but young enough to make stupid ones, that you can't protect him forever, but you're not ready to stop trying. You don't resolve anything, there's nothing to resolve yet, but at least you've said it out loud, making the worries concrete instead of leaving them as a vague anxiety. The house settles into its nighttime sounds. Upstairs someone turns over in bed, making the ropes creak. Outside, the harbour continues its work. You can hear voices calling back and forth between ships, the sound of footsteps on the docks, and a dog barking at something only it can see. The sea never sleeps, and neither does the port that serves it. When you finally head upstairs, your wife extinguishing the candles behind you, the day feels complete in a way that has nothing to do with accomplishment and everything to do with survival. Another day of work done, family fed, house still standing, children still alive. It's not much by grand standards, but by the standards of people who live by the sea and work with their backs, it's everything that matters. Your bed receives you with the same lumpy familiarity it always does. Your wife settles in beside you, and for a moment before sleep comes, you are aware of the simple comfort of another person's warmth, the shared life you've built in this tilting house by the harbour, the way your days follow the tides in your lives, follow patterns as old as the port itself. The sun sets into the harbour like it's been doing this all its life, turning the water into something resembling molten copper. The evening light does things to the port town that almost make you forget it's the same place that smells like fish guts and sewage during the day. Shadows stretch long across the docks, softening the rough edges of warehouses and masts, making everything look gentler than it deserves. You finish your last bit of work as the light fades, securing a line here, checking that cargo is properly covered there, and doing the small tasks that prevent tomorrow from starting with disasters. The wharfmaster walks the docks one final time, his lantern bobbing in the growing darkness, making sure everything is secured before night fully settles in. He's been doing this for 30 years, checking the same things in the same order, finding occasional problems that would have become major problems by morning. The evening brings a different population to the docks. The daytime workers head home while others emerge. Fishermen preparing for night fishing, ship's crews rotating watch, and various individuals whose business is better conducted in darkness. You don't ask about the latter. Port towns attract all sorts of commerce, some of it legal, some of it less legal, and most of it existing in a grey area that depends on who's asking and how much they're willing to pay to avoid asking too closely. Walking home, you pass through streets that are transforming as the light dies. Lanterns appear in windows, small points of illumination that create more shadows than they dispel. The taverns glow warmly, their doors opening and closing as workers seek the comfort of drink and company. Someone's cooking something that smells like roasted meat, and your stomach reminds you that fish soup for dinner, while adequate, wasn't particularly exciting. Your street is quieter than the commercial areas, settling into evening routines that revolve around families and homes rather than commerce. Smoke rises from chimneys as people build up their fires for the night. Children play in the last bit of light, their games having that frantic quality that comes from knowing they'll be called inside soon. A mother yells for her son, who pretends not to hear, which earns him a more emphatic summons that he can't pretend to ignore. Your own house has that warm glow that means your wife has already lit the candles and built up the fire. You can see your children moving around inside through the windows, shadows against the light. It's a simple sight, one you see every evening, but tonight you pause to appreciate it, the basic fact of having a home to return to, people who expect your return, and a fire that's been kept burning for your arrival. Inside, your wife has progressed beyond soup and has somehow produced bread pudding, which is ambitious given your typical supplies. You don't ask how she managed it. There are mysteries in household economy that you've learned not to probe too deeply. The pudding is heavy and sweet and tastes like raisins that might have had better days but are still perfectly adequate when mixed with enough honey. The evening stretches out without urgency. Your oldest son sits by the window, supposedly reading, but probably just thinking about that ship job and whatever fantasies he has about life at sea. Your daughters have discovered that the cat is willing to tolerate being dressed in doll clothes, at least until it isn't, which happens suddenly and with impressive use of claws. Your middle son works on some carving project, creating wood shavings that will need sweeping up later, absorbed in the particular focus that children bring to projects they've chosen themselves. Your wife settles into her chair with a cup of something hot. Probably not tea, because tea is expensive. More likely some herbal mixture she's decided has beneficial properties. She sips it slowly, staring into the fire with the expression of someone whose mind is elsewhere, working through whatever calculations and worries occupy her thoughts. You've learned not to interrupt this thinking time. She'll share what she needs to share when she's ready. The fire burns steadily, its light creating a circle of warmth and visibility in the gathering darkness. Beyond that circle, the corners of the room fade into shadow and you're content to let them. There's something comforting about having the world reduced to this manageable size. Just this room, this fire, these people. Outside, the harbour continues its eternal rhythm. You can hear water lapping against the docks, that gentle, repetitive sound that's so constant, you usually don't notice it until you're sitting still enough to pay attention. Occasionally a voice carries across the water, someone calling instructions or greetings. A bell rings somewhere. marking some nautical hour that has meaning to sailors but is just sound to you. Your youngest daughter climbs into your lap, which is becoming more difficult as she grows, but which she still insists on doing. She smells like whatever she got into today, probably the garden, possibly the neighbour's chickens, definitely something that needs washing but won't get washed until tomorrow. She asks you to tell her about the big fish, which is her way of requesting the same story you've told her 50 times, about the time you saw a whale breach in the harbour mouth. You tell the story again, embellishing the parts you've embellished before, the whale growing slightly larger with each retelling until it's probably twice the size of the actual creature. She listens with the satisfaction of hearing a familiar tale, occasionally correcting your details when you deviate too far from the established narrative. When you finish, she immediately asks if you've ever seen a bigger fish than that, which leads to speculation about what might live in the deep ocean, which leads to her being convinced there are definitely sea monsters. Your wife interrupts before the sea monster discussion can escalate into nightmares. She herds the children toward the stairs with gentle insistence, beginning the long process of getting everyone to bed. Your oldest son doesn't need herding, but goes anyway, probably glad for the excuse to escape family time and return to whatever thoughts occupy his almost adult mind. You remain by the fire, adding another log because the night is growing cold, and you're not quite ready to surrender warmth for sleep. The wood catches slowly, flames licking up the sides before fully committing to burning. You watch this with the attention of someone who's tired enough that even fire becomes interesting. The house quiets as children settle into sleep. The creaking and thumping from upstairs gradually diminishes until there's only the house's own sounds, the timbers settling, the wind finding gaps in the walls, and the fire popping occasionally when pockets of sap heat and burst. These sounds are so familiar they are almost silence, the white noise of home. Your wife returns, having achieved the minor miracle of getting everyone in bed without major drama. She settles back into her chair with a sigh that contains a full day's worth of tiredness. For a while, neither of you speaks. There's nothing that needs saying, and you're both too tired for unnecessary conversation. The fire burns. The darkness beyond the windows is complete now, the harbour invisible except for occasional lanterns moving on distant ships. She mentions that the roof is definitely leaking worse than before, and that the leak in the corner has expanded to include the area near the window. You acknowledge this with the resignation of someone who knows roof repairs cost money you don't have. She suggests maybe asking your brother-in-law, who supposedly knows about roofs, though you both know this is unlikely to result in actual repairs, and very likely to result in advice you don't want about other things wrong with your house. You discuss quietly the possibility of your oldest son taking that ship job. The conversation is careful, both of you testing the edges of your feelings about it without committing to positions. She worries about storms and pirates and all the things that can go wrong at sea. You worry about the same things, but also think about the money, about what it could mean for the family. Neither of you wants to make this decision, but it's probably not your decision to make anyway. The boy's nearly grown, and grown men make their own choices. The fire burns lower, and you should probably bank it for the night. But moving requires energy you're not sure you have. Your wife seems to be thinking the same thing, both of you sitting there aware that you should go to bed but lacking the motivation to actually do it. These moments of quiet between tasks are rare enough that you're reluctant to end them. Eventually necessity overcomes inertia. You tend to the fire, arranging logs and ash to keep some heat through the night without burning too much fuel. Your wife checks the door is barred and the shutters secured and performs all the small rituals that separate day from night. You follow her upstairs, each step reminding you of muscles that were worked hard today and will be worked hard again tomorrow. The bedroom is cold despite the lingering warmth from downstairs. You undress quickly, clothes folded and left on the chest because hanging them up is more effort than seems worthwhile. The bed is cold until you've been in it for a few minutes, and then it becomes merely cool, and then finally warm enough that you can relax. Your wife settles in beside you, and for a moment you're both awake in the darkness, listening to the house around you, the harbour beyond, and the whole port town settling into its nighttime rhythm. Tomorrow will be much like today. The tides will turn, ships will need unloading, and the market will sell fish and bread and all the other necessities of life. Your children will grow slightly older, your back will hurt slightly more, and the roof will leak exactly as much as it leaks now until you eventually do something about it. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight, you're warm and horizontal and your family is safe under your roof, leaky though that roof may be. The sea murmurs in the background, eternal and endless. The sound that's been the backdrop to your life since you were born in this port town and will be the backdrop until you die here. It's not a bad sound to fall asleep to. Constant, rhythmic, almost like breathing if breathing were larger and wetter and involved moving several million tons of water twice a day. Sleep comes gradually, consciousness fading like the tide going out, and your last thought before it takes you is something about tomorrow's work. Though by morning you won't remember what that thought was, only that you had it, and it seemed important at the time, and now it's gone like everything else into the gentle darkness of sleep and sea and home. You're sitting outside a cave entrance in what will one day be called France, but that name won't exist for another 30,000 years. The year is approximately 35,000 BCE, and you've just finished a meal of roasted ibex. The fire crackles beside you, sending occasional sparks upward into the darkness, and as your eyes follow those brief orange embers, they continue travelling until they meet something far more permanent. Stars. Not just a handful of stars, but thousands upon thousands of them, spread across the sky in a brilliance that would make any modern city dweller weep with disbelief. There's no light pollution here, no glow of distant towns or passing cars. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a river of cream poured across black stone, so bright you could almost read by it if reading were something you knew how to do. But you don't need reading. Your mind is already doing something far more fundamental. It's finding patterns. This isn't a conscious decision. Your brain, like every human brain that will follow yours through the millennia, is a pattern recognition machine. It's what keeps you alive. That rustle in the grass might be wind, or it might be a cave lion. That particular arrangement of broken branches might mean another human passed this way, or it might mean nothing at all. Your survival depends on sorting signal from noise, and you've gotten remarkably good at it. So when you look at the stars, your brain does what it does best. It connects dots. That cluster over there looks somewhat like the ibex you hunted earlier. See how those stars form the curve of horns? And that group to the east resembles the bear you saw last spring, though you'd never get close enough to one to confirm the details. You don't have names for these patterns yet, at least not names that will survive, but you recognize them. Night after night they're there, in the same positions relative to each other. This is remarkable, actually. Almost everything else in your world changes. The seasons shift. Animals migrate. Rivers flood and recede. Trees grow and fall. Even the moon transforms its face across each month, swelling from a sliver to a bright circle and back again. But these stars, these particular arrangements, they are constant. Or mostly constant, anyway. You've noticed they do move across the sky each night, wheeling from east to west, but they maintain their relationships to each other. The ibex stars stay ibex-shaped. The bear stars remain bear-like. You don't know it yet, but you've just made one of the most important discoveries in human history. You've found something reliable in an unreliable world. Over the following nights and months, you notice more. Those same star patterns appear in the east each evening and travel westward, eventually disappearing below the western horizon. If you stay awake long enough, and sometimes you do, whether by choice or because something has spooked the group and everyone's remaining alert, you see new patterns rise in the east to replace them. It's like watching a very slow parade, except this parade repeats itself with extraordinary precision. You begin to anticipate. You know that when certain stars appear just above the eastern horizon at dusk, the weather will soon turn colder. You've seen this correlation enough times that it's no longer a coincidence. When other stars dominate the night sky, the herds will be moving through the valley, and hunting will be good. This knowledge gets shared. Around fires, under those same stars, you and others discuss these observations. The sharing isn't formal education as future civilizations will understand it. There are no schools, no books, and no formal teachers, but knowledge passes anyway, through conversation and demonstration, through the simple act of pointing upward and helping others see what you see. A young member of your group, perhaps 10 or 11 years old, sits beside you one night. You point out the patterns you know, tracing invisible lines between stars with your finger. The child's eyes follow your hand, and you can see the moment of recognition, that same spark of understanding that lit your own mind years ago. The patterns aren't random, they mean something, they can be learned. Neither of you realizes it, but you're creating something that will outlast both your lives, both your descendants, and both your entire lineages stretching forward 10,000 years. You're creating tradition. You're building the foundation of astronomy. The stars wheel overhead, indifferent to your newfound attention. They've been there for billions of years before you, and they'll remain for billions more after you're gone. But in this moment, in the simple act of watching and wondering, you've joined a project that your species will continue for as long as it exists. You've started asking the question that will echo through every civilization that follows. What are those lights, and what do they mean? It's approximately 15,000 BCE now, and you're standing in what will eventually be known as Germany, watching the moon rise over a landscape of ice and scattered pine. The glaciers have been retreating for generations, but winter still brings a cold that can kill the unwary. You've survived 23 of these winters, which makes you remarkably old by the standards of your time, and you've learned something that younger people often miss. The sky keeps time. Not just any time, the perfect time. You discovered this gradually, the way most important things are discovered. One year, you noticed that the moon went through exactly 12 complete cycles, from new to full and back to new again before the seasons completed their circuit. Well, almost 12. It was actually a bit more than 12, but close enough that you could use it as a rough calendar. When the moon had cycled through its phases 12 times, you could expect the warm season to arrive soon. When it cycled through another 12, the cold would return. This was useful, but the moon alone wasn't quite reliable enough. Some years, counting 12 moons brought you to the season change right on schedule. Other years, you'd be off by several weeks. It was frustrating, like trying to catch fish with a net that had inconsistent holes. But then you paid attention to the stars, specifically to which stars were visible just before dawn. You noticed that certain stars would appear on the eastern horizon just before the sun rose, and this appearance correlated even better with the seasons than the moon did. When you could see a particular bright star rising just before daybreak, you knew with certainty that the herds would arrive within days. When another star made its first pre-dawn appearance, you could prepare for the cold. You didn't know the physics behind this. You didn't know that Earth orbits the Sun, or that the stars' apparent positions shift gradually throughout the year because of this orbital motion. You didn't need to know the mechanism. You just needed to know it worked, and it did, with a reliability that bordered on the miraculous. Other patterns emerged as you watched. The moon's position against the background stars changed nightly, moving eastward through the same star patterns that the sun seemed to travel through during the year. The moon completed its journey through these patterns in about 29 days, one complete cycle from new moon to new moon. This realization helped you understand why the 12 lunar months didn't quite match up with the seasonal year. The moon and the sun were travelling along the same path through the stars, but at different speeds. You began marking these observations. On bones and antlers, you carved notches, not random decorations, but deliberate counts. 29 notches for a lunar month, 12 sets of these for a year, with additional marks to track the discrepancy. These weren't idle doodlings passed around a fire. They were data. They were records. They were humanity's first spreadsheets, carved into whatever material was hard enough to last. The precision of these records is startling. Modern archaeologists examining Ice Age artifacts have found counting systems that tracked lunar phases with remarkable accuracy. You weren't primitive in your thinking. You were sophisticated observers using the tools available to you. The fact that you lacked telescopes or mathematical notation didn't make you less intelligent. It made you more impressive, actually, because you figured out so much with so little. This timekeeping had immediate practical value. Knowing when seasons would change meant knowing when to move camp, when to hunt specific animals, and when to gather particular plants. A group that could predict these changes had significant advantages over a group that reacted to them as they occurred. You could prepare, you could plan, you could survive when others might not. But something else was happening too, something harder to quantify. By tracking time, you were developing a new relationship with the future. Instead of living entirely in the present moment, reacting to whatever each day brought, you were beginning to anticipate. You were building mental models of how the world worked, models that extended beyond immediate sensory experience. You were, in a real sense, beginning to think abstractly. The night sky became your most reliable reference. The ground beneath your feet changed with floods and fires and the slow grinding of glaciers. The plants and animals around you migrated and evolved. Even the climate shifted across generations. But those stars, those patterns in the sky, remained constant enough to build your life around. They were the one fixed reference in a fluid world. You didn't worship the stars exactly, though that would come later for other cultures. Your relationship with them was more practical than spiritual at this point. They were tools. They were the most accurate calendar you had, the most reliable clock and the best map for predicting the future. They were quite literally your guide to survival. As you stand there watching the moon rise, you feel a satisfaction that transcends mere utility. There's something deeply pleasing about understanding how the sky works, about being able to predict what will appear where and when. You've turned mystery into knowledge and chaos into pattern. You've looked at the universe and found it comprehensible. The stars continue their ancient dance, and you continue your watch, adding another night's observations to a lifetime of accumulated knowledge. You don't know that people will still be doing this same thing 15,000 years from now, using tools you can't imagine to ask questions you'd never think to pose. But you'd probably appreciate the continuity. You've started something, after all. You've begun the long project of mapping the heavens, and that project has barely begun. You're standing on a ziggurat in ancient Babylon, and the year is approximately 1700 BCE. The structure beneath your feet rises in massive tiers above the Euphrates River valley, each level smaller than the one below, creating a stepped pyramid that serves as both temple and observatory. The air's warm, it's almost always warm here, and the sounds of the city have faded with the sunset. Now there's just you, the night, and your duty. You are a priest astronomer, which in this civilization means you're one of the most powerful people in the kingdom. Kings consult you before making important decisions. Farmers depend on your calculations to know when to plant. The entire empire runs according to calendars you and your colleagues maintain. This isn't symbolic power. This is real authority derived from real knowledge, and that knowledge comes from the sky. Your people have been watching the heavens systematically for centuries, keeping records that span generations. These aren't casual observations noted when someone happens to remember. This is rigorous, continuous monitoring, with each night sky carefully recorded on clay tablets that fill entire libraries. You've inherited these records, and you add to them nightly, continuing a scientific tradition that will outlast your civilization itself. Tonight, you're tracking Venus. The evening star, you call it, though you've noticed it also appears as the morning star at different times of year. What you don't yet realise is that these are the same object, a planet closer to the Sun than Earth, though the concept of planets as worlds rather than wandering stars is still centuries away. What you do know is that Venus follows a complex pattern through the sky, appearing and disappearing with a regularity you've learned to predict. This predictability is everything in a world where so much is uncertain, where crops might fail, where diseases strike without warning, where enemies could attack at any time. The sky offers constancy. The fact that you can predict celestial events gives you a kind of power over chaos itself. When you announce that Venus will disappear from the evening sky in 5 days and reappear as the morning star in 83 days, and then it happens exactly as you've said, you're demonstrating mastery over the cosmos itself. Or at least that's how it appears to those who don't understand your methods. But you understand your methods and they're not magic, they're mathematics. Your civilization has developed sophisticated arithmetic, including a base 60 counting system that will eventually give the world 60-second minutes and 60-minute hours. You use this mathematics to track celestial cycles, calculating the relationships between different astronomical periods with impressive precision. The moon has been especially well studied. Your predecessors discovered the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 18 years and 11 days, after which eclipses repeat in almost identical patterns. This means that if you record every eclipse for 18 years, you can predict eclipses for the next 18 years and the 18 after that. It's not perfect, small variations accumulate over time, but it's remarkably accurate, and it makes you appear almost prophetic to those who don't know the mathematics behind your predictions. You've also been tracking the 5 visible planets, though you don't call them that yet. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn wander among the fixed stars, each following its own complex path. Mercury never strays far from the Sun, appearing briefly after sunset or before sunrise. Venus makes its more dramatic appearances, becoming the brightest object in the sky besides the Sun and Moon. Mars occasionally seems to move backward, a phenomenon called retrograde motion that will puzzle astronomers for centuries. Jupiter and Saturn move more slowly, taking years to complete their journeys through the stars. These observations have practical applications. Your calendar, based on lunar months but adjusted to keep pace with the solar year, requires constant monitoring to remain accurate. You add extra months when necessary, a practice called intercalation, to prevent the calendar from drifting away from the seasons. This ensures that religious festivals occur at the appropriate times of year, that farmers plant at the optimal moment, and that the entire civilization stays synchronized with natural cycles. But there's more than practicality at work here. You've begun to see patterns within patterns, relationships between celestial events that suggest the universe operates according to comprehensible rules. When you calculate that Mars will appear in a certain position relative to certain stars on a certain date, and then it happens, you're not just predicting the future, you're glimpsing the underlying order of creation itself. Your culture has woven the sky into every aspect of life. The zodiac, those 12 patterns of stars through which the sun appears to travel during the year, has become a framework for understanding time and fate. Each month belongs to a different zodiac sign, and the position of planets within these signs is believed to influence earthly events. This is the beginning of astrology, which will later diverge from astronomy, but which, in your time, is inseparable from it. Both are attempts to find meaning in the sky, to understand how celestial patterns relate to terrestrial existence. You don't see a conflict between the spiritual and the mathematical. For you, calculating the precise moment of a lunar eclipse and believing that eclipse carries divine significance are complementary activities. The mathematics proves the divine order. The predictability of the heavens demonstrates that the universe is not chaotic, but rather follows laws established by the gods. Your calculations are, in a sense, a way of reading the gods' intentions. As the night deepens, you record your observations on a fresh clay tablet, pressing wedge-shaped marks into the soft surface with your reed stylus. Centuries from now, archaeologists will unearth tablets like this and marvel at their accuracy. They'll recognize genuine astronomical data recorded with scientific precision. They'll see that your civilization understood far more about celestial mechanics than history often credits you with knowing. But for now, you're simply doing your job. You're watching, recording, calculating, and slowly building a body of knowledge that will influence every civilization that follows. When Greek astronomers later develop their models of the cosmos, they'll build on Babylonian observations. When Islamic scholars preserve and expand astronomical knowledge during Europe's Dark Ages, they'll reference Babylonian mathematics. When modern astronomy finally emerges, it will carry forward traditions that began on ziggurats like the one beneath your feet. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars that Ice Age hunters watched. But you're seeing them differently now. You're measuring them, calculating their movements, and finding mathematical relationships in their patterns. You've transformed them from mysterious lights into data points in an increasingly sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. You've turned wonder into science, though you don't use that word yet. Above you the Milky Way glows, and somewhere within it, though you'll never know this, the light of your own sun is just one star among billions. But on this night, in this moment, you're doing the work that will eventually reveal even that humbling truth. You're watching, recording, and thinking, activities that will prove to be among humanity's most powerful tools for understanding the universe. You're standing on the deck of a Polynesian voyaging canoe, and the year is approximately 800 CE. The nearest land is 3 days behind you, and the nearest land ahead is perhaps 5 days away, though you won't know for certain until you see it. Around you the Pacific Ocean extends to every horizon, an expanse of water so vast that all the world's land could fit within it with room to spare, and you have no instruments, no compass, no sextant, and no GPS. You have something better. You have the stars, and you know how to read them. Your canoe is magnificent, 60 feet of a hull carved from breadfruit trees, with 2 hulls joined by a platform that provides stability in rough seas. The sail is woven from pandanus leaves, and it catches the trade winds that will carry you across hundreds of miles of open ocean. You're travelling with 30 other people, carrying plants and animals to establish on a new island, assuming you find it. This isn't exploration for exploration's sake. This is colonization, migration, the deliberate expansion of your people across a vast ocean. And you're navigating by methods that would seem impossible to many other cultures. You have no written charts. You've never written down any directions or drawn any maps. Everything you know about navigation, every technique, every star path, every wave pattern, exists in your memory and in the memories of the navigators who taught you. This knowledge was passed down orally, demonstrated at sea, and practiced until it became intuitive. What looks like magic to outsiders is actually a sophisticated science, based on careful observation of natural phenomena. The stars are your primary tools. Before departing, you memorize star paths, specific stars that rise and set at consistent points on the horizon, creating paths across the sky that correspond to directions across the ocean. When you want to sail toward your destination island, you identify the appropriate star path and keep your canoe aligned with it. As each star rises in the east, travels across the sky, and sets in the west, you use it to maintain your course. When one star becomes too high to use effectively, you switch to the next star in the sequence. This continues all night, every night, for as many nights as the journey requires. During the day you have the sun, which rises and sets at predictable points depending on the season. You also have the swells, long-period waves generated by distant storms that travel across the ocean in consistent directions. You can feel these swells through the hull and sense their direction even when surface waves obscure them. By combining sun position with swell direction, you maintain your course during daylight hours, but the stars provide the most reliable guidance. You know dozens of stars by name, understand their rising and setting points, and can estimate your latitude by observing which stars pass directly overhead. The North Star, Polaris, is too far north to be useful in most of the Pacific, but other stars serve similar functions. The Southern Cross points south. Arcturus, which you call Hokulea, passes nearly overhead at Hawaii's latitude. When Hokulea is directly above you, you know you're at the correct latitude to find those islands. You've also memorized reference islands, small atolls and islands that lie between your starting point and destination. Even if you don't plan to stop at these references, knowing their positions helps you navigate. If you spot one of them, you can adjust your course accordingly. If you don't spot one you expected to see, you know you've drifted and can calculate the correction needed. The sophistication of this system is staggering. You're essentially maintaining dead reckoning across hundreds or thousands of miles of featureless ocean, updating your position constantly based on every available cue. You watch for clouds that form over distant islands, invisible below the horizon but revealed by the clouds they generate. You observe seabirds and know which species fly far from land and which stay close to shore. You note the colour of the water, the type of floating debris, and the temperature changes that indicate different currents. On clear nights, the navigation is almost relaxing. The stars are bright and obvious. The moon provides additional light and you can see the horizon clearly. But tonight clouds obscure much of the sky. This would panic a less experienced navigator, but you've sailed through worse conditions. You find gaps in the clouds, catch glimpses of familiar stars, and use those brief views to maintain your course. When stars aren't visible at all, you rely on the swells, on the wind's direction, and on subtle signs that others might miss entirely. Your people have been making journeys like this for over 1,000 years, spreading across the Pacific in waves of migration that populated islands from Hawaii to New Zealand to Easter Island. This represents one of humanity's greatest navigational achievements, settling thousands of islands scattered across the world's largest ocean, using nothing but observation, memory, and skill. Cultures with metal tools and written languages couldn't match what your people accomplished with wooden canoes and oral knowledge. The key was the stars' reliability. On an ocean without landmarks, where currents can push you off course, and winds can shift unpredictably, the stars remained constant. They appeared in the same positions, followed the same paths, and maintained their same relationships to each other. This celestial constancy provided the reference frame you needed to navigate terrestrial uncertainty. Your navigation is astronomy in its most practical form. You don't care about the physical nature of stars. Whether they're distant suns or lights on a celestial sphere makes no difference to your work. What matters is their positions, their movements, and their usefulness as guides. You've developed an applied science of astronomy focused entirely on what works rather than why it works. Your theories about the cosmos might strike later astronomers as primitive, but your practical knowledge of celestial navigation is extraordinarily sophisticated. As dawn approaches, you spot something on the horizon, a cloud with a greenish tint at its base, reflecting vegetation on an island below. It's the reference atoll you expected to see, right where it should be. Your navigation has been accurate. You adjust your course slightly, compensating for the current that pushed you marginally east during the night, and continue toward your destination. Around you, people are waking, preparing food and tending to the plants and animals you're transporting. Children play on the platform between the hulls, too young to understand the precision required to find a tiny island in an enormous ocean. They'll learn, though. Some of them will become navigators themselves, memorizing the same star paths learning to read the same subtle signs, and continuing traditions that stretch back through more generations than anyone can count. The sun rises and the stars fade. Your nighttime navigation tools disappear, but you've already noted your position and set your daytime course. In a few days, if your calculations remain accurate, you'll sight your destination. A new island to settle, a new home for your people, found by following lights in the sky across an ocean that covers nearly a third of the planet. The stars didn't care about your journey. They would have shone just as brightly whether you were there to see them or not. But by learning to read them, by understanding their movements with enough precision to stake your life on that understanding, you've transformed them from merely beautiful lights into the most reliable tools humanity has ever found for exploring the world. You've proven that careful observation and rigorous mental training can overcome seemingly impossible challenges. You've shown that the sky is more than something to wonder at. It's something to use, to rely on, and to trust with your survival. And in doing so, you've continued the project begun by those Ice Age observers. The long, patient work of understanding what those lights are and what they can tell us about the world we inhabit. You're standing in the Library of Alexandria, and the year is approximately 200 BCE. The room around you contains hundreds of thousands of scrolls, the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world gathered from every culture the Hellenistic Empire has touched. But right now, you're not interested in poetry or philosophy. You're focused on a particular scroll that contains astronomical observations from Babylon, and you're trying to reconcile those observations with a new geometric model of the cosmos. You are, in the terminology of your time, a mathematician and natural philosopher, though later ages will call you an astronomer. Your name might be remembered. Perhaps you're Aristarchus or Eratosthenes or Hipparchus. Or it might be forgotten, lost among the thousands of scholars who worked in Alexandria during its golden age. But whether or not your individual name survives, the work you're doing will change humanity's relationship with the sky forever. You're not just observing the heavens anymore, you're measuring them. This represents a fundamental shift in approach. Earlier civilizations watched the sky and recorded what they saw, identifying patterns and using those patterns for practical purposes. You're doing something different. You're asking quantitative questions and demanding numerical answers. Not just where does the sun appear to move, but how large is the sun? Not just do the stars move, but how far away are they? Your culture has advantages that earlier observers lacked. Greek mathematics has developed geometric tools powerful enough to model celestial mechanics. Your understanding of circles, angles, and ratios allows you to make calculations that would have been impossible for the Babylonians despite their sophisticated arithmetic. You also have access to centuries of Babylonian observations, giving you data spanning longer periods than any single lifetime could provide. Consider Eratosthenes' famous calculation of Earth's circumference, performed right here in Alexandria roughly 50 years ago. He noticed that at noon, on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in Syene, casting no shadow, while in Alexandria it cast a shadow corresponding to an angle of approximately 7 degrees. By measuring the distance between these cities and using basic geometry, he calculated Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. This wasn't just clever, it was revolutionary. He'd measured the size of the entire planet using nothing but shadows, angles, and reasoning. You're attempting something similarly audacious, calculating the distance to the moon. You know that during a lunar eclipse, Earth's shadow falls on the moon, and by carefully measuring the shadow's size relative to the moon's diameter, you can determine the ratio of distances. The mathematics is tricky. You need precise observations of eclipses, careful measurements of angles, and sophisticated geometric reasoning. But it's doable, and when you finish, you'll have a number. The moon is approximately 60 Earth radii away. This is astonishing accuracy for observations made with naked eyes and simple measuring tools. You have no telescopes, no precision instruments, just calibrated sticks and circles divided into degrees. Yet you're determining cosmic distances, measuring the unmeasurable, pulling numbers from what had been pure mystery. Other scholars in Alexandria are tackling different questions. Aristarchus has proposed something radical. Perhaps Earth orbits the Sun rather than the reverse. His geometric arguments are compelling. If Earth circles the Sun, it explains certain observations about planetary motions more elegantly than the traditional model. But his idea faces resistance. If Earth moves, shouldn't we feel it? Shouldn't the stars shift position as Earth travels around its orbit? The lack of observable stellar parallax, the apparent shift in star positions caused by Earth's motion, seems to argue against a moving Earth. What Aristarchus doesn't know is that he's right, but the stars are far more distant than anyone imagines. The parallax exists, but it's too small to detect without telescopes. His correct theory will be largely forgotten, buried under the weight of common sense that insists the solid ground beneath our feet must be stationary. Truth sometimes loses to intuition, at least temporarily. You're also working on cataloguing stars with unprecedented precision. Your predecessor Hipparchus created a star catalogue that listed roughly 1,000 stars, noting their positions and relative brightnesses. You're expanding this work, adding more stars, refining the measurements, and developing a magnitude system to classify brightness. This might seem like mere bookkeeping, but it's crucial. To understand how the heavens change, you first need to know their normal state. Only with precise catalogues can you detect phenomena like novae, new stars that appear where none existed before, or track subtle changes in planetary positions. The geometric models you're developing represent humanity's first serious attempts at explaining celestial mechanics. You describe the cosmos as a series of nested spheres, each carrying different celestial objects all rotating around Earth at the centre. It's wrong in most details, but the approach is sound. Create a mathematical model, test it against observations, and refine it when discrepancies appear. This is science, even if the specific conclusions will later be overturned. You're particularly interested in planetary motion. The 5 visible planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, wander among the stars in ways that simple circular motion can't explain. Mars occasionally appears to stop, move backward, then resume its normal direction. How can this be if planets move on simple circles? Your solution involves epicycles, small circles whose centres travel along larger circles. A planet moves along its epicycle while the epicycle's centre moves along a larger circle around Earth. With the right combination of circles moving at the right speeds, you can match observed planetary motions quite well. The model is complicated, requiring multiple epicycles for some planets, but it works. It predicts where planets will appear in the sky months or years in advance. This model will dominate astronomy for over 1,000 years, not because people are stubborn or ignorant, but because it's genuinely useful. It predicts celestial phenomena accurately enough for navigation, calendar making, and other practical purposes. The fact that it's based on incorrect assumptions about Earth centrality doesn't matter for prediction. A wrong model that works is more useful than no model at all. But something else is happening in your work that transcends any specific model or measurement. You're establishing the principle that the universe operates according to mathematical laws discoverable through reason and observation. The heavens aren't merely mysterious or divine, they're comprehensible. They follow rules. Those rules can be written down, calculated, and predicted. This idea, more than any particular discovery, is your culture's greatest contribution to astronomy. As evening falls and you finally leave the library, you walk out into the Mediterranean night. The stars are emerging. the same stars that Ice Age hunters watched, that Babylonian priests tracked, and that Polynesian navigators followed. But you see them differently now. You don't just observe them, you measure them. You don't merely note their patterns, you create mathematical models to explain those patterns. You've transformed them from objects of wonder into objects of study. The transformation isn't complete, of course. Many of your measurements are rough, many of your models are wrong, and many questions remain unanswerable with your current tools. But you've established something crucial. The project of understanding the cosmos through mathematics and systematic observation. You've shown that human reason can grapple with celestial phenomena, that the apparently unreachable can be measured, and that mysteries can become mathematics. Somewhere in your calculations and models, buried in geometric diagrams and numerical tables, lie the seeds of revelations that won't flower for centuries. Your work on stellar positions will eventually prove Earth moves. Your geometric techniques will help demonstrate the vast scale of the cosmos. Your insistence that observation must match theory will become the foundation of the scientific method. But tonight, you're simply satisfied to have added a few more measurements to humanity's growing understanding of the heavens. The stars shine on, indifferent to your calculations, but you've measured their positions with unprecedented precision. You've turned skyward mystery into earthly mathematics. You've continued the long journey from wonder to understanding, and that journey is far from over. You're on a rooftop in Padua, Italy, and the year is 1609. In your hands you hold an instrument that will change human understanding of the cosmos more profoundly than anything since the invention of mathematics itself. It's a tube roughly 3 feet long, fitted with carefully ground lenses at each end, capable of magnifying distant objects approximately 20 times. You call it a telescope, from Greek roots meaning far-seeing, and tonight you're about to turn it toward the sky for perhaps the 100th time, each session revealing something new that contradicts centuries of accepted truth. The device itself is barely a year old, at least in its current form. Dutch spectacle makers discovered that certain combinations of lenses could magnify distant objects, and when you heard about this, you immediately recognized its potential. You've spent months grinding lenses, testing configurations, and improving the design until you achieved magnifications far beyond what the Dutch achieved. Where they saw a novelty, you saw a revolution. Your colleagues at the University of Padua were initially skeptical. Some refused to even look through the device, insisting that anything seen through glass lenses must be an artifact or illusion rather than reality. Others looked but dismissed what they saw, unable to reconcile observations with their understanding of how the cosmos should work. But you've persisted, and your observations have become increasingly difficult to dismiss. Tonight, you're focusing on Jupiter. You've been watching this planet for weeks now, and what you've discovered is staggering. Jupiter has moons, at least 4 of them, visible as tiny points of light arranged in a line extending from the planet's bright disk. Night by night, you've watched these moons change position, orbiting Jupiter exactly as the moon orbits Earth. This is revolutionary because it proves that not everything in the heavens orbits Earth. Here is a celestial body with its own satellites, a miniature planetary system that demolishes the Earth-centered cosmos, accepted since ancient times. You've been keeping detailed records, sketching Jupiter's moons in different positions each night, and calculating their orbital periods. The innermost moon completes its orbit in roughly 42 hours. The outermost takes about 16 days. The precision of their movements is beautiful. They're following the same mathematical laws that govern the moon's orbit around Earth, suggesting universal principles rather than special cases. But Jupiter's moons aren't your only discovery. The moon, Earth's moon, has been equally revelatory. Through your telescope, the smooth, perfect sphere described by ancient philosophers transforms into a rough, mountainous world. You see craters, valleys, and towering peaks that cast long shadows across lunar plains. You've even measured the height of some mountains by calculating shadow lengths, finding peaks that rival Earth's highest summits. The moon isn't a perfect celestial object made of quintessence, as Aristotle claimed. It's a world as physical and irregular as Earth itself. Venus has provided more evidence against Earth-centered models. Through your telescope, you've observed that Venus goes through phases like the moon, sometimes appearing as a crescent, sometimes as a gibbous shape, and sometimes nearly full. This only makes sense if Venus orbits the Sun, passing between us and the Sun when it appears as a crescent and moving beyond the Sun when it appears full. In an Earth-centered system where Venus orbits between Earth and the Sun, it should only ever appear as a crescent. The phases of Venus are direct evidence for a Sun-centered solar system. You've also been observing the Sun itself using projection methods to avoid damaging your eyes. The Sun, supposedly the most perfect celestial object, is marked with spots, dark blemishes that appear, change shape, and disappear over days or weeks. By tracking these spots, you've determined that the Sun rotates, completing one revolution approximately every 27 days. This rotation, combined with the imperfect nature of sunspots, further demolishes the idea of celestial perfection. The Milky Way has revealed its secret. To the naked eye, it appears as a hazy band of light across the sky. Through your telescope, it resolves into thousands upon thousands of individual stars, too distant and numerous to see separately without magnification. This suggests the universe contains far more stars than anyone imagined. Not the few thousand visible to the naked eye, but potentially millions or billions, extending far beyond what earlier astronomers thought possible. Each of these observations contradicts established doctrine. The Church's cosmology, based on Aristotle and Ptolemy, places Earth at the centre of a small, ordered universe with perfect celestial bodies moving on perfect circles. Your observations suggest a vastly larger universe with imperfect celestial bodies where Earth is not central. You're not trying to challenge religious authority, you're simply reporting what you see, but the implications are impossible to ignore. The resistance you face isn't entirely unreasonable. Your telescope is new technology, and its reliability isn't yet proven. How can anyone be certain that what appears in the telescope truly represents reality, rather than optical illusions created by lenses? Your response is pragmatic. The telescope accurately shows distant terrestrial objects, ships that are below the horizon, and buildings in distant cities. If it works reliably for earthly observations, why should celestial observations be different? You're also making your findings public, publishing your observations in language accessible to educated readers, not just in Latin for scholars. Your book, Sideris Nuncius, The Starry Messenger, spreads your discoveries across Europe within months. Other observers with telescopes confirm your findings. Jupiter's moons can be seen by anyone with adequate magnification. The phases of Venus are independently verified, and the moon's mountains are photographed with increasing detail as telescope. Technology improves. The cumulative weight of these observations forces a revolution in thought. The cosmos is not small, ordered, and geocentric. It's vast, perhaps infinite, with Earth as just one planet among several orbiting an ordinary star. This insight is simultaneously humbling and exhilarating. Humanity has been demoted from the centre of creation, but in exchange we've discovered a far grander universe than anyone imagined. As you pack up your telescope for the night, you reflect on how one simple device, a tube with lenses, has demolished millennia of accepted truth. The ancient Greeks would have given anything for this technology. They had the mathematical sophistication to understand what you're seeing, but they lacked the tools to see it. The observations that would have resolved their debates about Earth's motion were always there in the sky, invisible only because human eyes couldn't detect them without help. This raises a humbling question. What else is in the sky that you can't see even with your telescope? Your instrument magnifies 20 times, which is impressive, but surely this isn't the limit of what's possible. Future observers with better telescopes will undoubtedly see things you're missing. How much larger is the universe than what you can see? How many more discoveries await merely better technology? You don't know it yet, but your telescope represents the first of many technological leaps that will progressively reveal the cosmos's true nature. Better lenses, then reflecting telescopes, then photography, then spectroscopy, then radio astronomy, then space-based telescopes free from atmospheric distortion. Each advancement will reveal new phenomena, answer old questions, and raise new mysteries. Your 17-inch telescope is primitive compared to what's coming, but it's sophisticated enough to begin the revolution. The stars shine overhead, now known to be distant suns rather than lights on a celestial sphere. The planets, visible as bright points to the naked eye, are revealed through your telescope as worlds. Jupiter with its cloud bands and moons, Saturn with its mysterious elongated shape. You can't quite resolve the rings with your current telescope, but you know something odd extends from the planet's sides, and Mars with hints of surface features. You've lived through one of history's great turning points. The moment when humanity first saw the cosmos as it truly is, rather than as we imagined it must be. The implications will take generations to fully understand, but the basic fact is clear. We are far smaller, and the universe far larger, than anyone dreamed. And that's wonderful, because it means there's so much more to discover, so many more mysteries waiting in the dark between the stars. You're working in a Cambridge office, and the year is approximately 1726. Papers cover your desk, calculations, diagrams, and observations from astronomers across Europe. You're attempting something that many colleagues consider impossible. You're trying to calculate the distance to a comet using nothing but geometric principles and observations from multiple locations. If you succeed, you'll prove that comets are distant celestial objects rather than atmospheric phenomena, and you'll demonstrate that mathematics can measure even the seemingly unmeasurable. Your name is Edmund Halley, and you've dedicated much of your career to understanding celestial mechanics. You've been fascinated by comets, those mysterious objects that appear unpredictably, blaze across the sky for weeks or months, then vanish. Aristotle believed they were atmospheric disturbances, weather phenomena rather than celestial objects. This view persisted for centuries, but you're convinced Aristotle was wrong. The evidence is in the geometry. You have observations of comets from different locations on Earth, measured carefully by skilled astronomers. If comets were atmospheric phenomena relatively close to Earth, observers at different locations should see them at noticeably different positions against the background stars. This is parallax, the same principle that makes nearby objects appear to shift when you close one eye and open the other. But cometary parallax, when measurable at all, is tiny, suggesting these objects are extremely distant. Moreover, you've been studying historical records of comet sightings, comparing their paths across the sky, their appearance, and their behaviour, and you've noticed something remarkable. Comets that appeared in 1531, 1607, and 1682 followed nearly identical paths. They appeared in similar regions of the sky, moved in similar directions, and brightened and faded in similar patterns. What if these weren't three different comets, but the same comet, returning periodically? The mathematics support this hypothesis. Using Newton's laws of motion and gravitation, which your friend Isaac published 40 years ago, you can calculate orbital paths for objects moving through the solar system. When you apply these calculations to the 1682 comet, Assuming it's in a highly elliptical orbit around the Sun, you get an orbital period of roughly 75 to 76 years. Count back 76 years from 1682 and you reach 1607. Count back another 76 years and you reach 1531. The timing matches the historical sightings almost perfectly. This means you can make a prediction. If your hypothesis is correct, this comet should return around 1758 or 1759. You'll be long dead by then. You're already in your 70s. But the comet will either appear as predicted, confirming your calculations, or it won't, proving you wrong. Either way, the prediction is testable, which makes it scientific rather than mere speculation. What you're doing represents a new kind of astronomy. Earlier observers watched the sky and recorded what they saw. They identified patterns and made predictions based on those patterns, but their predictions were essentially extrapolations, assuming the future will resemble the past. You're doing something different. You're using physical laws, mathematical models, and theoretical understanding to predict phenomena that haven't been observed yet. You're not just recording the universe, you're calculating it. Newton's work made this possible. His laws of motion and universal gravitation provided for the first time a unified framework for understanding both celestial and terrestrial mechanics. The same force that pulls an apple downward pulls the moon toward Earth, and Earth toward the Sun. The same mathematical laws that describe projectile motion on Earth describe planetary orbits in the heavens. This unification is profound. It means the universe operates according to comprehensible universal principles rather than separate rules for different domains. You've applied these principles to various problems. You calculated the path of the 1682 comet, determining its orbital elements with unprecedented precision. You've worked on improving tables of planetary positions, incorporating perturbations, the subtle gravitational influences that planets exert on each other, causing small deviations from perfect elliptical orbits. You've studied the moon's motion, wrestling with the three-body problem, the mathematical challenge of precisely calculating how three gravitationally interacting objects move. The moon problem is particularly vexing. The moon's orbit is influenced not just by Earth, but also by the Sun, and the combined gravitational effects create orbital irregularities that are devilishly difficult to calculate. Newton himself struggled with lunar motion, and the problem won't be fully solved for another century. But you've made progress, improving predictions enough that navigators can use your lunar tables to determine longitude at sea, a practical application of celestial mechanics that saves lives and enables exploration. You've also been thinking about stellar distances. The stars are clearly far more distant than planets. They show no measurable parallax even from observations made 6 months apart, when Earth is on opposite sides of its orbit around the Sun. This means stellar distances must be enormous compared to solar system scales. But how enormous? Can these distances be measured at all? You suspect they can, eventually, though not with current instruments. If telescopes become powerful enough and measurements precise enough, stellar parallax should become detectable. The math is straightforward. Measure a star's position in summer, measure it again in winter when Earth has moved to the opposite side of its orbit, and calculate the distance based on the apparent shift. The challenge is that even the nearest stars are so distant that their parallax is measured in fractions of an arc-second. Angles so small they require instruments far more precise than what's currently available. But you're confident that future astronomers will make these measurements. Technology improves, telescopes become more powerful, measurement techniques become more refined. What's impossible today becomes routine tomorrow. The stars' distances will eventually be known, and when that happens, humanity will finally understand the true scale of the cosmos. As you review your calculations one more time, checking for errors, you consider how far astronomy has come in just a few generations. When you were born, telescopes were relatively new, the heliocentric model was still controversial, and the physical laws governing celestial motion were unknown. Now, less than a century later, you're calculating comet orbits, predicting future appearances, and treating the heavens as a domain subject to the same mathematical laws that govern earthly phenomena. The transformation isn't complete. Many mysteries remain. The nature of stars is unknown. Are they distant suns, and if so, how far away and how large? The structure of the Milky Way is unclear. Is it a flat disk, a sphere, or something else entirely? The possibility of other galaxies hasn't even been seriously considered. Most astronomers assume all visible stars belong to one unified system, but the methodology is now established. You observe, you measure, you calculate, you predict, and you test. When predictions fail, you refine your models. When new phenomena are discovered, you incorporate them into your framework. This is science, and it's proving extraordinarily powerful for understanding nature. Your comet prediction, in particular, feels like a gamble against mortality itself. You're wagering that mathematics and physics can project forward decades into the future, that the universe is lawful enough, and that your understanding is complete enough to make predictions across timescales longer than human lifetimes. If you're right, and the comet returns when predicted, it will be one of science's great triumphs, a demonstration that human reason can grasp cosmic patterns and use them to predict the unpredictable. You won't live to see it, but you're content with that. You've done the work, you've made the calculations. The comet will either confirm your hypothesis or it won't, but either outcome advances knowledge. And that ultimately is what drives you. Not personal glory or the satisfaction of being proven right, but the simple desire to understand how the universe works. The stars shine outside your window, distant and mysterious, but less mysterious than they were. Each generation peels back another layer of cosmic mystery, armed with better tools, better mathematics, and better understanding. Your generation has accomplished remarkable things, but you're certain future generations will accomplish more. The universe is vast, complex, and wonderful, and humanity has barely begun to explore it. You're standing outside the dome of the Mount Wilson Observatory in California, and the year is 1924. The sun set hours ago, and now the Milky Way stretches overhead in magnificent detail, visible despite the growing light pollution from Los Angeles in the valley below. Inside the dome behind you sits the Hooker telescope, 100 inches of reflecting mirror, the largest telescope in the world, capable of gathering more light and seeing fainter objects than any instrument in human history. And tonight, you've used it to make a discovery that will fundamentally change humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. Your name is Edwin Hubble, and you've been photographing spiral nebula. Those fuzzy, spiral-shaped objects scattered across the sky. Astronomers have debated their nature for years. Are they gas clouds within our own galaxy, or are they distant galaxies themselves, separate island universes beyond the Milky Way? The debate has been fierce, with respected scientists on both sides, but you think you've finally settled it. You've been focusing on Andromeda, the largest and brightest of the spiral nebulae. Using the Hooker telescope's light-gathering power, you've been taking long-exposure photographs, images that accumulate light over hours, revealing details invisible to direct observation. And in these photographs, you've identified individual stars within Andromeda, not just the bright blue-white stars that mark spiral arms, but specific types of variable stars called Cepheids. Cepheids are crucial because their brightness varies predictably, pulsing brighter and dimmer over periods ranging from days to months. More importantly, there's a direct relationship between a Cepheids period and its intrinsic brightness. Longer period Cepheids are inherently brighter than short period ones. This relationship was discovered by Henrietta Leavitt, working with Cepheids in the Magellanic Clouds, and it provides a method for measuring cosmic distances. Here's the beautiful logic. If you know a Cephid's intrinsic brightness and can measure its apparent brightness, you can calculate its distance. It's like seeing a light bulb and determining how far away it is by how dim it appears. If you know it's a 100-watt bulb, you can tell whether it's 10 feet away or 100 feet away by its apparent brightness. The Cepheids you found in Andromeda have periods indicating they're extremely luminous stars, yet they appear very faint in your photographs. The only way to reconcile these facts is if Andromeda is extraordinarily distant, not thousands or tens of thousands of light years away, but nearly 1 million light years. This places it far beyond any reasonable estimate of the Milky Way's size. Andromeda isn't a gas cloud within our galaxy. It's a galaxy itself comparable in size to the Milky Way, containing hundreds of billions of stars. If Andromeda is a galaxy, then likely all spiral nebulae are galaxies. This means the universe contains not one galaxy, but countless millions of them, scattered through space at distances that dwarf the distances between stars within any single galaxy. The universe is vastly, almost incomprehensibly larger than anyone imagined. But you've made another discovery, even more startling. You've been measuring the spectra of galaxies, analysing the light they emit to determine which wavelengths are present. What you've found is that nearly every galaxy shows a redshift, meaning their light is shifted toward longer, redder wavelengths compared to what it should be. And the more distant the galaxy, the greater the redshift. This redshift has a clear interpretation. These galaxies are moving away from us. The shift in wavelength is a Doppler effect, the same phenomenon that makes a train whistle's pitch drop as it passes you. When a light source moves away, its light is stretched to longer wavelengths, redshifted. When it approaches, the light is compressed to shorter wavelengths, blue-shifted. Moreover, you've noticed a relationship. The farther away a galaxy is, the faster it's receding. Double the distance, and the recession velocity doubles as well. This relationship, what will become known as Hubble's law, has profound implications. If all distant galaxies are moving away from us, and their recession velocity increases with distance, the universe itself must be expanding. This is difficult to grasp. You're not saying galaxies are moving through space away from us as if we're at the centre of an explosion. You're saying space itself is expanding, carrying galaxies along with it. It's like dots on an inflating balloon. As the balloon expands, all dots move away from each other, but no dot is at the centre of the expansion. Every observer in any galaxy would see all other galaxies receding, with more distant ones receding faster. This expansion suggests the universe has a history. If galaxies are currently moving apart, they must have been closer together in the past. Run the expansion backward, and you eventually reach a point where all matter was concentrated in an incredibly small, dense state. This is the beginning of what will later be called the Big Bang theory, the idea that the universe began in an extremely hot, dense state, and has been expanding and cooling ever since. The implications cascade outward. If the universe is expanding and had a beginning, it has an age. You can estimate this age by calculating how long it would take galaxies to reach their current separations given their observed velocities. Your initial estimates suggest an age of a few billion years, which is troublingly young. Geologists already have evidence that Earth is older than that. But the principle is established. The universe isn't eternal and unchanging. It's dynamic and evolving with a definite history. As you stand beneath the stars, you realize you're witnessing something unprecedented in human history. Every previous generation believed the universe was static, unchanging in its large-scale structure. Oh, planets moved and comets appeared and stars occasionally exploded, but the overall universe, its size, its structure, its fundamental nature, was thought to be eternal. You've discovered this assumption is wrong. The universe is not static. It's expanding, cooling, and evolving. It had a beginning and will have a future different from its present state. This discovery comes from technology. The 100-inch telescope, photographic plates sensitive enough to capture faint light, and spectroscopes capable of analysing that light. None of this was available even 50 years ago. Your discovery was always waiting in the sky, visible in principle, but invisible in practice until instruments became sophisticated enough to detect it. How many more discoveries are out there, waiting for better technology? You think about the long chain of observations and insights that led to this moment. Ancient astronomers identifying celestial patterns, Babylonians calculating planetary positions, Greeks creating geometric models, telescopes revealing Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Newton's laws enable orbital calculations. Photography allows long exposures that see deeper into space than eyes alone could. Spectroscopy reveals the physical properties of distant objects, each advance built on previous work, each generation seeing farther and understanding more deeply. And now you've pushed the frontier again. You've measured the universe and found it vaster than anyone thought. You've discovered that it's expanding, that it has a history, that it's not eternal. Future generations will push farther still, answering questions you haven't even thought to ask yet. Will they find the edge of the universe, or is it infinite? What happened in those first moments after the expansion began? Are there other universes beyond ours? You don't know, but you're confident they'll keep looking. The Hooker telescope dome closes for the night. Your photographic plates are secure, ready for detailed analysis tomorrow. The data is recorded, the measurements are made, and the conclusions are becoming inescapable. The universe is larger, stranger, and more wonderful than humanity ever imagined. And that, ultimately, is the most exciting thing you could possibly discover. Not that we understand everything, but there's so much more to explore. You're monitoring a radio telescope in northern England, and the year is 1965. The instrument you're using doesn't look like a traditional telescope. No dome, no eyepiece, just an array of horn-shaped antennas pointed at the sky, connected to sensitive radio receivers. You're not looking at the sky in visible light, but in radio waves, which pass through clouds and work during daytime, opening the heavens to observation 24 hours a day. Your name is irrelevant to this particular night, but the discovery you're about to confirm is not. You've been detecting a persistent background noise in your data, a faint radio signal that appears to come equally from all directions in the sky. At first, you thought it was instrumental error or perhaps radio interference from nearby cities, but extensive checks have ruled out these explanations. The signal is real, it's cosmic in origin, and it's uniform across the entire sky to within 1 part in 10,000. This uniform signal is extraordinary because it shouldn't exist. If it came from stars or galaxies, it would be stronger in some directions than others, concentrated in the Milky Way's plane, for instance, or showing bright spots where galaxies cluster. But this signal is almost perfectly isotropic, the same from every direction. It's like the universe has a temperature, and what you're detecting is thermal radiation from the cosmos itself. The signal's wavelength corresponds to extremely cold thermal radiation, about 3 degrees above absolute zero. This is puzzling until you remember recent theoretical work suggesting that if the universe began in a hot, dense state, the Big Bang, it would have cooled as it expanded. In its earliest moments, the universe would have been hot enough to glow brightly in visible light, even in ultraviolet and X-rays. But as it expanded, this radiation would have stretched to longer wavelengths, shifted by the expansion itself, until today it appears as faint radio waves. You're detecting the afterglow of the Big Bang itself, radiation that has travelled through space for nearly 14 billion years, cooling from temperatures of thousands of degrees to just a few degrees above absolute zero. This cosmic microwave background radiation is direct evidence that the universe had a hot beginning, that it's been expanding and cooling ever since, and that the Big Bang theory is correct. This discovery transforms cosmology from speculation to observational science. Before this, the Big Bang was one theory among several for the universe's origin. Now it's strongly supported by direct evidence, radiation that could only exist if the universe began in a hot, dense state. Alternative theories that proposed an eternal steady-state universe cannot explain this uniform background radiation. The evidence is overwhelming. But the cosmic microwave background isn't just confirmation of the Big Bang. It's a snapshot of the early universe, a window into conditions when the cosmos was just 380,000 years old. Before that time, the universe was too hot for atoms to form. Electrons and protons existed as a plasma, and photons scattered off these charged particles constantly, making the universe opaque. When the universe cooled enough for atoms to form, photons suddenly could travel freely. The radiation you're detecting comes from that moment of recombination when the universe became transparent. By studying this radiation in detail, measuring its temperature in different directions, looking for tiny variations in intensity, astronomers will learn about the universe's structure at that early time. Slightly denser regions in the primordial plasma will appear as slightly warmer spots in the microwave background. These density variations were the seeds that eventually grew into galaxies, clusters of galaxies, and the large-scale structure visible in the universe today. Over the following decades, increasingly sophisticated instruments will map the cosmic microwave background with extraordinary precision. Satellites like COBE, WMAP, and Planck will measure temperature variations as small as 1 part in 100,000, revealing detailed information about the universe's composition, age, and geometry. These measurements will determine that the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, that it's geometrically flat, and that it contains not just ordinary matter but also dark matter and dark energy, mysterious substances whose nature remains unknown but whose gravitational effects are undeniable. The cosmic microwave background will also provide evidence for cosmic inflation, a brief period of exponential expansion that occurred in the universe's first fraction of a second. Inflation explains why the universe is so uniform on large scales, why it's geometrically flat, and why certain types of irregularity appear in the density distribution of matter. Without inflation, the universe's observed properties would require extraordinarily fine-tuned initial conditions. With inflation, these properties emerge naturally from well-understood physics. As you examine the data streaming from the radio telescope, you're struck by how much can be learned from such a faint signal. This radiation is incredibly weak. The total energy from the cosmic microwave background hitting a person's body is far less than the energy from distant starlight, which itself is minimal. Yet this faint signal contains information about the universe's age, composition, geometry, and early history. It's as if the cosmos has left its signature written in radiation, waiting billions of years for technology to become sophisticated enough to read it. You think about the long chain of discoveries that led here. Hubble discovered galactic recession, implying the universe expands, extrapolating this expansion backward to a hot, dense beginning. Theoretical physicists are calculating what conditions would be like in the early universe, predicting that thermal radiation from that era should still be detectable. Engineers are developing radio astronomy, creating instruments sensitive enough to detect faint cosmic signals, and now the detection itself, confirming predictions and opening new avenues of research. The cosmic microwave background is also humbling. It shows that the matter we're familiar with, atoms, molecules, everything made of protons, neutrons, and electrons, comprises only about 5% of the universe's total energy content. The rest is dark matter and dark energy, substances whose nature is completely unknown. We've mapped the universe, measured its age, determined its composition, and discovered that we don't understand 95% of what it contains. Yet this ignorance is exciting rather than discouraging. It means astronomy is far from finished. There are fundamental mysteries remaining, questions whose answers will require new physics, new observations, and perhaps revolutionary insights comparable to those that launched quantum mechanics or relativity. The universe is still surprising us, still revealing that reality is stranger and more wonderful than our theories predict. As dawn approaches and your observing shift ends, you prepare your preliminary report. The signal is real, it's cosmic, and it matches predictions for the cooled radiation from the Big Bang. Other observers will confirm it independently. That's already happening, actually, with similar detections reported by other teams. Soon this discovery will be announced publicly, and it will transform humanity's understanding of cosmic history. The stars fade as the sky brightens, but you know they're still there, still shining, their light mixing with the faint microwave glow from the universe's hot beginning. That glow has travelled for nearly 14 billion years to reach your antennas, carrying information about a time when no stars existed, when no galaxies had formed, and when the universe was just a hot, dense plasma beginning its long expansion toward the cool, structured cosmos we inhabit today. Somewhere in that ancient radiation, in its tiny temperature variations and subtle polarization patterns, lie answers to questions humanity hasn't yet learned to ask. Future astronomers will extract those answers, learning things about the universe's origin, structure, and fate that you can't even imagine. But tonight, you've contributed your part to that ongoing project, detecting the whisper from the beginning, confirming that the universe has a history, and opening a new window on cosmic time. You're lying on your back in a dark field, and the year is now. No specific year, really. This could be tonight, tomorrow night, or any clear night when you decide to look up rather than down, out rather than in. The grass beneath you is slightly damp with evening dew, the air is cool, and above you the sky blazes with stars. If you're far from cities, you can see the Milky Way, that same river of light that our ancestors saw, though you know now it's actually the combined light of billions of stars in our galaxy's disk, viewed edge-on from Earth's position within it. You can see planets too, though you need to know where to look and when. Venus might be brilliant in the west just after sunset. Jupiter could be high overhead, its moons invisible to your naked eyes, but there nonetheless, exactly as Galileo saw them. Mars might show its distinctive red-orange colour, dust storms in its thin atmosphere reflecting sunlight from 90 million miles away. And you can see stars, thousands of them with naked eyes, millions through modest telescopes and billions through instruments like Hubble or the James Webb Space Telescope. Each one is a sun, many hosting planets, some of those planets potentially harbouring life. The light reaching your eyes left those stars years or decades or centuries ago, making you a time traveller of sorts, seeing the universe not as it is but as it was. You know things those ancient observers couldn't have imagined. You know the stars are powered by nuclear fusion, converting hydrogen to helium in their cores, generating energy through Einstein's famous equation relating mass and energy. You know the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, formed in a hot Big Bang and expanding ever since. You know that galaxies cluster into groups and superclusters, forming a cosmic web of structure spanning billions of light years. You know the universe contains dark matter, invisible substance detected only through its gravitational effects, making up roughly 27% of the universe's total energy. You know that dark energy, even more mysterious, comprises about 68%, and it's causing the universe's expansion to accelerate. Distant galaxies are not just moving away, they're moving away faster over time, driven by this mysterious dark energy whose nature is one of physics' greatest unsolved problems. You know that many stars have planets, that exoplanets number in the thousands already discovered, and that more are found constantly. You know some of these worlds are roughly Earth-sized, orbiting their stars at distances where liquid water could exist. You know the chemistry of life, carbon-based molecules, water and energy, is common throughout the universe. You know that if life exists here, it probably exists elsewhere too, though whether it's common or rare, simple or complex, contemporary or extinct, remains unknown. Yet despite all this knowledge, you're lying in a field looking at stars exactly as humans have done for hundreds of thousands of years. The technology has changed dramatically. You might have a telescope beside you, or a smartphone app identifying constellations, or coordinates for satellites passing overhead, but the fundamental activity is unchanged. You're watching the sky, wondering about those lights, continuing a tradition older than civilization itself. The stars you're seeing are the same stars ancient observers saw, give or take a few supernovae and proper motion over millennia. The patterns are almost identical. If an Ice Age hunter or a Babylonian priest or a Polynesian navigator joined you in this field, you'd recognize the same constellations, point to the same bright stars, and share the same sense of wonder at the vastness above. What's different is understanding. You know what those lights are, how far away they are, what they're made of, how they formed, and how they'll die. You know the physics governing their behavior, the chemistry of their atmospheres, and the mechanics of their orbits. You've turned mystery into knowledge, but somehow the wonder remains undiminished. Perhaps it's even greater now, because you understand not just what you're seeing, but what it means. Billions of worlds scattered across incomprehensible distances, all governed by universal laws, all part of one vast interconnected cosmos. This knowledge was hard-won. It required countless observers spending countless nights recording positions, measuring angles, timing events, and noting correlations. It required mathematical genius to create models explaining observations. It required technological innovation to build instruments extending human senses into realms we can't perceive unaided. It required patience, the patience to make observations over lifetimes, to pursue answers across generations, and to accept that some questions wouldn't be answered in any individual lifetime. But mostly it required curiosity, that simple desire to understand, to know what those lights are and what they mean, has driven humanity's astronomical efforts from the beginning. We didn't need to understand the stars to survive. Early humans managed without knowing stellar distances or galactic structures. But we wanted to know anyway, and that wanting was enough to motivate millennia of effort. As you lie there, you might wonder what future observers will know that you don't. What discoveries await better instruments, deeper observations, and more sophisticated theories? Will we find life on other worlds, or evidence that we're alone? Will we understand dark matter and dark energy, or will they remain mysterious? Will we discover the universe's ultimate fate, endless expansion, eventual collapse, or something stranger? Will we develop technologies allowing travel to other stars, or will the distances prove insurmountable? You don't know, and that's wonderful. It means astronomy's story isn't finished. There are still mysteries to solve, discoveries to make, and revolutions in understanding waiting to happen. The universe is vast and strange, and humanity has barely begun exploring it. What we've learned in our brief time as a species is impressive, but what remains to learn is surely greater still. The stars shine on, indifferent to human observation, following physical laws established billions of years ago in the universe's hot beginning. They'll continue shining long after humanity is gone, whether that's thousands, millions, or billions of years from now. But while we're here, while we have the capacity to wonder and observe and understand, we're part of something magnificent, the universe coming to know itself. Because that's what astronomy is ultimately. It's the cosmos developing awareness, asking questions about its own nature, and seeking answers to how and why it exists. We are the universe observing itself, matter and energy arranged in patterns complex enough to contemplate their own origins. When you look at stars and wonder about them, you're participating in something profound, the long patient work of understanding, of transforming mystery into knowledge, of finding humanity's place in the vast cosmic story. So when clear nights come, step outside, look up. You're carrying forward a tradition hundreds of thousands of years old, joining countless observers across time who've shared your curiosity. You're seeing light that travelled across space and time to reach your eyes, photons that began their journeys years or centuries ago from distant suns. You're witnessing a universe of almost incomprehensible scale and beauty, governed by elegant laws we've only partially understood. And in doing so, you're continuing the work those first curious humans began on African grasslands so long ago. The work of looking upward, wondering what those lights might be, and slowly, patiently, figuring it out. The journey isn't finished. The sky holds mystery still, waiting for observers with new tools and new insights to reveal them. But tonight, you're part of that journey, connected across time to everyone who's ever wondered about the stars. Welcome to that ancient fellowship of star watchers. The universe is vast, beautiful, and comprehensible, and it's been waiting billions of years for minds capable of understanding it. You're one of those minds. Look up, wonder, and know that you're participating in one of humanity's greatest projects. The long, patient effort to understand how the universe works and our place within it. Sweet dreams beneath the stars. Imagine spending the night in that ideal position where your mattress has adapted to your unique shape over the years, pulling your covers up to your chin. You sigh with satisfaction after stretching out and possibly wriggling a little to find a cool spot on your pillow. Isn't this nightly routine as instinctive as breathing? Here's something that might literally make you sit up in bed. For the majority of human history, people would have assumed you were either dead or insane based on your horizontal sleeping position. You heard correctly. For centuries, our ancestors slept upright, leaning against headboards, walls, or specially made sleep chairs that resembled medieval torture devices more than furniture. Imagine attempting to explain your memory foam pillow and California King mattress to a person from the 1600s. They would most likely start organising your funeral by calling the local physician. Now, before you start to feel proud of your contemporary sleeping arrangements, keep in mind that these were not primitive people who had not yet mastered the art of lying down. The issues they were facing would make your worst Monday morning seem like a day at the spa. When you realise what they had to contend with, you may come to value their resourcefulness. They had good reasons for staying up all night. It wasn't an overnight change from sitting to lying down. Superstitions, medical theories that would make a fortune teller blush, and social customs so deeply embedded that shifting sleep positions was practically revolutionary were all part of this slow, centuries-long shift. Consider it the slowest rebellion in history, waged one pillow at a time. You see, back then, sleep was more than just rest. It was linked to beliefs about health, religion, social standing, and even survival. Depending on where you slept, you might be viewed as wealthy or impoverished, healthy or ill, or virtuous or sinful. It was similar to social media, except that instead of sharing photos of your breakfast, people were making snap judgments about how you spent your unconscious hours. The rules that governed the medieval world were entirely different from those that govern us today. Plague, infection, starvation, or even just your neighbour's goat running loose and trampling on your turnip garden were all potential causes of death. Every choice, including how you positioned your body for those valuable few hours of rest, carried weight in such a precarious world. They were being realistic in ways we can hardly fathom now, not being dramatic. The interesting part is that sleeping upright wasn't a peculiarity of Europeans. Similar customs were independently developed by cultures in Asia, Africa, and the Americas. This implies that the difficulties our ancestors encountered were universal, which is why sitting up at night seemed like the sensible option. It was adaptation to conditions that we are grateful to have left behind, not ignorance. You're taking part in a relatively new human experiment as you lie there tonight, horizontal and comfortable. As a result of centuries of incremental change, medical progress and social evolution, your sleeping habits are truly revolutionary. You're living the kind of luxury that ancient kings and queens could only imagine every time you turn your pillow to the cool side or change your blanket. Indeed, sweet dreams. Let's take a moment to explore the medieval mind. Suppose you lived in a world where the only thing you knew about medicine was how to balance your humours, not the kind that make you laugh, but the enigmatic bodily fluids that were supposed to regulate your health. The four horsemen of medieval medicine, blood, phlegm, yellow bile and black bile, were more difficult to balance than putting together IKEA furniture without the manual. The learned physicians of the day believed that lying flat dangerously disturbed these humours. They held that horizontal stretching caused blood to pool in the wrong places, causing imbalances that could cause disease or even death. It was similar to the medieval game of Operation, except that you might actually die in place of a buzzer going off. According to the doctors, sitting upright maintained the delicate balance required for life by allowing your humours to flow correctly. However, the medical issues extended beyond the enigmatic fluid management. Medical professionals actually thought that lying flat exposed one to night vapours, which were poisonous gases that were said to rise from the earth and enter houses through floor cracks. Since these vapours were believed to be heavier than air, they gathered close to the ground. Like a human periscope avoiding toxic clouds, sleeping upright literally lifted you above the danger zone. Not that this was all superstition. Homes from the Middle Ages weren't exactly ventilation marvels. Imagine sharing your living space with animals for warmth, in a building that is a combination of a house and a barn. With fumes from animal feces, smoke from poorly ventilated fires, and the general mustiness of damp stone walls, the air quality was likely suspect. Even though the justification for sitting up was wildly incorrect, it's possible that it improved breathing and air circulation. The implications for religion were just as strong. According to medieval Christianity, the dead lay flat, and imitating death while you slept was a sign of tempting fate. By implying that you were prepared for eternal rest, you were effectively inviting the Grim Reaper. According to church doctrine, the righteous should always be on guard, even when they are sleeping, prepared to pray or run at any time. Lying down was regarded as spiritually hazardous because it suggested a state of vulnerability and relaxation. Additionally, think about the practicality, or lack thereof, of medieval bedrooms. Unlike you, most people did not have private sleeping quarters. Guests, servants, and families shared a room and frequently a bed. Only the very wealthy could afford privacy, and even then it was a luxury. Sitting up in such crowded conditions was a matter of space management, not merely health or religion. If everyone slept upright, leaned against walls, or shared big chairs made for several people, you could fit more people in a room. Additionally, the fear of unexpected death while sleeping was incredibly useful. People died suddenly and often in a time before modern medicine. The sick and dying, those too weak to sit up, were thought to lie down. By sleeping upright, healthy individuals showed that they were still strong enough to keep their posture while they were unconscious, demonstrating their vitality. It served as a nightly affirmation that I'm still here, still fighting, still ready for whatever dawn might bring. As you unconsciously sink into your horizontal position tonight, keep in mind that you are doing something that your forefathers would have regarded as either courageous or foolish, or perhaps both. Your readiness to lie down demonstrates how much we've learned about safety, health, and the basic art of getting a decent night's sleep. You may be asking yourself, what exactly were they sitting on if everyone was sleeping upright? Depending on your stance on comfort versus functionality, the medieval furniture industry had to get inventive in ways that would make contemporary ergonomic designers cry with envy, or horror. The sleep chair is the equivalent of a recliner in medieval Europe, but it lacks the cup holders, the reclining feature, and pretty much every other feature that makes modern furniture bearable. These devices had the appearance of someone marketing them as bedroom furniture after crossing a church pew with a torture device. A high, straight back, armrests at precisely uncomfortable angles, and occasionally a tiny ledge or platform to place your feet on were all features of the basic design. Obviously comfort was not the main issue. Of course, fancier versions were owned by the wealthy. In addition to being upholstered with fabrics that cost more than the average person's yearly income, their sleep chairs were carved from pricey woods and occasionally had tiny storage spaces for personal belongings. Consider them the luxury vehicles of the world of sitting sleep. They are still essentially uncomfortable, but they do so in a stylish way. In a time when one-size-fits-all was the norm, some had adjustable backs that could tilt slightly, providing what amounted to customization. The interesting part, though, is that these chairs served as status symbols in addition to being useful pieces of furniture. Your sleep chair's design and quality made your social standing as obvious as driving a Ferrari today. Nobility displayed ornate pieces that looked more like thrones than sleeping furniture, while wealthy merchants might have chairs with modest carving and comfortable padding. The impoverished, on the other hand, used crude wooden stools or simply leaned against walls, transforming any level surface into a makeshift bed. The extremely wealthy slept in rooms made especially for standing. Imagine hallways with built-in benches, walls with tapestries and cushions for leaning against, and unique alcoves carved into the stone that would allow several people to sit and sleep comfortably. They resembled human parking garages, made to hold bodies in their vertical resting position, rather than bedrooms as we know them. Some clever furniture makers made communal sleep benches, which are long, church pew-style seats that can hold whole families or groups of tourists. Picture yourself arriving at a medieval inn, finding yourself seated on a bench beside total strangers, and spending the night together like birds on a wire. It was obvious that personal space was an unimagined luxury. In fact, these pieces were incredibly well crafted. In the absence of power tools or contemporary methods, medieval woodworkers produced elaborate supports, precisely measured angles, and joints that could sustain human bodies for decades at a time. They had a deeper understanding of structural integrity, balance, and weight distribution than some contemporary furniture. Even though they slept on pieces made to last for centuries, your ancestors may have slept upright. It's interesting to note that some sleep chairs had clever features that contemporary furniture designers might find appealing. Detachable cushions allowed for seasonal comfort adjustments, adjustable footrests accommodated varying leg lengths, and hidden compartments protected valuables while you slept. Some even had little tables attached so that you could easily access prayer books, candles, or water at night. The wealthy, who could afford to try out new sleeping arrangements, were the first to gradually move away from sleep chairs. Sleep chairs did not vanish overnight as lying-down beds gained popularity. Some families kept them as emergency furniture for visitors or in case of illness, and many were repurposed as everyday seating. Relics of an alien civilization that somehow managed to sleep while simultaneously defying comfort and gravity can be found in museums today. You may be horrified to learn that for the majority of human history, privacy while sleeping was practically unheard of. Your ancestors lived in a world where sleeping was a social activity, similar to eating dinner or going to church, except that everyone was unconscious. This contrasts with your own luxury of having your own room, bed, and space to sprawl however you like. Imagine a normal medieval home. In addition to sharing houses, families also shared sleeping quarters with apprentices, servants, extended family, and frequently overnight travellers. Every evening, the great hall of a manor house would be transformed into a human dormitory, with people lining up along benches and walls in a manner reminiscent of medieval airport seating during flight delays. However, the delay persisted each and every night. Sitting upright was not only morally or medically right in these crowded sleeping arrangements, but it was also practically required. You'll see why lying down wasn't an option if you try to picture cramming 15 people into an area meant for 8. Everyone had to make the most of their vertical space, which made sleeping a human geometry exercise. Like knowing how to fix clothes or preserve meat, the ability to sleep while seated evolved into a survival skill. The social dynamics of sharing a bed were intriguing and intricate. Unwritten rules dictated who was allowed to lean against which walls, who was given priority near the fire, and who was forced to make do with the drafty spots by windows. The nightly seating arrangements were influenced by physical condition, age, and social standing. It was similar to musical chairs in the Middle Ages, except that no one won, and everyone had to sleep where they ended up. Taverns and inns elevated communal sleeping to a whole new level. People from various towns, social classes, and backgrounds would spend the night next to each other, sharing body heat and likely more germs than anyone would want to consider. It was simply good business to pack as many upright sleepers as possible into each room, because innkeepers charged by the space rather than the person. You didn't pay for privacy or comfort. You paid for a place on a bench or against a wall. In fact, this system produced its own social mores and manners. Rules about snoring, changing positions, and what to do if your sleeping neighbour began talking in their sleep or having nightmares were developed. Protocols for sharing blankets, keeping modest in close quarters, and handling the inevitable personality conflicts that occur when strangers are compelled to spend night after night in close quarters were all in place. Even though their sleeping arrangements were far more comfortable, the wealthy were not completely immune to communal sleeping either. For convenience and security reasons, noble households continued to have servants sleep in the same rooms as their masters. Even affluent families frequently shared sleeping quarters, with parents, kids, and occasionally grandparents each finding a place in the family sleeping chamber. These arrangements were made even more complex by seasonal variations. People naturally huddled closer together in the winter to stay warm, but in the summer they positioned themselves strategically close to windows and doors to take advantage of any breezes. Most people had to make do with the same space year-round, changing their positions and arrangements according to weather and temperature, while the wealthy might have had the luxury of seasonal sleeping chambers, different rooms for different times of the year. Although germ theory was not yet sufficiently understood for people to be concerned about it, disease transmission in these settings must have been spectacular. Everyone in the sleeping chamber was likely to get a cold after someone else did. Although people blamed illness on bad air or divine punishment rather than the obvious problem of dozens of people breathing on each other all night, plague outbreaks most likely spread through communal sleeping arrangements like wildfire. The wealthy were the first to gradually transition to private sleeping. Families started to divide sleeping arrangements by generation, then by gender, and finally by personal preference as wealth and homes grew. The fact that you can sleep by yourself, in your own room, and in your own bed is a testament to centuries of economic and social advancement that your forefathers could hardly have dreamed of. How then did people go from sleeping upright for centuries to the horizontal free-for-all you see today? Everyone deciding to roll over and try lying down at the same time wasn't a sudden revelation. The gradual change from a communal survival strategy to the private, comfortable experience you know today was fueled by advancements in architecture, medicine, and social attitudes. Like most revolutions, this one started with the rich. Some aristocrats and rich merchants had started experimenting with lying down sleep by the late medieval era, though at first it was considered a luxury rather than a common practice. These early adopters, who were prepared to forego the purported spiritual and medical risks in favour of comfort and novelty, were essentially the beta testers of horizontal sleeping. Think of them like the original smartphone buyers, who were initially viewed as crazy until everyone wanted one. The ancient theories of humours and night vapours were gradually disproved by new concepts about medicine and the human body that emerged during the Renaissance. When doctors noticed that wealthy people who slept on their backs weren't dying in frightening numbers, they started to wonder if sitting up straight was really necessary for good health. Medical texts began to imply that lying flat might be helpful for some ailments, especially for those with back pain or respiratory issues. It took decades for the radical idea to become widely accepted. This transition was made possible in large part by architecture. Families could now afford to use entire rooms for sleeping, as homes grew bigger and more upscale. People no longer had to share sleeping quarters with strangers, servants, and extended families thanks to the invention of separate bedchambers. Experimenting with various sleeping positions without social scrutiny or space constraints was made possible by privacy. At last, you were able to extend your body without pushing your neighbour in the ribs. Equally significant was the development and enhancement of appropriate beds. When there were beds in the Middle Ages, they were frequently just mattresses with straw on wooden frames. The fact that these were not very comfortable for lying down likely contributed to the preference for sleeping upright. However, lying down became more and more desirable as mattress technology developed. Yes, there was such a thing as mattress technology in the pre-industrial world. Horizontal sleeping became not only feasible, but also enjoyable thanks to feather beds, better textiles, and enhanced frame construction. During this time, religious views also changed. Many medieval Catholic teachings, including some of the superstitions surrounding sleeping positions, were contested by the Protestant Reformation. Protestant theologians were more interested in the pragmatic issues of rest and health than they were in the symbolic meaning of lying flat. This change in religion allowed people to try different sleeping positions without worrying about endangering their eternal souls. These changes were hastened by the printing press, which disseminated novel concepts regarding health and sleep more rapidly than in the past. advice regarding appropriate sleep positioning started to appear in medical texts, home management manuals, and even popular literature. For the first time in history, written information about bedroom layout, sleep hygiene, and the advantages of various sleeping positions was available to the general public. Information that had previously only been accessible to academics and doctors became widely accessible. During this time, social perceptions of rest and vulnerability also changed. New perspectives on the significance of adequate sleep for well-being and productivity started to replace the medieval emphasis on ongoing alertness and preparedness. Over time, lying down, once interpreted as a sign of spiritual laxity or weakness, became linked to wisdom and self-care. People started to realize that getting enough sleep was not a luxury or an indulgence, but rather necessary for both physical and mental well-being. Not every social class or geographical area experienced the shift in the same way. Compared to rural farmers or the urban poor, wealthy urban populations adopted horizontal sleeping much earlier. Because they lacked the resources to alter their sleeping habits, some remote communities continued to practice upright sleeping well into the modern era, not because they liked it. Sleeping positions have changed over time, reflecting larger trends in social and economic development that still influence our way of life today. Horizontal sleeping had become so commonplace by the time your grandparents were born that most people had forgotten it had ever been a topic of debate. The medieval world's communal sleeping arrangements and sleep chairs appeared as antiquated as any other historical oddity, fascinating but unrelated to contemporary living. Given that, for the majority of history, owning a bed was equivalent to owning a luxury car, something that unmistakably indicated that you were not struggling to survive, the evolution of beds from basic sleeping platforms into the ornate kingdoms of comfort you know today is a tale worth telling. The development of bed technology reflects the larger changes in privacy, comfort, and our evolving relationship with sleep in general. When there were early beds at all, they were basically raised platforms made to keep people off of damp, cold floors and away from different animals that like to live on the ground. These were useful answers to environmental problems, not the comfortable havens you hide away to every night. A wooden frame, any available stuffing material, straw, feathers if you were lucky, or just extra blankets folded for padding, and some rope or leather strapping for support. Comfort wasn't a design objective, it was a happy accident. Naturally, long before beds were comfortable, the wealthy used them as status symbols. With intricately carved posts, pricey fabrics, and curtains that could outstrip the cost of most people's homes, medieval noble beds were symbols of craftsmanship and wealth. These beds were furniture pieces intended to both rest and impress guests. The curtains, also known as bed hangings, had several uses. They kept body heat during chilly evenings, offered seclusion in shared sleeping quarters, and showcased the owner's wealth through their design and quality. The interesting thing is that even these ornate beds weren't made with lying down in mind. Assuming that people would sleep sitting up, or at least somewhat upright, supported by pillows and bolsters, many medieval beds were built. Compared to more recent models, the mattresses were frequently fairly firm, and the pillows were smaller and less flexible. Although technically feasible, lying flat on these early beds would have been uninviting, akin to camping on a wooden platform with little padding. A key factor in the lying down revolution was the advancement of mattress technology. From basic sacks filled with straw, medieval mattresses developed into increasingly complex structures made of feathers, down, and even early spring systems. A single bed in a wealthy home may have several layers of mattresses on it, providing a sleeping surface that is sufficiently soft to allow for truly comfortable horizontal rest. In reality, the term sleep tight refers to the practice of tightening the rope supports beneath mattresses in order to maintain the right firmness. Imagine having to tune your bed like a guitar every night before bed. The first private sleeping areas in history were made possible by privacy curtains surrounding beds, which served as more than just decorative accents. Couples and families could finally enjoy the luxury of sleeping in privacy inside these curtained beds, free from the prying eyes of guests, servants, and extended family. Because of this privacy, people could try out various sleeping positions, including the radical idea of lying down, without worrying about being judged by others. Beds turned into private realms where people could disregard the norms of social conduct. The Renaissance introduced fresh concepts for designing bedrooms that prioritized privacy and comfort. Instead of serving several purposes, bedrooms started to be designed with sleep in mind. and beds took centre stage in these spaces. With better proportions, enhanced support systems and accessories made especially for horizontal sleep, furniture manufacturers created specialty bed designs that were optimised for lying down. The entire sleeping environment was redesigned around the idea of cosy, private rest, and pillows got bigger and softer. Blankets also got more elegant. The art of making beds was turned into a mass production industry during the Industrial Revolution. For the first time in history, middle-class families could afford comfortable beds thanks to springs, metal frames, and standardised sizes. The modern bedroom as you know it started to take shape as what had been luxury items turned into necessities for the home. For the first time, people could afford beds made especially for sleeping on their backs, complete with cosy surfaces and appropriate support systems. To your ancestors, modern mattress technology would have seemed like magic. Beds are now highly engineered comfort devices thanks to memory foam, temperature control, adjustable firmness, and specialised support systems. It's likely that your mattress has more technology than whole medieval homes. Medieval kings could never have dreamed of the degree of personal luxury that comes with being able to alter the temperature and firmness of your sleeping surface to suit your own tastes. You're savouring the result of centuries of human ingenuity in the quest for better sleep when you get into your bed tonight, with its precisely calibrated firmness, climate-controlled comfort, and private sanctuary atmosphere. Your bedroom is more than just a place to sleep. It's a private haven furnished with extravagances that no king or queen has had access to for the majority of human history. And now, at the conclusion of our exploration of the strange history of human sleeping positions, you are lying comfortably horizontal and learning about ancestors who would have viewed your current position as either morally dubious or medically dangerous. Isn't that quite a change? The modern marvel of sprawling across a king-size mattress without giving a thought to humours, night vapours, or spiritual vulnerability has replaced centuries of sleeping upright. When you consider the irony of our current sleeping conditions, it's delicious. The majority of the issues that necessitated upright sleeping have been resolved. We have comfortable mattresses, clean air, private bedrooms, and medical knowledge that would have amazed medieval doctors. But we have also created completely new sleep problems. While your ancestors were concerned about spiritual threats and night vapours, you're concerned about screen time, caffeine consumption, the ideal temperature of your room, and whether the final episode of your favourite show will keep you up with plot twists. Additionally, we've developed sleep issues that would have completely perplexed medieval people. Millions of people who have access to the most comfortable sleeping conditions in history suffer from sleep disorders like sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, and chronic insomnia. The hardware issues of sleep, such as furniture, privacy, and safety, seem to have been resolved, but new software issues relating to stress, lifestyle, and the fast-paced nature of contemporary life have been introduced. You might be lying awake wondering whether you remembered to set your alarm, or whether that work email was important enough to reply to right away, just as your ancestors fell asleep from physical exhaustion. The economic power of the sleep industry today would have astounded medieval furniture makers. We've transformed rest into a consumer category, with countless subcategories, including memory foam, adjustable bases, sleep tracking devices, customized pillows for all possible needs, white noise machines, blackout curtains, and even apps that optimize your sleep cycles. While medieval people only had one sleep chair, you now have hundreds of mattress options to choose from, all of which promise to transform your sleeping experience. Some medieval practices have been validated by modern sleep science, while others have been refuted. It turns out that some conditions, especially acid reflux and sleep apnea, can benefit from sleeping a little higher. For some people, sleeping in adjustable beds or recliners relieves back pain or breathing issues. Your ancestors were not wholly incorrect about the advantages of sleeping upright. They simply lacked the medical knowledge to comprehend why it occasionally worked, or the alternatives that would have made lying down more secure and comfortable. Intriguingly, the social dimensions of sleep have also resurfaced. Even though we now have privacy and separate sleeping areas, loneliness and isolation related to sleep are still problems for many people. Medieval communal sleeping arrangements automatically met the human need for comfort and connection during sleep, which is reflected in co-sleeping with partners, pets, or even weighted blankets. Although we now have more control over where we sleep, we occasionally miss the social aspects of sharing a bed. Our sleeping habits are still being altered by technology in ways that medieval observers would find enchanted. A level of individualized sleep optimization never before seen in human history is represented by smart mattresses that automatically change their firmness, sleep tracking devices that keep an eye on everything from heart rate to room temperature, and apps that wake you up during the best times to sleep. You are interacting with an advanced technological ecosystem that is intended to improve your quality of sleep, not just lying down to sleep. Think about the amazing journey that led humanity from upright, communal sleeping to your own private, horizontal luxury as you get ready for bed tonight. Your private bedroom, your cozy mattress, and your freedom to lie down without worrying about dying or receiving a punishment from God are all symbols of centuries of human development, invention, and shifting societal perceptions of leisure, privacy, and comfort. In fact, one of the most revolutionary human behaviours of the last millennium is the simple act of falling asleep, something you do without thinking. Your horizontal position symbolises freedom from social restraints, freedom from medieval anxieties, and access to comforts that have been out of reach for the wealthiest people for the majority of human history. Dreams, sweet dreams, sleeper of revolution. Your ancestors would undoubtedly be impressed by your mattress, jealous, and perhaps a little concerned about your soul. Ah yes, we're taking a gentle journey through time, back to a place where empires were built not by committees or corporations, but by dreamers who started with nothing more than a vision and a lot of stubborn determination. Our story begins in the hills of Anatolia, in what's now Turkey, around 1299. You know how sometimes the most extraordinary things start in the most ordinary places? Well, this is one of those stories. There was a man named Osman, and yes, that's where Ottoman comes from, though it got a bit lost in translation over the centuries, like a game of telephone played across continents. Osman was essentially a tribal leader, which in those days was a bit like being the mayor of a tiny, very mobile town. His people were nomads, moving their sheep and goats across the rolling hills, living in tents that could be packed up faster than you could fold a fitted sheet, though probably with considerably less swearing involved. In those days, the Byzantine Empire continued to plod along, akin to an ancient car that starts most mornings, but emits unsettling noises when it turns a bend. It had been the mighty Eastern Roman Empire once, but by Osman's time, it was more like a neighbourhood watch committee trying to patrol a city. The Byzantines controlled Constantinople and patches of territory here and there, but there were gaps, and Osman, being a practical man, noticed these gaps. What made Osman different from other tribal leaders wasn't that he was particularly fierce or clever, though he was both. It was that he had this knack for making people want to follow him. You know those people who just have that quality? They're not necessarily the loudest in the room, but when they speak, others listen. Osman was one of those. He started small, as most great things do. Osman consistently treated captured enemies with respect, a rare and noteworthy practice. While other leaders were busy making enemies, Osman was making allies. He'd capture a Byzantine fort and then hire the Byzantine soldiers to help him run it. It was like getting a promotion during a hostile takeover. His son Orhan continued this approach, expanding their territory bite by bite, like someone methodically working their way through a box of chocolates. Orhan figured out something important. If you want to build an empire, you need more than just warriors. You need administrators, engineers, teachers, and people who know how to keep things running when the exciting part is over. So the Ottomans began their peculiar habit of adopting the best ideas from everyone they encountered. They borrowed military techniques from the Byzantines, administrative systems from the Persians, and architectural styles from the Arabs. It was like being at a potluck dinner where everyone brings their best dish, except instead of casseroles, people brought entire civilizations. By the time Osman's grandson Murad came along, the Ottomans had crossed into Europe and were eyeing the Balkans like a cat eyeing a particularly plump bird. Murad established the Janissaries, elite soldiers who were recruited as children and trained in the finest military traditions. It sounds harsh by today's standards, but these boys often ended up with better educations and more opportunities than they would have had otherwise. Many became poets, scholars, and administrators, not just soldiers. The Ottomans were building something unprecedented, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire that actually worked. Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived side by side, each contributing their skills and knowledge. The Ottomans operated akin to a medieval version of the United Nations, but with a focus on effective governance. By 1400, What had started as a small tribal confederation had become a regional power that made the remaining Byzantine territories look like a few islands in an Ottoman sea. The shepherd's dream was becoming reality, one careful step at a time. You know how some people are just natural at everything they try? Well, if the early Ottomans were good at empire building, their descendants were absolutely brilliant at it. As our narrative unfolds, we encounter one of history's most captivating figures, Mehmed II, who earned the moniker the Conqueror through challenging circumstances. Mehmed became Sultan in 1451 at the age of 19, which might seem young until you consider that most 19-year-olds today can barely conquer their laundry. This young man looked at Constantinople, the city that had stood unconquered for over 1,000 years, and essentially said, "Hold my coffee." Constantinople was like the ultimate medieval fortress. It sat on a peninsula surrounded by water on 3 sides, with massive walls that had turned back countless armies. The city controlled the Bosphorus, the narrow strait connecting Europe and Asia, making it one of the most strategically important locations in the world. Taking it would be like winning the lottery while simultaneously solving world hunger. The Siege of Constantinople in 1453 was a military operation that would inspire envy in modern generals. Mehmed didn't just attack the city, he reimagined how sieges could work. When his ships couldn't get into the Golden Horn because the Byzantines had stretched a massive chain across the entrance, Mehmed did something so audacious it sounds like fiction. He had his men drag 70 ships overland, across a hill, and launch them into the harbour behind the chain. Imagine being a Byzantine defender, looking out from your supposedly impregnable position, and seeing enemy ships sailing where ships had no business being. It was like finding your neighbour's car parked in your backyard. The Ottomans also brought the biggest cannons anyone had ever seen. These weren't your typical medieval siege engines, these were massive bronze monsters that could hurl stone balls the size of small cars. The largest cannon required 60 oxen for its transportation and on-site assembly. When it fired, the sound could be heard for miles and the ground shook like a minor earthquake. After 57 days of siege, Constantinople fell. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died fighting on the walls, ending an empire that had lasted for over 1,000 years. Mehmed immediately declared the city safe for all inhabitants, and began rebuilding it as his new capital, demonstrating the kind of class that made him a great leader. Mehmed and his successors transformed Istanbul into a global treasure. The Ottomans built stunning mosques, established schools and hospitals, and created a cosmopolitan atmosphere that attracted scholars, artists and merchants from across the known world. It was like Renaissance Florence, but with better coffee and more impressive architecture. The empire continued expanding under Bayezid II and then Selim I, who conquered Egypt and Syria, bringing the holy cities of Mecca and Medina under Ottoman control. These events made the Ottoman Sultan the protector of Islam's holiest sites, adding religious authority to their growing temporal power. But the real showstopper was Suleiman the Magnificent, who took the throne in 1520. If Mehmed was the conqueror, Suleiman was the perfecter. He combined military genius with administrative brilliance and a genuine love of arts and culture. Under his rule, the Ottoman Empire reached its golden age, stretching from the gates of Vienna to the shores of the Persian Gulf. Suleiman's armies operated smoothly and efficiently. They moved with precision, fought with discipline, and conquered with style. The Janissaries had evolved into one of the most formidable military forces in the world, and Ottoman engineering had reached new heights. They built roads that connected distant provinces, aqueducts that brought fresh water to cities, and bridges that stood for centuries. The empire wasn't just about conquest anymore, it was about creating a civilization that could last. The Ottomans developed a sophisticated legal system, established trade networks that connected Europe with Asia, and fostered an atmosphere of learning that attracted the best minds of the age. By 1520, the Ottoman Empire had emerged as the dominant force of its era, causing European kings to lose their sleep and merchants to dream of profit. The thunder of conquest had built something magnificent. Settle back a bit deeper into your chair, because we're entering what might be the most remarkable period in our story. The era when the Ottoman Empire wasn't just powerful, but genuinely magnificent. Picture the late afternoon sun casting long golden shadows across palace courtyards, illuminating an empire at its absolute peak. Suleiman the Magnificent ruled for 46 years, from 1520 to 1566, and during this time, the Ottoman Empire became something unprecedented in world history. It wasn't just the largest empire of its time, it was arguably the most efficiently run, most culturally diverse, and most economically sophisticated political entity on Earth. Let's talk about what daily life was like for you, an ordinary person living in this empire. If you were a merchant in Istanbul, you might start your morning in the Grand Bazaar, one of the world's first shopping malls. The Grand Bazaar wasn't just a market, it was a city within a city, with 4,000 shops, its own police force, and even its own banking system. You could purchase silk from China, spices from India, furs from Russia, and amber from the Baltic, all within the same premises. It was like Amazon, but with more carpet dealers and better coffee. The coffee, by the way, was a recent innovation. Coffee houses had started appearing in Istanbul in the 1540s, and they quickly became centres of social life. Men would gather to drink this new beverage, play chess, discuss politics, and share news from across the empire. The government was initially suspicious of these establishments. They worried that people gathering to drink stimulants and talk politics might lead to trouble. They weren't entirely wrong, but coffee had already conquered the empire more thoroughly than any army ever could. If you were a student, you might attend one of the many schools the Ottomans had established throughout the empire. The Ottoman educational system was remarkably advanced for its time. Students could study mathematics, astronomy, medicine, law, theology, and literature. The best students, regardless of their background, could rise to the highest positions in government. It was a meritocracy wrapped in an empire, which was unusual enough to be revolutionary. Women in the Ottoman Empire had rights that would have shocked their European contemporaries. They could own property, engage in business, and even appear in court to defend their interests. The Ottoman legal system recognised different laws for different communities. Christians followed Christian law in civil matters, Jews followed Jewish law, and Muslims followed Islamic law. It was like having a legal system with multiple operating systems, all running smoothly on the same computer. The empire's military was equally impressive. The Janissaries had evolved into a professional army that was feared and respected throughout Europe and Asia. They weren't just soldiers, they were engineers, administrators, and often scholars. They received training in everything from siege warfare to diplomatic protocol, and many were proficient in multiple languages. Suleiman himself was a fascinating character. He was called the Magnificent in Europe, but his people called him the Lawgiver because of his contributions to the empire's legal system. He was also a poet who wrote under the pen name Muhibbi, which means lover. Imagine a world leader today publishing poetry about love and philosophy alongside military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations. The empire's tolerance was remarkable for its time. In 1492, when Spain expelled its Jewish population, the Ottomans welcomed them with unwavering hospitality. Suleiman reportedly said that the Spanish king had impoverished his country to enrich the Ottoman Empire. These Jewish refugees brought with them skills in medicine, finance, and craftsmanship that greatly benefited their new home. Ottoman architecture during this period was breathtaking. The great architect Mimar Sinan designed buildings that seemed to defy gravity, with domes that appeared to float and minarets that reached toward heaven. The Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, completed in 1557, was his masterpiece, a building so perfectly proportioned that it seems to have grown from the earth rather than been built by human hands. Trade flourished under Ottoman rule. The empire controlled the routes between Europe and Asia, and Ottoman merchants became wealthy, facilitating this exchange. The empire's currency was stable, its roads were safe, and its legal system was predictable. It was like having a medieval version of the European Union, but one that actually worked efficiently. By 1600, the Ottoman Empire controlled 3 continents and influenced the lives of millions of people. It was an empire built on practical tolerance, administrative efficiency, and military excellence. The golden afternoon shone brightly, casting long shadows that extended far into the evening of history. You know how some evenings just seem to go on forever, with the light fading so gradually that you don't notice it's getting dark until you're already reaching for the lamp? That's what happened to the Ottoman Empire in the 17th century. The sun was still shining, but the shadows were definitely getting longer. The problem started, oddly enough, with success. The empire had grown so large that it was becoming difficult to manage. Imagine trying to run a family business that had expanded from a corner store to a multinational corporation. but you were still using the same filing system you'd started with. The Ottoman administrative system, which had worked brilliantly for a smaller empire, was starting to creak under the weight of governing territories from Hungary to Yemen. The sultans were changing too. The early Ottoman rulers had been warriors who led from the front, learning statecraft through experience. But by the 1600s, sultans were increasingly isolated in their palaces, surrounded by advisors who told them what they wanted to hear. It was like getting all your news from social media. You end up in a bubble that doesn't reflect reality. Sultan Ahmed I, who ruled from 1603 to 1617, was a decent man who built the beautiful Blue Mosque in Istanbul. But he was also the first sultan in Ottoman history to come to power without having served as a provincial governor. He learned to be an emperor by being an emperor, which is a bit like learning to drive by entering the Indianapolis 500. The empire's military was facing new challenges too. The Janissaries, once the empire's greatest strength, were becoming a problem. They had evolved from an elite fighting force into something more like a privileged guild. They married, had children, and began to think of their positions as hereditary rights rather than earned privileges. Worse, they were becoming politically active, sometimes deposing sultans they didn't like. It was like having your army double as a very well-armed union with strong opinions about management. Meanwhile, European military technology was advancing rapidly. The Ottomans had once been the innovators in military engineering, but now they were falling behind. European armies were becoming more professional, more disciplined, and better equipped. Lighter, more mobile artillery was surpassing the empire's once world-renowned great siege cannons. The economy was struggling too. The discovery of the Americas had shifted global trade routes, reducing the Ottoman Empire's role as the middleman between Europe and Asia. It was like being a travel agent in the age of the internet. Your old business model was becoming obsolete, but you hadn't figured out what to replace it with yet. The empire suffered a major defeat at the Battle of Vienna in 1683, when a coalition of European powers turned back the Ottoman siege of the Austrian capital. This wasn't just a military defeat, it was a psychological one. The Ottoman Empire found itself clearly on the defensive for the first time in centuries. The empire that had once seemed unstoppable was now being stopped regularly. But here's the thing about the Ottomans. They were remarkably adaptable when they needed to be. The Köprülü Grand Viziers, a family of administrators who effectively ran the empire for several decades, implemented serious reforms. They reorganised the military, reformed the tax system, and tried to root out corruption. It was like having a phenomenal management consulting firm come in and restructure your entire organisation. The empire also began to modernise its military along European lines. They hired European advisors, imported new weapons, and established new training programs. The Janissaries resisted these changes naturally, but gradually the empire began to adopt more modern military practices. Cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. The Ottomans continued to build beautiful mosques, write poetry, and maintain their reputation for religious tolerance. Istanbul was still one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, and Ottoman scholars continued to make contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The empire's diplomatic corps became more sophisticated too. Ottoman ambassadors were sent to European capitals, and the empire began to engage more actively in the European balance of power. They learned to play the diplomatic game according to European norms, forming alliances and forging treaties with former enemies. By 1700, the Ottoman Empire was still a major power, but it was no longer the superpower it had once been. The long twilight was beginning, but it would last for more than 2 centuries. The empire was changing, adapting, and learning to survive in a world that was already rapidly changing. As we enter a new century, it's as if we're witnessing a person attempting to renovate a house during a thunderstorm. The Ottoman Empire in the 1700s was simultaneously trying to modernize, fight wars, and maintain its identity, all while the world around it was changing faster than a teenager's mood. Europe was experiencing its enlightenment, and the Ottomans were falling behind. It wasn't that Ottoman scholars weren't brilliant. They were. It was more like being excellent at chess while everyone else was learning to play a completely different game. The scientific revolution, new military technologies, and changing economic systems were transforming the world, and the Ottomans found themselves playing catch-up. Sultan Ahmed III, who ruled from 1703 to 1730, tried to bridge this gap by embracing what historians call the tulip period. The period wasn't just about flowers, though the Ottomans did develop a serious obsession with tulips, that would have made Dutch investors blush. Ahmed III encouraged European-style art, architecture and literature. He invited European experts to Istanbul and sent Ottoman students to study in European universities. The result was fascinating, but also a bit awkward. Imagine trying to blend traditional Ottoman culture with European Enlightenment ideas. You'd get beautiful palaces that looked like they couldn't decide whether they were Turkish or French, and poetry that mixed classical Ottoman themes with European romantic sensibilities. It was cultural fusion before anyone knew what to call it. The military reforms were more urgent and more controversial. The Janissaries were now thoroughly entrenched as a hereditary caste, more interested in their privileges than in fighting. They were like a medieval labour union that had somehow acquired cannons and a really strong opinion about management decisions. Any attempt to reform them met with resistance that could turn violent. Sultan Selim III, who ruled from 1789 to 1807, made a serious attempt at comprehensive reform. He created a new military force called the Nizam-i New Order, trained by European officers and equipped with modern weapons. He also tried to reform the tax system, modernise the navy, and establish permanent diplomatic missions in European capitals. The timing was particularly challenging because Europe was convulsing with revolutionary changes. The French Revolution had begun in 1789, the same year Selim III came to power. The Ottomans watched nervously as European monarchs were overthrown and traditional authority was challenged. It was like trying to renovate your house while your neighbours were having a very loud, very violent block party. Selim III's reforms were ultimately undone by a Janissary revolt in 1807. The Janissaries, supported by conservative religious leaders, deposed him and installed his cousin Mustafa IV as Sultan. It was a clear message that change would not come easily to the Ottoman Empire. The empire's territorial losses continued throughout the century. The Austrians and Russians made steady gains in the Balkans and around the Black Sea. The empire lost control of Hungary, much of Ukraine and the Crimea. Each loss felt like losing a portion of the family business to more efficient competitors. Economic challenges were equally pressing. The empire's traditional role as a middleman in global trade was diminishing as European merchants found new routes and established direct relationships with Asian suppliers. Ottoman artisans found themselves competing with mass-produced European goods. It was like being a skilled craftsperson in the early days of industrialization. Your products were often superior, but they cost more and took longer to make. Yet the empire showed remarkable resilience. Provincial governors, often acting independently, implemented their reforms and maintained stability in their regions. The empire's cultural and religious diversity remained a source of strength, as different communities contributed their skills and knowledge to the common cause. The Ottomans also proved adept at playing European powers against each other. They formed alliances with France against Austria, then with Britain against Russia. It was like being Switzerland, but with more territory and stronger opinions about who could use your mountain passes. By 1800, the Ottoman Empire was clearly no longer the superpower it had once been, but it was still a major regional power with global influence. The struggle to modernise and reform, while maintaining identity and preserving stability, would continue into the next century. The empire was learning that survival in the modern world required constant adaptation, but also that adaptation didn't necessarily mean abandoning everything that made you who you were. Lean back and take a deep breath, because we're about to witness one of history's most dramatic attempts at reinventing an empire. The 19th century for the Ottomans was like watching someone try to rebuild a ship while sailing through a hurricane. Technically possible, but requiring extraordinary skill, luck, and determination. The century began with another attempt at military reform. Sultan Mahmud II, who came to power in 1808, was determined to succeed where his predecessors had failed. But first, he had to deal with the Janissaries, who were like a cancerous growth that had to be removed, even though the operation might kill the patient. Mahmud II spent years carefully preparing for what he knew would be a decisive confrontation. He built support among other military units, gained the backing of religious leaders, and created alternative institutions that could function if the Janissaries were eliminated. Then, in 1826, he struck. When the Janissaries revolted against his latest reform efforts, Mahmud II used artillery to bombard their barracks in Istanbul. The Janissary Corps, which had existed for nearly 5 centuries, was destroyed in a single day. The event was called the Auspicious Incident, which sounds like the kind of euphemism you'd use to describe a particularly successful corporate restructuring. But it worked. With the Janissaries gone, Mahmud II could finally implement serious military reforms. He created a new army trained by European officers, established a military academy, and began the process of modernising the Ottoman military along European lines. The reform period that followed, known as the Tanzimat reorganisation, was like a comprehensive makeover of the entire empire. The Ottomans tried to modernise everything at once: the legal system, the administrative structure, the educational system, the economy, and even the empire's relationship with its diverse population. The Hatta-Sherif of Gulhane, issued in 1839, was essentially the Ottoman Empire's declaration of modernisation. It guaranteed the security of life, honour, and property for all subjects, regardless of their religion. It promised equality before the law and an end to arbitrary taxation. It was like a constitutional monarchy's greatest hits album, performed in Ottoman Turkish. The results were mixed but fascinating. The empire built railways, telegraph lines, and modern schools. It established a modern legal system based on European models while maintaining religious courts for personal matters. Ottoman students studied in European universities and returned with new ideas about science, technology, and government. The empire also became increasingly connected to the global economy. Ottoman merchants traded with partners around the world, and European investors began to take interest in Ottoman projects. Unfortunately, these developments also meant that the empire became dependent on European loans to finance its modernisation efforts. It was like renovating your house with credit cards. You get a beautiful result, but you're also deeply in debt. The Crimean War of 1853 to 1856 marked a pivotal moment. The Ottomans found themselves allied with Britain and France against Russia, and for the first time in centuries, they were on the winning side of a major European conflict. The victory demonstrated that the Ottoman military reforms were working, but it also showed how dependent the empire had become on European support. The later part of the century saw the empire grappling with nationalism. The Greek War of Independence in the 1820s had been just the beginning. Throughout the 1800s, various ethnic groups within the empire began demanding independence or autonomy. The Bulgarians, Serbs, Romanians and others all sought to create their own nation-states. It was like managing a large family where all the teenagers had suddenly decided they wanted to move out and start their households. The empire's response was complex. Sometimes it fought to maintain control, sometimes it negotiated autonomy arrangements, and sometimes it simply acknowledged the inevitable and granted independence. The Ottomans were learning to be flexible, but each loss of territory was painful and expensive. Sultan Abdulhamid II, who ruled from 1876 to 1909, tried a different approach. He emphasised the empire's Islamic identity and appealed to Muslim solidarity to hold the empire together. He also invested heavily in infrastructure, building schools, hospitals and railways throughout the empire. His reign was marked by economic growth and cultural flowering, but also by increasing authoritarianism as he tried to control the forces of change. The empire's cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. Ottoman writers, poets, and artists engaged with European ideas while maintaining their own distinctive traditions. The Ottoman press flourished, at least when it wasn't being censored, and Ottoman intellectuals debated questions of identity, modernisation, and reform. By 1900, the Ottoman Empire had been transformed. It was no longer the medieval empire it had been in 1800, but it wasn't quite a modern European state either. It was something new and unique, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire trying to find its place in the modern world. The desperate dance of reform had changed the empire fundamentally, but it had also left it exhausted and vulnerable. Settle in for the final chapter of our long journey, dear listener. Sometimes the most poignant stories are about endings, and the story of how the Ottoman Empire finally laid down its burden is both heartbreaking and strangely beautiful, like watching the sun set over a city you've loved for a lifetime. The 20th century began with what seemed like promise. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 restored the Ottoman constitution and seemed to offer a path toward genuine modernisation and democratic governance. The empire's remaining territories were buzzing with new ideas about citizenship, nationalism and progress. It was like watching someone finally get their life together after years of struggle. However, the empire was about to face a formidable challenge: The Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913 stripped away most of the empire's remaining European territories. Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro and Greece formed an alliance and attacked the Ottomans, who found themselves fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously. It was like being mugged by a gang while you were already dealing with family problems. The Young Turks, led by figures like Enver Pasha and Talat Pasha, tried to salvage the situation through a combination of modernisation and nationalism. They promoted the idea of Ottomanism, the notion that all citizens of the empire, regardless of ethnicity or religion, could be Ottoman patriots. It was a noble idea, but it came too late and in too difficult circumstances to really take hold. Then came the Great War, and with it, the decision that would ultimately doom the empire. The Ottoman leadership, convinced that Germany would win, entered World War I on the side of the Central Powers in 1914. It was akin to placing a bet on the family farm in a horse race, where winning could theoretically be achieved, but losing could be catastrophically costly. The war was devastating for the empire. Ottoman forces fought bravely on multiple fronts, against the British in Mesopotamia and Palestine, against the Russians in the Caucasus, and against the Allies at Gallipoli. The Gallipoli campaign in particular showed that the Ottoman military could still fight with distinction when properly led and equipped. Under the command of Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, Ottoman forces turned back a major Allied invasion. However, the empire's resources faced extreme strain. The economy collapsed under the strain of total war. Famine spread through many provinces. The empire's infrastructure, which had been steadily improving throughout the 19th century, began to crumble under the demands of military logistics. The war also witnessed some of the darkest chapters in Ottoman history. The deportation and massacre of Armenians in 1915 was a tragedy that stained the empire's legacy. The Young Turks, under pressure from multiple rebellions and invasions, made decisions that violated the empire's traditional values of tolerance and diversity. It was like watching someone you'd admired for years make choices that were completely out of character. When Germany and its allies finally surrendered in 1918, the Ottoman Empire was effectively finished. The empire had lost not just the war but most of its territory, its economic base, and its political legitimacy. Allied forces occupied Istanbul, and the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920 would have reduced the empire to a small rump state in central Anatolia. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. From the ashes of the Ottoman Empire rose something new and different. Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, organised a nationalist resistance movement that rejected both the Sultan's authority and the Allied occupation. The Turkish War of Independence that followed was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, something new and vital emerging from what everyone thought was a complete destruction. The last Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed VI, was deposed in 1922, and the empire that had lasted for over 6 centuries finally came to an end. The new Turkish Republic, proclaimed in 1923, was explicitly not an empire but a nation-state. It was like watching a family business that had been passed down through generations finally close its doors, but with the family members going on to start successful new ventures. The Ottoman Empire's end wasn't just the conclusion of a political entity, it was the end of a way of organising human society. The Ottomans had shown that it was possible to govern a diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-religious population with relative justice and stability. Their empire had been a bridge between Europe and Asia, between Christianity and Islam, and between the medieval and modern worlds. As we close our story, it's worth remembering that the Ottoman Empire's legacy lived on in the institutions, customs and cultures of the dozens of countries that emerged from its former territories. From the coffee houses of Istanbul to the architecture of Budapest, from the legal systems of the Balkans to the culinary traditions of the Middle East, the Ottoman influence permeated the fabric of entire civilizations. The empire that began with a shepherd's dream in the hills of Anatolia had grown to encompass 3 continents and influence the lives of millions. It had been magnificent, flawed, adaptable, and ultimately mortal, much like the human beings who built it, sustained it, and finally let it go. And now, as we finish our journey together, perhaps it's time to turn off the lamp and let the gentle darkness of a well-told story carry us toward our dreams. Imagine what the world was like in 774, when Charlemagne was busy becoming the Holy Roman Emperor, and most people thought the earth was the centre of everything. It was a time when the most amazing piece of technology you had was a water mill. The news travelled as fast as a horse, and you learned about the universe from a mix of ancient Greek philosophy, Christian theology, and what your grandfather swore he saw in the sky that one night. You lived in a world where the heavens were as reliable as clockwork, or at least as reliable as a sundial, which was the most accurate timepiece you had. The sun rose, the moon went through its phases, and the stars moved in patterns that people have known about since the beginning of recorded history. In a time when so much of life was uncertain, this celestial reliability was more than just useful, it was very comforting. Hollywood might make you think that people in the Middle Ages were primitive, but they weren't. They were skilled astronomers who could predict when eclipses would happen, figure out when Easter would be years in advance, and find their way by the stars with amazing accuracy. Monastery libraries kept careful records of comets, the movements of planets, and other strange things that happened in the sky for hundreds of years. These people didn't freak out at every shooting star. They were experienced sky watchers who could tell the difference between normal and amazing. In comparison to how complicated things are today, the medieval view of the universe was very simple. Earth was in the middle of everything, and around it were crystal spheres that held the moon, planets, and stars in their never-ending dance. The Empyrean was beyond the sphere of fixed stars, and it was where God lived in perfect light. It was a universe that made sense, where everything was in the right place and had a reason for being there. People in 774 lived their lives in ways that most people today have forgotten. You woke up with the sun because candles were expensive and firelight was hard to find. The sun's path across the sky, not the clock, told you how long your workday was. Farmers knew that certain crops should be planted when certain stars came up at dawn. And monks split their prayers into different parts based on the canonical hours that followed the sun's movement. Most people stayed in the same place their whole lives, only moving a few miles away. The next valley, the closest market town, and maybe the regional cathedral were the only things that could reach your world. If you were lucky enough to go on a pilgrimage, you could see them. It would have seemed as strange to you that things happening millions of miles away in space could affect your daily life, as the idea that you could one day video chat with someone on the other side of the world. But even in this small world, people were very aware of the sky. The night was really dark because there were no electric lights to wash out the stars. This made celestial events much more visible and dramatic than they are now. Everyone could see a bright comet, not just astronomers with special tools. The Milky Way looked like a cosmic highway across the sky, and meteor showers were events that whole villages would stay up to watch. Everything was affected by religion, and people often saw celestial events through religious lenses. Strange things happening in the sky could be signs of political change, warnings from God about how to act morally, or signs of the end of the world. The line between astronomy and astrology was not clear, and both were seen as valid ways to understand God's will. In 774, most scholars were monks and priests who could read the works of ancient scholars like Ptolemy, Aristotle, and Pliny the Elder. These texts helped people understand how the world worked, but medieval scholars weren't just passive recipients of ancient knowledge. They also made their own observations and sometimes came to different conclusions than classical authorities. People were curious and observant at the time, but only up to a point. Natural philosophers endeavoured to comprehend God's creation through meticulous examination, holding the belief that the natural world disclosed divine truth. It was important to pay attention to strange events not only because they were scientifically interesting, but also because they could have spiritual meaning. Trade networks linked even the most isolated communities to larger cultural exchanges. A strange story seen in one monastery could travel hundreds of miles along pilgrimage routes, merchant paths, and diplomatic channels to reach chroniclers. Information moved slowly but steadily, making a medieval version of an intellectual network that could keep and share important observations. In this carefully planned world of 774, where the stars followed familiar patterns and strange things happened so rarely that they were memorable, something amazing was about to happen. The universe was getting ready to send Earth a cosmic message that would be recorded in tree rings, ice cores, and historical records. It would take humans over 1,000 years to make the scientific tools needed to figure out what it meant, but the people of 774 didn't know they were about to see proof of one of the most powerful events in the history of the universe. They went about their daily lives taking care of their fields, praying and looking at the stars they knew. They had no idea that invisible radiation was about to fall from space in amounts that wouldn't be seen again for another 1,000 years. Imagine that you're relaxing in your medieval cottage on a normal night in 774, maybe sometime between late winter and early summer. The exact date is lost to history, like so many other details from that time. The sky looks normal, the stars shine as brightly as they always do, and nothing seems out of the ordinary for any other night in your life. But something amazing is happening high above the Earth's atmosphere that people won't fully understand until the 21st century. A huge burst of high-energy particles is hitting Earth's upper atmosphere with a force that has never been seen before. These cosmic rays, which wouldn't be called that for another 1,000 years, are falling from space like an invisible waterfall of radiation, carrying energies that are much bigger than anything human technology can make even today. One of the biggest mysteries of medieval astronomy is where this cosmic bombardment came from. This is partly because the people who were affected couldn't see it directly. This event didn't make any visible light, change the night sky in any big ways, or show any clear signs that something strange was happening, unlike a comet or supernova. It was like being in the middle of the most amazing fireworks show in the history of the universe while wearing a blindfold. What was going on, even though it couldn't be seen, was truly amazing. Protons and other high-energy particles were hitting Earth's atmosphere at almost the speed of light. This caused secondary particles to rain down toward the surface. The intensity was about 20 times higher than normal cosmic ray levels. It was like if the normal gentle spring rain turned into a heavy downpour that lasted for months. These cosmic rays were hitting nitrogen atoms in the upper atmosphere and changing them into carbon-14, the radioactive isotope that archaeologists use to date old things. This process usually happens at a steady, predictable rate, like a cosmic clock that has been ticking steadily for thousands of years. But in 774, that clock suddenly sped up, making carbon-14 at levels that would leave a mark on every living thing on Earth forever. Trees did a great job of recording this event, even though they didn't know they were acting as cosmic historians. They took in extra carbon-14 as they grew in 774 and 775, which scientists would later recognize as one of the most dramatic spikes in the radiocarbon record. Every tree ring from that time held proof of this storm that couldn't be seen. The cosmic rays were also making other isotopic signatures, like beryllium-10 in ice cores and chlorine-36 in rocks. These records of the same event were spread out all over the world, like pieces of a puzzle that wouldn't be put together for more than 1,000 years. The universe was putting invisible tags on Earth that said, something big happened here in 774. But what could have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? Scientists today have come up with a number of possible explanations, each one more dramatic than the last. Maybe two neutron stars, which are city-sized objects with the mass of our sun, crashed into each other in our cosmic neighborhood, sending out a short but very strong burst of high-energy particles. You can start to understand the energies involved if you picture two atomic nuclei the size of Manhattan crashing into each other at speeds of thousands of miles per second. Another possibility is that a magnetaire, which is a neutron star with a magnetic field trillions of times stronger than Earth's, had a huge flare that sent radiation across interstellar space. Magnetas are like crazy cosmic lighthouses that sometimes explode with energy that can be seen from thousands of light years away. If one of these huge stars hiccuped in the right way, Earth would have been in the way of an invisible tsunami of high-energy particles. One of the most interesting possibilities is that Earth saw a gamma-ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known to physics, when huge stars collapse into black holes or when strange stellar remnants collide with each other in a way that destroys everything. These events can outshine whole galaxies for a short time. A gamma-ray burst that hit Earth directly could have caused the cosmic ray spike that was seen in 774. The timing of this event is what makes it so interesting. From 774 to 776, medieval records from all over the world talked about strange things that happened, like strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns, and other things that chroniclers thought were worth noting. These observations may have natural explanations that have nothing to do with cosmic rays, but the connection is interesting enough to make you think about what people who looked at the sky in the Middle Ages might have seen that they couldn't explain. The cosmic ray event of 774 was short by astronomical standards. It probably lasted months instead of years. However, it was strong enough to leave permanent marks in Earth's natural records. It was like getting a cosmic telegram in a language that people wouldn't be able to read for more than 1,000 years, when they had better tools and theories. From a medieval point of view, this storm was completely invisible to any technology or observation method that was available at the time. Cosmic ray events don't leave any visible signs that would alert people, unlike eclipses, comets, or supernovae. The people of 774 were going through one of the most amazing astrophysical events in history, but they had no way of knowing it was happening. But in a way, they were all part of a cosmic experiment, working together without even knowing it to make a time capsule that would help scientists learn more about both medieval history and astrophysics. Every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that developed during those important years was quietly leaving behind evidence that would be very useful to researchers 13 centuries later. Even though medieval people couldn't see cosmic rays, the years 774 to 776 were not boring for the people who lived through them. There are records from Europe and Asia that talk about strange things that happened during this time. We can't say for sure that cosmic radiation caused all of them, but the timing is interesting enough to make you wonder what people in the Middle Ages were really seeing. Imagine being a monk in a scriptorium in 775, keeping the chronicle that tells the story of your monastery's most important events. You dip your quill in oak gall ink and write down that the winter has been unusually harsh and that strange colours have appeared in the northern sky a few times. You don't know that more cosmic radiation could change the chemistry of the atmosphere in small ways, or that high-energy particles could cause strange auroras to appear at lower latitudes than usual. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which is one of the most reliable sources from the Middle Ages, says that a red crucifix appeared in the sky after sunset around this time. Medieval chroniclers were skilled at watching the sky and could tell the difference between normal and strange events. So when they took the time to write down strange celestial events, they were probably seeing something that was really strange. Between 774 and 776, Chinese astronomical records from the Tang dynasty, which kept some of the most advanced celestial observations in the world, noted a number of strange events. Chinese astronomers were especially good at keeping track of comets, novae, and other short-lived events. Their records talk about guest stars and strange atmospheric events that don't match up with any known astronomical events that can be seen from Earth. The Annals of Ulster say that there were strange lights and weather patterns in Ireland during this time. Irish monasteries were places where people could learn and keep detailed records of events on Earth and in the sky. Their chronicles often give us information about things that other sources might miss. The fact that different independent chronicle traditions all record strange things happening at the same time suggests that something strange was really going on. But this is where the story gets really interesting from a human point of view. People in the Middle Ages who saw these things had to make sense of them using what they already knew. This meant that they mostly understood strange things through religious and philosophical lenses instead of scientific ones. A strange light in the northern sky could mean that the government is about to change, that God is unhappy with how people are acting, or that the end of the world is near. People probably thought of the Red Cross in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as a Christian vision, maybe showing God's judgment or mercy. These interpretations weren't simple or stupid. They were smart tries to make sense of strange events with the best tools available at the time. It also looks like the weather in the Middle Ages was strange from 774 to 776, with different records talking about harsh winters, strange storms, and other weather events that were out of the ordinary. Cosmic rays don't directly control the weather, but they can change the chemistry of the atmosphere in ways that might change how clouds form and how much rain falls. Medieval people would have thought it was magic that invisible particles from space could change the weather on Earth. However, modern research shows that these connections are possible in theory. Some agricultural records from this time, when they still exist, talk about strange crop yields or growing conditions. Farmers in 774 were very aware of small changes in the environment that could have an effect on their crops. They would have noticed if plants were acting differently than they should have. Theoretically, increased cosmic radiation could impact plant growth and development in ways that seasoned farmers might notice, even if they couldn't articulate their observations. Monks may have noticed small changes in how plants grew or flowered in monastery gardens, which were well-kept places. Medieval monasteries kept very detailed records of farming, and some of these records suggest that the weather was strange during the mid-700s and 70s. It is impossible to say for sure if these changes were caused by cosmic radiation, or just normal changes in farming. But the timing is interesting. Even if the cosmic ray event itself couldn't be seen, it probably had a big effect on the minds of people living in medieval times. Even though no one could say for sure what was going on, strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns, and strange natural events would have made people feel like something big was happening. People in the Middle Ages lived much closer to the natural rhythms of the world than we do now. This made them more aware of small changes in the environment that people who live in cities today might not notice at all. A farmer who slept outside every night would notice if the aurora appeared at latitudes that were lower than usual. Similarly, a monk who prayed at regular times would notice if the colours of dawn or dusk looked different than usual. When strange things happened in medieval communities, people usually turned to religion more, asked learned people for advice, and paid close attention to other signs that might help them understand what was going on. Communities might set up special prayers, processions, or other religious activities to respond to divine messages that are hidden in natural events. It is especially sad that people in the Middle Ages saw the aftermath of one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history, but they had no way to understand what it really meant or how important it was. They were like people who were trying to understand a symphony but could only hear a few notes here and there, or who were trying to enjoy a painting but could only see random brushstrokes. But their careful observations and detailed records, which are still kept in monastery chronicles and royal annals on several continents, give modern scientists important information about both the cosmic ray event and its possible effects on Earth. Medieval chroniclers, writing by candlelight in stone scriptoriums, made records that would be very useful to astrophysicists 13 centuries later. People living between 774 and 776 experienced mystery in its purest form, things that were clearly important, but couldn't be explained by what they already knew. They used the tools they had: careful observation, keeping detailed records, and thinking about what they saw using religious and philosophical traditions that had helped people understand things for a long time. Picture yourself as a detective trying to figure out a mystery that happened more than 1200 years ago. The only clues you have are scattered across royal archives, monastery libraries, and the hidden records written in tree rings and ice cores. When modern scientists first found proof of the 774 cosmic ray event, they had to put together medieval chronicles and the most advanced astrophysics to figure it out. In the early 2000s, researchers looking at tree ring data saw something amazing that led to the big discovery. The amount of carbon-14 in wood samples from 774 to 775 went up a lot, which hasn't happened in the last few thousand years. It was like nature had suddenly switched pens to write the same story, making a signature so unique that it could be seen in trees from Japan to Germany to North America. But what makes this discovery so interesting is that the same strange thing happened at the same time in many different records all over the world. Ice cores from Antarctica and Greenland had higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes that are made when cosmic rays hit other particles. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans showed signs of the same event in their chemical makeup. It was like seeing the same fingerprint at crime scenes on different continents. Medieval chroniclers, who wrote by candlelight with quill pens, unknowingly recorded pieces of this cosmic puzzle in their careful notes about strange events. It was no longer just a strange medieval superstition that the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentioned a red crucifix in the sky. It could be useful scientific information about how cosmic radiation affects the atmosphere. Chinese astronomical records were especially useful because astronomers in the Tang dynasty kept very detailed records of celestial events. Their records of guest stars, strange lights, and atmospheric anomalies from 774 to 776 helped us understand how experienced skywatchers might have seen such an event with the tools they had at the time. To connect medieval chronicles to modern astrophysics, you had to think about things in a way that was like going back in time. Researchers needed to comprehend not only the observations made by medieval individuals, but also how these observations would have been interpreted and documented within their cultural and scientific contexts. Medieval chroniclers would have used the language of omens, wonders, and divine signs to write about something that we could describe in terms of particle physics and atmospheric chemistry. The result of this cross-disciplinary detective work was a picture of an event that was both dramatic and invisible. No medieval technology could have detected the cosmic ray bombardment itself, but careful observers might have been able to see its secondary effects, such as strange auroras, atmospheric phenomena, and maybe even small changes in weather patterns. The timing of events recorded in medieval chronicles roughly matches the time when cosmic ray levels were high. This suggests that some of the strange things that medieval writers wrote about may have been caused by the invisible radiation storm. It's like finding out that puzzle pieces that seemed unrelated actually fit together to make a whole picture when you look at them from the right angle. Islamic astronomical records from Baghdad and Cordoba also talk about strange things that happened during this time. Medieval Islamic astronomers were some of the best at observing celestial events in the world. Their records often add to and clarify what European and Chinese sources have said. The worldwide nature of these records suggests that what was happening was truly global, not just in one area. Modern researchers have a hard time figuring out which cosmic ray effects are real, and which are just the normal background of strange events that medieval chroniclers wrote about all the time. People in the Middle Ages lived in a world where comets, eclipses, strange weather, and many other events were always happening and being seen as important. To figure out which anomalies might be linked to the cosmic ray event, you need to carefully look at the timing, global distribution, and the specific nature of the reported phenomena. One of the most interesting things about medieval records is how consistent they are across different cultures. When Irish monks, Chinese court astronomers, and Islamic scholars in Spain all write about strange things happening in the sky at the same time, it means they were seeing something that was really strange, and not just what people in their cultures thought were signs of bad luck or good luck. This cosmic mystery shows how modern science works best when people work together. Astrophysicists offered theoretical frameworks for comprehending cosmic ray phenomena and their possible impacts. Historians and archaeologists helped by sharing their knowledge of medieval sources and the historical context. Geochemists and climatologists studied tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records that keep chemical traces of events from long ago. The 774 event is especially useful for science, because it can be used as a kind of cosmic calibration tool. Scientists can better understand similar but smaller events in the geological and historical record by studying how this intense cosmic ray event changed Earth's atmosphere and biosphere. It's like having a Rosetta Stone to help you figure out what cosmic ray signatures mean in natural archives. The medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange events in 774 to 776 were part of a scientific collaboration that they could never have imagined. Their meticulous observations, documented in manuscripts dispersed throughout monastery libraries and royal archives, yielded essential evidence for comprehending one of the most consequential astrophysical occurrences in recorded history. Scientists can now read the cosmic signatures hidden in tree rings and ice cores thanks to modern technology. However, medieval people who saw the event gave scientists the context they needed to understand how it might have looked to people who lived through it. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research has uncovered a story that neither method could have found on its own. The people who saw the 774 cosmic ray event had no idea they were witnessing astronomical history, but their careful record-keeping and detailed observations made a time capsule that would be very useful to researchers more than 1,000 years later. It's a reminder that observations that seem unrelated can sometimes show their true importance only when looked at from the point of view of later scientific knowledge. Imagine waking up on a normal morning in 775 when the year before had brought news of strange events from all over the world. You get up with the sun, because that's when life starts in a time before electric lights. When you step outside your home, whether it's a peasant's cottage, a monastery cell, or a merchant's house, you might look up at the sky and realize that something strange has been happening up there. The cosmic ray event that peaked in 774 was making small changes in your environment that you couldn't see, but the strange things that chroniclers and travellers wrote about were adding a sense of wonder and uncertainty to everyday life. People in the Middle Ages were used to living with mystery. They knew that a lot of things about the natural world were beyond human understanding, but the fact that there were so many strange reports during this time made them feel like big changes might be happening in the cosmic order. No matter if you were a devout monk following the canonical hours or a farmer giving thanks for another day of life, your morning routine would always start with prayers. But prayers from the Middle Ages often asked for protection from all kinds of natural and supernatural threats. The reports of strange lights and unusual weather might have made these requests seem more important than usual. You lived in a time when the line between natural and supernatural explanations was not very clear. Strange things could be seen as either divine messages or bad omens. Most people in 775 were farmers, so they had to pay close attention to natural signs and seasonal patterns all the time. To be successful in farming in the Middle Ages, you had to be able to read subtle signs in the environment, like when to plant based on the temperature and moisture of the soil, how to tell when the weather would change based on the clouds and wind patterns, and how to tell when it was time to harvest. People whose survival depended on being able to read nature's signals would notice any strange changes in the environment right away. The higher levels of cosmic radiation that were falling on Earth at this time could have had an effect on plant growth that experienced farmers might have noticed. Medieval farmers were very sensitive to changes in how crops grew and developed, even though the effects would be small compared to more obvious factors like weather and soil quality. If a farmer worked the same fields for years, they would notice if the plants were acting even a little bit differently than they were used to. Monastery gardens, in particular, were carefully controlled spaces where small changes might be easier to see. Monks who took care of herb gardens and medicinal plants were trained to be very observant and pay close attention to how plants grew and how healthy they were. Because they knew so much about how plants normally behave, they might have been able to spot things that less experienced observers would have missed. The The psychological climate of daily life during this era was likely affected by the proliferation of anomalous reports from various regions and sources. Medieval communication networks, which were based on trade routes, pilgrimage routes, and diplomatic contacts, moved information slowly but steadily. Strange stories from faraway places would slowly make their way into local communities, making people feel like the normal order of things was changing in some way. People in the Middle Ages knew that big events often made themselves known through natural signs and omens. Medieval people strongly believed that strange events could happen before big changes in politics, society, or religion. People who lived at the time would have thought that something important was going on, when several sources reported strange events happening at the same time. Even if they didn't know exactly what it was, people might have talked about strange weather, strange lights, and other strange things that travellers and chroniclers had seen more often during this time. Because medieval communities were small, interesting news spread quickly. The collection of strange reports would have given people interesting things to talk about at communal meals, market days, and other social events. People who worked outside would have had more chances to see strange weather patterns that people who worked inside might not have seen. Blacksmiths, carpenters, and other craftsmen who worked outside would have been in a good position to notice changes in the colours of the sky, strange cloud shapes, or other atmospheric oddities that could be related to the invisible cosmic ray bombardment that is hitting the upper atmosphere of Earth. During this time, people might have spent more time watching the sky at night, because they were more aware of the possibility of strange celestial events. People in the Middle Ages were already good at looking at the stars. The night sky was much clearer without light pollution, and looking at the stars was important for keeping track of time and finding your way. But reports of strange lights and atmospheric anomalies would have made them even more careful about what they saw at night. During 775, religious observances may have encompassed specific prayers or rituals intended to appropriately address the enigmatic signs that appeared with notable frequency. Medieval Christianity offered frameworks for interpreting natural phenomena as divine communications, and communities may have organized supplementary religious activities to ensure appropriate responses to perceived celestial messages. Life in the Middle Ages was still governed by the seasons, even though strange things were happening in the background. No matter how many cosmic rays were in the air or how many strange lights were in the sky, spring planting, summer cultivation, autumn harvest, and winter preservation activities all followed their old patterns. But there may have been more talks about what current events mean, and what they could mean for the future while the work was going on. Merchants and travellers, who had the most information about different parts of the world in medieval times, were very important in spreading news about strange events to different areas. A merchant who travelled between cities a lot could act as an unofficial clearinghouse for stories about strange things that happened, letting people compare what happened in their own area with what happened in other places. The cumulative effect of living through a time when strange things happened more often than usual was probably a stronger feeling of living in important times. People in the Middle Ages knew that they were part of ongoing historical stories, like the history of their kingdoms, the history of the Bible, and the story of Christendom. They thought that strange natural events might mean that important parts of these bigger stories were being written. What makes this especially sad is that the people of 775 were going through a very important event in the universe, even though they had no idea what it really was. One of the strongest cosmic ray bombardments ever recorded was happening, but people at the time couldn't see it. It left permanent marks in tree rings and ice cores. They were making records that would be very useful to scientists 1,000 years later, but they didn't know it at the time. The story of how modern scientists figured out what happened during the 774 cosmic ray event is like a detective novel for smart people, with clues hidden in Japanese cedar trees, Greenlandic ice sheets, and the margins of medieval manuscripts. It's a story that shows how the most advanced science of the 21st century can sometimes rely on the careful notes of monks from the 8th century who were just trying to write down what they saw in the world around them. As is often the case with scientific breakthroughs, the discovery started when someone noticed that the data didn't look quite right. Researchers studying radiocarbon levels in tree rings in the early 2000s were creating detailed timelines of past weather conditions when they found something that had never been seen before. A huge rise in carbon-14 levels that happened all over the world in trees between 774 and 775. Imagine the moment when these scientists first understood what they were seeing. Radiocarbon dating works because cosmic rays change nitrogen in the air into carbon-14 at rates that are fairly predictable. For thousands of years, this process has been running like a clock in space, making a baseline that archaeologists and climate researchers use to date old things. But in 774, that steady clock in space suddenly sped up. The spike was huge, about 20 times higher than normal levels of cosmic rays, and it happened all over the place at the same time. During their 774 to 775 growth rings, trees in Japan, Germany, North America, and other parts of the world all showed the same huge rise in carbon-14 incorporation. It was like finding out that every clock in the world had run fast for a short time in the same year over 1200 years ago. At first, scientists didn't know what could have caused such a big and sudden event around the world. Testing nuclear weapons in the 1960s had caused fake radiocarbon spikes, but the natural historical record didn't have anything like what they were seeing in 774. In theory, solar flares could cause more cosmic rays, but the 774 event was so big that it was bigger than any known solar storm. The big step forward happened when scientists started looking for other natural records that keep cosmic ray signatures that could back up their findings. Antarctic ice cores, which trap gases and particles from the atmosphere in layers that look like pages in a frozen book, showed higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes made by cosmic ray interactions during the same time period. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans had other chemical signs of the same event. Scientists were sure they were looking at something truly new in the historical record, because evidence from many different sources, tree rings, ice cores, and coral reefs, all pointed to the same amazing event that happened in 774 to 775. But figuring out what happened was just the first step in understanding it. What might have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? This is where medieval chronicles became an unexpectedly important part of the scientific equation. Scientists figured out that if cosmic ray levels had gone up a lot between 774 and 775, there might be indirect proof of what happened in historical records from that time. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages were skilled at noticing strange things in the sky and the air, and they may have seen things that could be linked to higher levels of cosmic radiation. Researchers had to think like both scientists and historians in order to link medieval observations to modern astrophysics. They had to know not only what people in the Middle Ages might have seen, but also how those observations would have been understood and recorded in the 8th century's ways of knowing and believing. A phenomenon that contemporary scientists would characterize through the lens of particle physics may be depicted in medieval chronicles as an omen, miracle, or divine sign. The interdisciplinary investigation yielded evidence that medieval observers discerned unusual phenomena during the years 774 to 776. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles mention of a red crucifix in the sky, Chinese records of guest stars and atmospheric anomalies, and other chronological accounts of strange lights and weather patterns from this time suddenly became more important as possible proof of cosmic ray effects. The scientific teamwork needed to solve this mystery is an example of how modern research works best. Astrophysicists came up with theoretical models of what could cause such strong cosmic ray bursts. Scientists who study the atmosphere talked about how high-energy particles could change the chemistry of the upper atmosphere. Historians and archaeologists offered their knowledge of medieval sources and timelines. Geochemists created ways to get cosmic ray signatures from natural archives. Each piece of evidence backed up and made the others clearer. The tree ring data gave very accurate measurements of when and how big things were. The analysis of ice cores confirmed that the event affected the whole world. Medieval chronicles provided perspectives on the potential perceptions of the event's secondary effects by human observers. Theoretical astrophysics proposed potential origins for such a profound cosmic ray burst. The most likely explanation is that Earth was hit by radiation from either a gamma ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known in the universe, or a huge stellar flare from a magnetar, which is a neutron star with very strong magnetic fields. Either of these events could have caused the high-energy particle bombardment that made the isotopic signatures found in natural archives from 774 to 775. This discovery is especially important because it is one of the most powerful astrophysical events that has ever been recorded. Gamma-ray bursts are so powerful that they can briefly outshine whole galaxies, if one happened close enough to Earth to cause the 774 cosmic ray spike. It would be a very rare astronomical event. We're talking about things that happen maybe once every few thousand years in our part of the universe. The effects go beyond just figuring out what happened in one strange event. The 774 cosmic ray spike is a good way to figure out how these kinds of events affect the atmosphere and biosphere of Earth. Scientists can better understand similar but less dramatic cosmic ray changes throughout geological history by looking at the isotopic signatures left behind by this well-known event. Modern technology has made it possible for scientists to read chemical signatures in natural archives with amazing accuracy. However, medieval chroniclers gave us the human context we need to understand how people living through these events might have seen them. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research found a story that neither method could have found on its own. Those who lived through the 774 cosmic ray event could never have guessed that their careful observations would one day help scientists learn more about neutron stars, gamma-ray bursts, and cosmic ray physics. But their detailed records, which are still kept in monastery libraries and royal archives, were very important for solving one of the biggest astrophysical mysteries in history. As you get more comfortable in your reading spot, maybe while you finish your evening tea, let's think about how a cosmic event that lasted only a few months in 774 has changed how we think about the universe for more than 1,000 years. It's a story about how things we can't see can leave permanent marks on the world, and how those marks can wait hundreds of years for someone to learn how to read them. Scientists now call the cosmic ray event of 774 the most dramatic radiocarbon spike in recorded history. Its effects go far beyond just being an interesting data point for astrophysicists. This event fundamentally changed how we think about the relationship between cosmic phenomena and terrestrial life, showing that even systems on Earth that seem stable can be drastically changed by rare but powerful events happening millions of miles away in space. The tree rings that recorded this cosmic bombardment are still around today, preserved in old wooden buildings, archaeological sites, and forests around the world. Every piece of wood that grew between 774 and 775 has a chemical signature of that amazing year in its cells, like a molecular autograph written by the universe itself. This invisible timestamp links medieval cathedrals, ancient temples, and archaeological artifacts from this time period to one of the most important astrophysical events in human history. The 774 event has changed the way we do modern radiocarbon dating. Before this discovery, scientists thought that levels of carbon-14 in the atmosphere had stayed pretty stable over time, with only small changes caused by solar activity and other things that could be predicted. The sudden rise in 774 showed that assumption was wrong, which led to more advanced calibration methods that take into account sudden cosmic ray events. The 774 event has helped make archaeological dating more accurate. Thanks to this unique cosmic signature, we can now date artifacts from the late 8th century with more accuracy than ever before. It's like having a universal timestamp that shows up in organic materials from all over the world. This lets archaeologists line up their timelines with amazing accuracy. The effects on our understanding of medieval history have been just as big. The 774 cosmic ray event serves as a stable chronological reference, aiding historians in correlating events across diverse cultural traditions and geographical areas. When Chinese chronicles, European monasteries, and Middle Eastern sources all write about strange things happening at the same time, it makes sense that these events could be connected to the same cosmic event. Climate science has also gained insights from comprehending the influence of cosmic rays on Earth's atmospheric chemistry. The 774 event was too short to change the climate in the long term, but it did show that cosmic radiation can affect atmospheric processes in ways that climate models need to take into account. Contemporary researchers examining historical climate variations are increasingly focusing on cosmic ray fluctuations as a potential influence on atmospheric chemistry alterations. Researchers are now actively looking for similar events in the geological record. Scientists are now looking for more cosmic ray spikes that are hidden in tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records. They want to find more times when Earth was hit by strong radiation from space. Every new piece of information helps us understand how often these things happen and what they might do. The 774 event has changed how we study space weather. Cosmic rays can damage modern satellites and electronic systems, and knowing how extreme events have happened in the past can help engineers make technology that can survive them. The 774 spike is a good example of the kinds of cosmic ray intensities that Earth's technology might need to be able to handle during rare but powerful astrophysical events. The need for scientists and historians to work together to understand the 774 event has led to new models for how these two fields can work together. Astrophysicists now often ask medieval historians for help, and climatologists and archaeologists work together to learn more about how the environment has changed over time. Researchers are realizing that to fully understand complex phenomena, they need to look at them from many different angles. This has made the lines between different academic fields less clear. The discovery of 774 has changed the way both history and science are taught in schools. The The story shows how modern scientific tools can get information from old materials that people in the past couldn't get to, while also showing how important it is to carefully observe history in order to understand scientific data. Students learn that to understand the past, they often need to use the best technology and the best research. The 774 event has also changed the way we think about how people see natural events. Medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange weather events in 774 to 776 were doing scientific research that they could never have imagined, and the information they gathered would be useful 1,000 years later. Their careful observations remind us that even records that seem unimportant might have information that future generations will find very useful. The 774 story has helped people understand astronomy better because it shows how Earth is part of a changing and sometimes violent cosmic environment. The 774 event had a direct effect on our planet. Unlike black holes or galaxies that are far away, we can still see the effects today. It makes the universe seem more real and important to everyday life. The discovery has also made us think about how these cosmic ray events might have changed human history in ways we don't yet know about. If strong cosmic radiation can change the chemistry of the atmosphere and possibly change the weather, climate, or even biological processes, then rare but powerful cosmic events may have had an impact on historical events that we don't know about. Understanding events like the 774 cosmic ray spike has helped shape modern talks about existential risks and planetary defense. Cosmic ray bursts don't directly threaten Earth as much as asteroid impacts or supervolcanic eruptions do, but they do show that Earth is in a cosmic environment where rare but powerful events can have global effects. When making plans for the long-term survival of humanity, we need to think about all the cosmic events that could have an effect on our planet. The 774 event has become a touchstone for talks about how scientific discovery and historical understanding are related. It shows how the most advanced modern technology can sometimes show that ancient observers were more accurate than people thought, and how careful historical research can help us understand scientific data better. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that the universe is full of things we don't fully understand yet. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every well-preserved medieval chronicle that we haven't yet figured out how to find or understand. The storm that hit Earth in 774 was invisible, and waited more than 12 centuries for people to learn how to figure out what had happened. The legacy of the 774 event keeps changing as new ways of doing research and new ways of thinking about things come up. Scientists in the future will surely find more proof and come up with new ways to explain what happened that year. As people learn more and technology gets better, the cosmic ray spike that people in the Middle Ages didn't understand will keep giving up its secrets. What started as an invisible bombardment of high-energy particles has turned into a link between medieval chroniclers and modern astrophysicists, ancient trees and modern climate science, and human observation and cosmic events. It shows that the universe is always writing its own story in the natural world around us, using languages that we're still learning how to read. As we come to the end of our journey through this cosmic mystery, it's a good idea to think about what the 774 event teaches us about how we fit into the larger universe. This astrophysical event was so strong that it left permanent marks on every living thing on Earth, but the people who were there couldn't see it at all. It's a humbling reminder that we are part of cosmic systems whose workings we're only starting to understand. In 774, radiation came down from space and connected Earth to events happening at distances and scales that are hard to imagine. The high-energy particles that hit our atmosphere came from colliding neutron stars, exploding magnetars, or gamma-ray bursts from dying stars. They had to travel across interstellar space to get to us. The trees that recorded this event in their growth rings were, in a very real way, recording the death throes of stars that had lived and died millions of years before humans were around. This cosmic link goes against the medieval view that the Earth was at the center of a small, understandable universe. The people of 774 lived in a universe that seemed to be in order. The stars were in a celestial sphere, with Earth at the center and divine purpose as the main idea. The real universe that sent them cosmic radiation was so big that people in the Middle Ages couldn't even imagine it. It was full of things that could affect Earth over distances so great that light itself took years to cross them. The medieval view of how everything in the universe is connected wasn't completely wrong, though. Medieval thinkers thought that events in the sky could affect things on Earth. Even though their ideas about how this worked were wrong, the idea that Earth is part of larger cosmic systems that can affect local conditions was very smart. The cosmic ray event of 774 showed that explosions of stars that happen light years away can have effects on things that happen on Earth. The fact that the 774 event was invisible also shows how limited our senses are, and how important it is to make tools that help us see more clearly. People in the Middle Ages were very good at watching the sky. They could accurately predict eclipses, follow the movements of planets, and spot strange celestial events. But in the 8th century, there was no way to see cosmic ray bombardment at all. Because of this technological limitation, people who were witnessing one of the most dramatic astrophysical events in recorded history had no direct way to find out what was going on. It was like trying to understand a symphony while only hearing a few notes here and there, or trying to enjoy a huge landscape while only seeing small details through a small window. The creation of scientific tools that can find cosmic ray signatures in natural materials is a big step forward for human senses. We can see things that we couldn't see directly by looking at tree rings, ice core chemistry, and isotopic dating. We've learned how to read cosmic messages written in the molecular structure of old wood and ice. This lets us get information that no other generation of humans could get. This growth in perceptual ability has shown that Earth keeps detailed records of cosmic events that have happened over time. There are chemical traces of past cosmic ray changes in every old tree, every ice sheet, and every coral reef. The Earth is like a huge library of astronomical events, just waiting for people to make the tools they need to read it. The 774 discovery also shows that scientists often need to look at things over very different timescales to understand them. The cosmic ray event itself may have lasted for months, but its effects can still be seen in things that are over 1200 years old. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages wrote down what they saw within years or decades of the event. Modern scientists, on the other hand, only found the cosmic ray spike after developing analytical methods that took hundreds of years to perfect. To understand the 774 event, people from different academic fields and historical periods had to work together. Medieval monks who kept careful records of the stars were unknowingly taking part in research that wouldn't be finished until the 21st century. Their patient observations, which have been kept in monastery libraries for over 1,000 years, gave scientists the information they needed to solve a cosmic mystery they could never have imagined. This temporary partnership makes me think about what information we might be recording today that will be useful to researchers hundreds of years from now. Our extensive records of weather, climate, and cosmic ray changes could one day help scientists figure out astronomical events that we can't see or understand right now. We might be unwitting subjects in scientific studies that will not conclude until well after our departure. The 774 event also shows that rare but powerful events can have effects that last long after they're over. The bombardment of cosmic rays may have lasted for months, but it left behind permanent marks that have changed our understanding of radiocarbon dating, archaeological chronologies, and how Earth and space interact for more than 1,000 years. Short events can have effects that last for hundreds of years. The 774 cosmic ray event makes us think about our place in systems that work on scales that are bigger than what we can see and feel. We live in galactic neighborhoods where stars can explode and change the chemistry of the atmosphere on planets that are light years away. Every day we live our lives against the backdrop of cosmic processes that follow physical laws we are still learning about. The human response to cosmic mystery, exemplified by the meticulous observation, comprehensive documentation, and profound interpretation exhibited by medieval chroniclers, signifies a distinctively valuable aspect of the universe. To the best of our knowledge, Earth is the sole location where conscious entities are systematically observing, documenting, and analysing cosmic events in an effort to comprehend their significance and consequences. The people of 774 were exposed to cosmic radiation without knowing where it came from or what it meant. They were curious and careful and made detailed records that would be very helpful to future generations. Their reaction to the unknown, neither panicking nor ignoring strange events, but instead carefully observing and recording, shows the best of human scientific instinct. Researchers today who are looking into the 774 event are following in the footsteps of medieval chroniclers by carefully observing and thoughtfully interpreting what they see. They use tools that medieval chroniclers could never have imagined, but they still use the same basic methods of systematic data collection and collaborative analysis. The enduring human curiosity regarding cosmic phenomena links us through the ages to individuals who also marveled at the universe's operations. As you get ready to end this story and maybe go to sleep, think about how you're a part of this ongoing human project to understand cosmic events. The stars you might see through your window are in the same part of the galaxy that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774. The universe that made that old mystery is still telling its story in tree rings, ice cores, and things that people see that future generations will be able to figure out. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that there are many things in the universe that we haven't yet learned to see or understand. Every night sky has signs of things that might be happening on Earth that we can't see yet. The invisible storm that hit Earth over 12 centuries ago is just one example of the cosmic dramas that are always happening around us. Most of them are still waiting for humans to get the tools and knowledge they need to understand how important they are. Sweet dreams. I hope you dream of medieval monks carefully writing down strange things by candlelight, not knowing that they were making data for astrophysicists 13 centuries in the future. This is a reminder that every careful observation, every preserved record, and every moment of wonder about the cosmos might one day help us solve mysteries we haven't even thought to ask about yet. As you fall asleep, wrapped in the warmth of your modern blanket in a world lit by electric lights that would have seemed magical to people in 774, take a moment to think about the amazing story we've shared. Over 1200 years ago, an invisible cosmic storm hit Earth. It left its mark on every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that was alive during those important months. People in the Middle Ages who lived through this event, farmers tending their fields, monks copying manuscripts by candlelight, and scholars tracking the movement of planets, had no way to see the high-energy particles falling from space, but they reacted to the strange things they could see with the same careful observation and thorough record-keeping that is typical of the best scientific instinct in humans. Their detailed records, which were kept in monasteries and royal archives all over the world, eventually gave modern scientists important information about one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history. People in the Middle Ages who wrote with quill pens unknowingly helped researchers in the 21st century, who used particle accelerators and mass spectrometers. As our analytical tools get better and our theoretical understanding of stellar phenomena grows, the cosmic ray event of 774 keeps giving us new information. There is no doubt that future generations will find more proof and come up with new ways to understand what happened that amazing year. The invisible storm that people in the Middle Ages felt but didn't understand will keep teaching us about how the universe works for many years or even centuries to come. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from this cosmic mystery is that the universe is always making new things that we haven't yet figured out how to see or understand. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every careful historical observation that we don't yet know how to look for. The natural world keeps detailed records of astronomical events in chemical languages that we're still learning to read. As you get ready for bed tonight, cosmic rays are softly falling on Earth from faraway parts of the galaxy. This has been happening every night for billions of years. Most of this radiation is too weak to leave any traces, but stars in our cosmic neighborhood are living and dying in ways that could one day send more powerful bursts of high-energy particles toward Earth. Future observers, maybe even your own descendants, might look back at this time and wonder what cosmic events we went through without knowing. They could find signs of stellar events in materials from our time, signs that our current technology isn't advanced enough to find or understand. The universe might be sending us messages in our modern world that we won't be able to understand until we come up with new tools and ways of thinking. People in 774 were part of cosmic history without even knowing it. They made records that would be very useful to researchers 1,000 years later. We might also be unknowingly taking part in astronomical studies that won't be finished until long after we're gone. Our careful observations and thorough record-keeping may one day help us figure out cosmic mysteries that we can't even begin to imagine. The invisible cosmic storm of 774 connects medieval wonder to modern understanding, ancient observations to modern astrophysics, and human curiosity to the huge processes that shape our universe. It reminds us that we live in systems that are much bigger than what we can see and feel right now, but we have the unique ability to observe, record, and slowly understand these cosmic events. As you fall asleep, you are part of a story that has been going on for a long time. From medieval chroniclers to modern scientists, from observations made long ago to discoveries that will happen in the future. The same universe that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774 surrounds you tonight. It is full of things that future generations will study and understand in ways we can't even imagine right now. The mystery of 774 shows us that with time, careful record-keeping, and working together to figure things out, we can find out things that seem impossible to know. Writing by candlelight in the Middle Ages and studying isotopic signatures today are both parts of the same big human project, figuring out where we fit in the universe. Sleep well. knowing that you're part of this ongoing story of cosmic discovery. The universe around you is full of amazing things that future generations of curious people will discover, understand, and appreciate. These people will share our wonder about how the world works beyond what we can see. The invisible storm of 774 shows us that the most important events in cosmic history might happen right next to us, without us even knowing it, leaving clues for future observers to find and figure out. Every night the universe gets new cosmic radiation, new stellar events, and new chances to write its own history in the natural records that are all around us. Think of the dreams of medieval chroniclers and modern scientists, cosmic rays and ancient trees, invisible storms and careful observation. Think about the ongoing human project of figuring out the universe and your place in a story that connects careful observers across centuries of cosmic mystery and discovery. Imagine yourself relaxing in your preferred chair on a cool October evening, perhaps with a toasty beverage in hand. Tonight, we will revisit a period in which America believed it had successfully mastered the legal printing of money, when your neighbour's barber was providing stock recommendations, and when the question what could go wrong was on the brink of receiving the most costly response in history. The time period is the 1920s, and you are currently experiencing the Roaring Twenties, as it is also known. In the background, Calvin Coolidge is so silent as president that people jest about having to check his pulse. While flappers are dancing, the Charleston and jazz music is spilling out of speakeasies. However, the genuine excitement is not located in the illicit gin joints or the dance halls. It is on Wall Street, where an entire nation has persuaded itself that purchasing stocks is as dependable as the sunrise. After the end of World War I, the United States found itself in a unique situation. America's factories were operating at full capacity, manufacturing a wide range of products, including refrigerators, radios, and automobiles, while Europe was still in the process of assembling the parts and calculating the cost. Henry Ford had discovered a method to make cars affordable for the general public, and as a result, everyone became interested in purchasing one. Please note that the car in question is not a single vehicle. Rather, it is a modern, more gleaming model that is replaced every few years. The stock market, which was previously the domain of affluent industrialists and their well-connected acquaintances, appeared to be accessible to all. Between deliveries, newspaper boys were exchanging stock recommendations. Your neighbourhood grocer may casually mention that he earned more money last week by playing the market than he did selling vegetables throughout the month. It was as if Wall Street had discovered a mystical money tree and all you had to do was move its branches. In retrospect, the amusement of this episode was primarily due to the fact that everyone believed it was a straightforward matter. You were not required to comprehend the actual operations of a company, its profitability, or its existence in any meaningful sense. It was enough to tell you that its stock price rose yesterday and will likely rise again tomorrow. The logic was unwavering. Stocks consistently increase, everyone was becoming wealthy, and anyone who advocated for a different outcome was evidently too traditional to comprehend contemporary economics. Investment clubs emerged in communities similar to book clubs. However, rather than engaging in discussions about the most recent novel, members would convene to compare the amount of money they had earned that week. Women who had never visited a bank were pooling their grocery money to purchase shares in companies they were unfamiliar with. College students were ditching classes to observe the ticker tape at brokerage offices, treating it as the most thrilling entertainment in town. The newspapers contributed to this hysteria by publishing breathless accounts of ordinary individuals who achieved financial success. The taxi driver retired at 35, the secretary purchased a small apartment building with her stock profits, and the homemaker funded her daughter's wedding with a single, well-timed purchase of Radio Corporation stock. These narratives spread swiftly, much like gossip at a church gathering, inspiring everyone to aspire to become the next successful individual. Banks began lending money to individuals who desired to purchase equities to capitalize on the current prosperity. The reasoning appeared to be sound. If stocks consistently increased, lending money to individuals to purchase equities would be virtually risk-free. They called it buying on margin, a fancier term than borrowing money to gamble, but that's what it was. You could acquire $1,000 worth of securities with only $100 of your funds, and the bank would provide the remaining funds. You would sell the securities, repay the loan, and retain the profit when they appreciated. What could possibly go wrong? As you prepare to retire for the evening, envision a world in which all individuals were financial geniuses, The future appeared as predictable as a well-oiled timepiece, and the sole concern was not whether or not one would become wealthy, but rather how wealthy an individual would become. Although crash is still several months away, the following morning in our narrative, you awaken in an America that is persuaded it has outsmarted economic history. The year is 1928, and if you had suggested to anyone that the party might be ending shortly, they would have looked at you as if you had announced that the sun was planning to stop rising. The foundation of all this confidence was not wholly unreasonable, which is why it was so perilous. The American industry was performing exceptionally well. General Electric and General Motors were not merely manufacturing products, they were also developing products that were significantly altering the way people lived. The world was brought into people's living rooms for the first time, replaced gas lamps, automobiles replaced horses, and radios were introduced. However, this is the point at which the situation becomes intriguing, much like the moment a kettle of water reaches boiling point. The stock prices of these companies were not merely reflecting their success, they were also reflecting the success of the companies. The wildest dreams of everyone about their future success, a generous helping of pure speculation, and whatever the barbershop employee heard from his cousin who worked on Wall Street. Consider Radio Corporation of America, or RCA as it was commonly known. The corporation was at the epicenter of the radio boom, and the radios were truly revolutionary. For the first time in human history, it was possible to listen to a concert in New York from the comfort of your living room in Kansas. It was akin to alchemy, but it was both profitable and genuine. This enthusiasm was evident in the stock price of RCA. RCA's stock price increased from $85 per share to $420 per share in 1928. It is not a typo. It nearly quadrupled in a single year. It is reasonable to assume that the five-fold increase in a company's stock price over the course of a year would induce some degree of anxiety among investors. You would be mistaken. In contrast, it heightened individuals' enthusiasm. The reasoning was elegantly circular. RCA's stock was increasing due to its exceptional performance, which was evident in the company's stock price. It was evident that the individual who suggested that a stock price increase of 400% in a single year might be premature was unaware of the fundamental principles of contemporary investing. The truly cunning aspect, and this is the point at which the creativity is almost admirable, was the manner in which individuals convinced themselves that this time was different. Speculation and foolishness were the causes of previous stock market bubbles which ultimately exploded. However, the foundation of this prosperity was the robust productivity and innovation of the United States. Radios, automobiles, electricity powers these appliances, see exploration corporations or tulip bulbs. They were genuine businesses that manufactured genuine products for genuine customers. What individuals failed to comprehend was that it is possible to have a legitimate organization that produces genuine goods and yet pay an exorbitant amount for its inventory. It is comparable to paying $50 for an exceptionally high-quality fruit. $50 is not a reasonable price, although the apple is, and everything you wished for. In the interim, the institutions were experiencing their own variation of this logic problem. They observed that all individuals who had borrowed money to purchase equities had made a profit. Consequently, it was a secure decision to lend money to purchase equities. The fact that everyone had made money precisely because they were lending money to buy stocks, creating the very demand that drove prices up, somehow eluded notice. It was akin to a dog pursuing its tail, except that the dog was sits that it was making progress. Beginning in 1929, the financial system was borrowing approximately $8.5 billion. To provide context, this was approximately equivalent to the entire federal budget at the time. It was as though the entire financial system had decided to place all of its be decided and was exceedingly confident in its decision. You are beginning to comprehend the issue, are you not? People were not being irrational. Rather, they were reacting logically to the stimuli they observed. The economy appeared robust, stocks were increasing, and individuals were earning money. However, they were all reacting to the same information in the same manner, resulting in a situation in which everyone was correct until, all of a sudden, everyone was proved incorrect. Consider the confident investors of 1929 as you prepare for bed. They were completely unaware that they were living through the economic equivalent of a cartoon character who runs off a cliff but doesn't fall until he looks down. They would examine their portfolios each morning and examine their paper profits. The red flags were up everywhere by the summer of 1929 if you knew where to look. But when there are warning signs at a party, no one wants to be the one to bring them up. As if you were the designated driver who keeps telling everyone to slow down while your friends are having the time of their lives. A few jerks tried to crash the party. A famous and respectable banker named Paul Warburg warned that the stock market had become too risky for investors. The reaction was about what you'd expect. The next day, the stock price of his bank dropped, and newspapers called him negative for no reason. It was a typical case of shooting the messenger, but this time the messenger was trying to keep people from crossing the street. A famous economist named Roger Babson said in September that, "Sooner or later a crash is coming." Babson was known for being right about financial trends. That day the market fell sharply. Some people even called it the Babson break. But it quickly rose again. People thought Babson was an old-fashioned cynic who didn't know how the new economy worked and wrote him off. Everyone was happy that the ruler seemed to have a lot of money, so no one wanted to hear that he didn't have any clothes. At the same time, the smart money, that is, the people who knew what was going on, was quietly leaving the market. John F. Kennedy's father, Joseph, reportedly said that he knew it was time to get out of the stock market when his shoeshine boy started giving him stock tips. It made perfect sense. If everyone thinks stocks are a good way to make money, then stocks probably aren't so good after all. However, for every Joseph Kennedy who quietly sold his interests, there were thousands of regular Americans who doubled down. It made sense. If stocks were a solid investment last year, they were probably an even better investment this year. You might have thought you could drive even faster since you hadn't gotten a speeding ticket yet. All the excitement on Wall Street masked some really bad economic news in the summer of 1929. The production of goods in factories was beginning to slow down. Car sales were going down. Less building was being done. But who cared about dull things like industrial production when RCA was still going up and everyone knew someone who had made a lot of money in the market? This part of the story is almost like a dream. The real economy, which includes factories, farms and other businesses that do real work, was getting tired. However, the stock market, a symbol of the real economy's performance, consistently reached unprecedented heights. It felt like a movie where the music is happy and upbeat, but the ship is slowly sinking on the screen. Despite its role as the responsible adult in these scenarios, the Federal Reserve found itself in a challenging situation. Every time the Federal Reserve attempted to curb the out-of-control stock trading, they faced accusations of harming the US economy. It is challenging to be the authority that must bring an end to a gathering when all participants are enjoying themselves. This is especially true if ending the party means disrupting the fun. The Federal Reserve did raise interest rates in August 1929, thinking that the action would stop some people from borrowing money on speculation. After stumbling for a few days, the market just shrugged it off and kept going up. You tapped someone on the shoulder, but they just turned and danced faster. By September, it was clear that the prices of the most famous stocks did not make sense by any standard measure. People put a lot of value on companies, as if they would keep growing at impossible rates forever. Someone must have known that you would be 15 feet tall by age 30, since you had grown 6 inches taller between the ages of 12 and 14. What was really sad was how many regular people had put their life savings into this market. Individuals who had diligently saved money, led frugal lifestyles, and meticulously planned for their retirement for decades suddenly began to question the wisdom of their cautious approach. They sold their bonds, took out mortgages on their homes, and put all of their money on the further rise in stock prices. Imagine that people in the United States in September 1929 were pleased with their investments and planning to retire early. As they went to sleep that night, they had no idea that they were about to learn one of the most expensive lessons in the history of the economy. The first few days of October 1929 were the same as any other month during the boom. People got up, looked at their stock prices, smiled at their gains on paper, and went about their days feeling like they were great at money. But if you looked really closely, and not many people did, you might have seen that the base was beginning to crack. On October 3rd, the market had what traders called a technical correction. This was the first real sign of trouble. In Wall Street talk, that means, don't worry about it. Prices dropped for no reason. It may not seem like a big deal, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average went down by about 6 points. This is because people were used to it going up every day. But everyone knew that markets have bad days every so often. It was important not to freak out. Fear was for people who didn't know that America had entered a new age of permanent wealth. The deal was a chance for the smart money, or at least the money that thought it was smart to buy. Stocks for sale. How could you say no to that? The market exhibited the typical behaviour of fluctuating unpredictably when it is uncertain about its direction for the next 2 weeks. The market fluctuates daily, yet it largely remains steady, akin to an inebriated individual attempting to maintain a straight path. Not many people were worried. The market was just taking a break before the next step up. On October 18th, however, the music began to slow down. This date would become famous over time. The market dropped considerably, but this time it felt different. It wasn't the slow decline in early October. Instead, it seemed like the market remembered something important but didn't like it. As of this point, many people had borrowed money to buy stocks, leaving them open to something called a margin call. To explain, let's say you borrowed $900 to buy stock worth $1,000. It's possible that you'd owe more money than the stock was worth if it dropped to $800. The bank would call and ask you to either add cash or sell stock to repay the loan. Many people got those calls on October 18th. You aren't concerned about getting a good price when you have to sell stock to pay back a loan. You just need to get rid of it quickly. Prices drop even faster when many people need to sell quickly at the same time. This leads to more margin calls, which cause even more people to sell. It's like a cascade of money, where each rock that falls sets off more rocks. The weekend of October 19th and 20th likely marked the last time most Americans believed they were living in an era of never-ending wealth. Newspapers, always willing to help, wrote stories that made people feel better by saying that this was only a short-term setback. Smart buyers took advantage of this chance to identify deals. By Monday, everything would be fine. On Tuesday, October 21st, everything was fine. The market opened, trade went on, and the world didn't end. However, the situation remained largely unchanged. Throughout the day, prices steadily declined, akin to water gradually draining from a bathtub. Tuesday was worse, Wednesday was even worse. Friday, October 24th, which would become famously known as Black Thursday. Something very important had changed. It wasn't a fix, an update, or any other polite business term for the same thing. It was just pure fear. Imagine waking up on October 24th to find that your nest egg has shrunk. Not just a little, but by a large enough amount that you feel like you need to do some math in your head. When you attempt to contact your dealer, the phone lines experience congestion. Nobody appears to understand the status of their investments, despite everyone's efforts to learn. An all-time high of over 12 million shares were traded that day, which is about 3 times the normal amount. The stock prices were meant to be shown on ticker tape machines all day, but they couldn't keep up. They were hours behind schedule by the afternoon, so no one knew what anything was worth. People bought and sold stocks without knowing what the prices were, and sellers didn't know what they were getting charged. As you go to sleep tonight, picture what Wall Street looked like that Thursday night. Many people gathered around the stock exchange. Ticker tape was strewn across the streets like confetti after a parade that no one wanted to go to, and the sound of a party ending for the evening could be heard somewhere in the darkness. The party finished on October 24th. On October 29th, also known as Black Tuesday, the police were called, all the lights were turned on, and everyone saw the mess they had made. It's already very different from the world you went to sleep in when you wake up that Tuesday morning. Over the weekend, it became clear that this wasn't just a short-term setback, even though banks and well-known financiers were working hard to restore trust. It really happened. There was a full-on banking panic. It was challenging for the morning newspapers to stay positive, but you could read the fear in the words. The headlines talked about temporary market adjustments and buying opportunities for smart investors, but the numbers indicated that things were not what they seemed to be. Stocks were going down quickly after slowly going up for months. When the stock market opened at 10 a.m, millions of shares were already available for sale. Prices don't just drop during a panic. They crash because everyone wants to sell, but no one wants to buy. It's like musical chairs, but someone took away all the chairs at once and everyone saw it at the same time. Over 16 million shares were traded that day, which was a record that wouldn't be broken for almost 40 years. Black Thursday was already too busy for the ticker tape machines to keep up. By noon, they were reporting prices from 10 a.m. They were hours behind by the afternoon. People made financial decisions based on data that was almost immediately outdated. Imagine the scene inside the brokerage offices. Phones were ringing non-stop. Workers were rushing to handle sell orders, and customers were squeezing together to find out what was going on with their investments. Everyone was talking at the same time and trying to shout over the others. The ticker tape machines clattered, and people began to realise something terrible was happening. The most distressing aspect was witnessing ordinary individuals discover they had lost their entire life savings. The secretary had used the money she earned from selling stocks to purchase that apartment building. The value of her stocks had dropped since she bought them. The car driver who quit when he was 35, his search for work had begun again. Who was the mother who paid for her daughter's wedding? There was no way for her to tell her family that the money was still there. But it wasn't just small buyers who lost all their money. The banks that gave all that money to buy stocks were also in a lot of trouble. People couldn't pay back their margin loans because the value of their stocks dropped below what they borrowed. These circumstances meant that the banks were left with useless paper. There was a chance that some banks, especially smaller ones that had done a lot of dealing in the stock market, would fail. What a strange irony. The system that had made all those paper riches was now destroying them just as quickly. Calls on margin, which at first seemed like a smart way to boost gains, were now making losses worse. People who bought stocks in several different companies thought they were lowering their risk, but they soon learned that when there is a panic, all stocks go down at the same time. There were stories going around all day that would become part of Wall Street folklore. There was the story that stockbrokers jumped out of office windows, which was mostly made up, but a few people did kill themselves in the weeks that followed. The stories of millionaires who went from being rich to being middle class in one day, and middle-class families who went from being rich to being poor, were more true. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had declined by 12% by the time the market closed at 3 p.m. At that point, it was the second worst single-day percentage drop in its history. But the percentage doesn't show how sad it was for the millions of Americans who went to bed that night, knowing that their financial plans, their hopes of retiring early, or sending their kids to college had been turned into useless paper certificates. Evening newspaper headlines, which attempted to maintain a positive outlook, proclaimed phrases like "market hits bottom" and "worst is over." They were mistaken. The stock market crash didn't end on Black Tuesday. It was just the worst day of what would be a much longer and worse slide. There was a huge financial hangover in the United States in the days after Black Tuesday. You know how it feels to stay up too late at a party and then question every choice you made the night before? That's how you feel in the morning. In November 1929, that was the whole country. The first thing that happened was denial, which is probably the most normal thing that can happen. This had to be temporary, right? Once prices dropped enough, smart money would come back into the market. Someone, like the government or the banks, would figure out how to fix this. The newspapers thought so too, because they kept writing upbeat stories about bargain hunters and buying opportunities all the way through November. As it turned out, President Herbert Hoover was in office when the music stopped. He initially made an effort to project confidence. He made reassuring statements about the basic strength of the American economy, which were accurate but not very helpful. It is akin to informing someone that their house is structurally sound, while it is engulfed in flames all around them. It was true that the economy was strong, but that didn't help the millions of people who had just seen their funds disappear. The weeks following the crash revealed the interconnectedness of everything. The stock market was no longer just a place for rich investors to have fun. It was an important part of American business. Banks had given out loans based on stock prices that were too high. A lot of businesses planned to grow because they thought the good times would last. Regular families had made big financial choices based on gains that were only on paper and were now gone. It was almost as bad for people's mental health as it was for their finances. For nearly a decade, Americans were told that wealth was normal and that anyone could get rich by trading in the market. Individuals who believed they were financially savvy had to quickly confront the possibility that they had been part of a widespread illusion. The most terrible thing about the crash was that it showed the lies that had kept the boom going. Could you please share those stories again about secretaries and cab drivers achieving financial success? Those people were now broke, and their stories were meant to warn instead of inspire. Investment clubs that had sprung up in neighbourhoods across the country quietly broke up because their members were too ashamed to talk about their losses. It was clear by December 1929 that the result wasn't going to be a quick comeback. Stock prices kept going down, but not in big drops all at once. Instead, they went down slowly and steadily, in a way that was almost worse than the initial fear. Panic is at least interesting. Slow decline is just sad. It's like every day seeing someone you care about get sick and not being able to do anything about it. Banks that were eager to give money to buy stocks were now desperately trying to get those loans paid back. But a stone doesn't have blood, and people can't give you money they don't have. The first banks to fail were the smaller ones that had been most involved in stock market speculation. As the crashes spread, they moved up to the bigger banks. Not many people knew the truth yet, but the stock market crash was only the beginning. Those who thought the crash wouldn't affect the real economy, factories, farms and shops, were about to be proven wrong. Losing their life savings discourages people from making purchases. When people don't buy things, businesses stop making them. People lose their jobs when companies stop making things. People tend to stop buying things when they lose their jobs. Once it starts, it's very difficult to break out of this vicious circle. Unemployment began to rise at the end of 1929, but people didn't fully understand how dire things were going to get for a few more months. Not only did the stock market crash wipe out wealth, but it also destroyed trust. It turns out that confidence is one of the most important parts of a healthy economy. The sad irony was that the things that made the boom so amazing, hope, willingness to take risks, and the belief that anything was possible, were now backfiring. At first, everyone thought stocks could only go up. Now, everyone thought they could only go down. Prices were going down too low because of the same herd attitude that had pushed them up too high. Now that the story is over, you may be thinking about what happened next and, more importantly, what we learned from this costly lesson in being humble with money. The first question is about the Great Depression, which happened for 10 years and had a giant impact on American society. The second question has a more difficult answer, because the lessons people learned from the crash of 1929 weren't always the ones that history was meant to teach them. At the time, it looked like the most important lesson was that trading in the stock market was risky and not something regular people should do. For a generation of Americans, investing in stocks lost all charm. It felt akin to dealing with explosives. This may have been an overreaction, but it was to be expected from people who just saw their neighbours lose everything. It took a while, but the government also learned some things. A lot of the worst things that happened in the 1920s were stopped by new rules. To keep an eye on the stock market, they established the Securities and Exchange Commission to monitor the stock market. Customers' money to bet on stocks. Deposit insurance was made so that people wouldn't lose their savings if their bank went out of business. While these changes were wise, they arrived too late to assist those who had already lost their lives. But here's the thing about people. We're very adept at forgetting the exact lessons we learned from the last disaster, while still being open to the next one. People who lived through 1929 were very wary of speculating in the stock market. Their children and grandkids, who didn't live through the crash, were not as careful. America experienced another speculative frenzy in the 1990s. This time, the speculation frenzy focused on internet stocks, which often lost money and sometimes made no profit at all. People quit their jobs to become day traders. New technology seemed to change everything, and stock prices that had nothing to do with how businesses actually worked made the dot-com bubble of the late 1990s eerily resemble 1929. Experts were quick to point out why this time is different. People were shocked when that boom burst in 2000, even though anyone who knew what happened in 1929 could have seen it coming. The 2000s housing bubble had easy credit, gambling, and the belief that prices could only rise. People were once again shocked when that boom burst in 2008, causing another financial crisis. Every generation must acquire these lessons independently, often through painful experiences. It's challenging to remember the most important lesson from 1929 when the market is booming. Markets are driven by feelings as much as they are by economic facts. When everyone is happy, prices go up way past what makes sense. Prices drop below what makes sense when everyone is negative. It makes sense to be careful when everyone else is happy and brave when everyone else is sad, but that means going against your feelings in the crowd, which is never easy. Another thing I learned is that adding more complexity doesn't always get rid of the risk. It just hides it. In the 1920s, the system of margin loans seemed like a smart way to let more people participate in the growth of the market. In fact, it made the crash worse by amplifying gains and losses. It seems like every time there is a financial crisis, something new comes out that is meant to make investing safer, but ends up making it riskier. The 1929 crash may have taught us more than anything else that there is no such thing as cheap money. The people who got rich in the 1920s stock market weren't smarter than everyone else. They were just lucky enough to own stocks when everyone else wanted to buy them. When that changed, their paper gains went away just as quickly as they came. As you drift off to sleep, contemplate those lessons and how strong the people who lived through that time were. They rebounded, absorbed their mistakes, and bolstered and stabilised the economy. Despite the devastating impact of the 1929 crash, it was not a catastrophic event. Not just what can go wrong, but also how people fix things is sometimes the most important thing to learn from the past. The stock market did perform better in the end, but it took 25 years for it to hit its high points again in 1929. People became more careful and less trusting of plans to get rich quickly. They also learned to value steady, long-term growth more than big gains. They also learned that people are creative and strong, even in uncertain markets. Good night, and remember that the oldest piece of investment advice is probably still the best. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.